Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku son of Ichigo became Soul Reaper and had harem? Part 1 MHA x Bleach. This story is the Moon Fang Hero by Yadengami_Skulls_21. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. What did you think, Rukia? Said a tall, lean and orange-haired man. Got any names for the kid? The short, petite, purple-eyed woman stared at her husband in annoyance. No, I don't know. What should I give him, Ichigo? Rukia said and lifted the little boy into the air. He had inherited Ichigo's looks and appearance, but his eyes is the same colors of Rukia herself. Honestly, the boy looks cute. Hey, how about Izuku? Don't know. Rukia pouted as she rested her back on the sofa. It's so frustrating, to be honest. I hope Nisama and Hisana has names yet. Ichigo half-heartedly laughed and kissed Rukia, making her blush in surprise. No matter how I see it, you are just too cute for me to resist, Rukia. The wife of Kurosaki. Ichigo smiled and placed the young baby into the baby carrier, before dragging him to their room and began taking off her clothes. Oh, why don't you explain this body, Strawberry? Rukia. There is times for our interrupted sex, but now isn't. Rukia sighed in disappointment and puts back her clothes. Ichigo let out a sigh of relief and they went outside, opening the door and saw Byakuya and Hisana. Ni-sama, Hisana, Rukia exclaimed happily and hugged her big sister, who in turn, laughed and hugged back her little sister. Rukia, oh, where's the baby? Hisana yelled excitedly. I'm so proud. I'm an aunt now. Could you believe it, Byakuya? Her husband simply smiled a little. Yes, I sure do hope you have a name in mind for the young Kuchiki and Kurosaki. Byakuya said, as Ichigo frowned slightly and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Byakuya, but we haven't figured out what name the kid should have. Byakuya suddenly glares at his brother-in-law. Kurosaki. Ichigo, was my approval for your marriage between my sister-in-law really that pointless? Shameful. Such disgrace for the name of the Kuchiki family. Ichigo sweat drop as Byakuya continued to lecture Ichigo about how the ways the Kuchiki family runs. Though, I do hope his name is going to be, the one who protects, like you, Ichigo. Hisana said happily as ever. Ichigo and Rukia smiled and looked at the sleeping baby. Yeah, however, things weren't going as many thoughts would happen. Few weeks later, both Ichigo and Rukia looked painfully at their baby in Rukia's arms. Their house now burnt down to the ground while Ichigo wielded his sword on his hand, an oversized kyber knife. Rukia, take our son and go. Ichigo ordered, but Rukia shook her head furiously. No, I'm not leaving you. I'll always love you, Rukia. I love you with all of my heart, Ichigo. Byakuya sorrowfully hugged back Hisana. She was crying and sobbing very hard in grief, sadness, agony and anguish. Rukia and Ichigo had died. Their funeral started a few hours ago. Needless to say, everyone was saddened, very saddened. The report has been shown that the League of Villains are the ones who attacked the two married Kurosaki, leaving behind the baby in Rukia's arms while she dies painfully, with having to watch as Ichigo gets his body beaten and bloodied up. However, they weren't able to find the body of Kuchiki Rukia. So they assumed she was kidnapped, or killed, but knowing that she is dead now. Hisana looked brokenly at the child of Ichigo and Rukia, who was sleeping innocently, not even noticing his parents as dead, as she immediately placed his small body in her arms while tears continued to fall down her broken purplish blue eyes. You shall be Kurosaki Izuku. What? I'm sorry I killed off Ichiruki in this book. Also, be aware, there might be parts that I out Izuku's name as Ikiku, so don't ask me why. A 4-year-old Kurosaki Izuku watches with an uninterested look on his face while the other kindergarten kids are looking at a red-eyed kid with blonde spiky hair emitting out small crackles on his hands. Oh, this is what he looks like now. Wow, that's so cool, Katsuki. Your quirk is awesome. While the other began praising Bakugo Katsuki's quirk, Izuku merely frowned and turned away. One day, his overconfidence will likely get destroyed. Despite being a 4-year-old boy, Izuku is sure quite rude and all. His adoptive parents, Byakuya and Hisana, are the only ones he will show his emotions around. Ever since hearing the deaths of his parents, he swore he would have avenged their deaths by bringing down the League of Villains by himself. Of course, Hisana was horrified and immediately began to lecture him how a boy like his should not possess such dark thoughts, which Izuku immediately shut up upon her scolding face while Byakuya watched with uninterested. It wasn't surprising that Izuku is quirkless, to be honest. He doesn't need a quick. All people these days are always quirks, 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 and quirks. Quirkless people gets treated like trash. But Byakuya and some of his friends are also quirkless, but they possess something greater than quirks. Zanpakuto. The idea of having his own Zanpakuto made his blood excited and eager to learn the name of his Zanpakuto. Since his dad and mom, too, possessed Zanpakuto, he would likely have his own Zanpakuto and is now impatient to learn the ways his adoptive parents has. He had seen the manifestation of his adopted dad's Zanpakuto, named Senbon Sakura. His adopted mother, however, lost hers when she sacrificed part of her soul to save Rukia, Byakuya and Ichigo from a very powerful villain Bakken and killed it with one attack, thus explaining why she hates the idea of killing. She said her goodbyes to her Zanpakuto, who wasn't hating her because she is now disappearing and is happy to know how much Hisana had grown. Zanpakuto is much better than these quirks, as they are very loyal to you and would die with you without feeling negative emotions. You wouldn't feel lonely if you have a Zanpakuto. That idea amazed Izuku into heaven. Izuku is actually well known amongst his kindergarten because of his status as a Kuchiki, too. Son of a Kuchiki. The Kuchiki family is the most wealthiest, generous and rich nobles from Japan. This nearly everyone wants to get close together with him, but he hates attention, like Byakuya, who is married, just asked out multiple times by random women, which Hisana sometime lets her jealousy and anger took over her, and there is this one time she yells a woman, a damn lecher, because many women had excused her that she doesn't deserve Byakuya. Hey, what about you, Deku? Izuku scowled, his hand resting inside his pockets while his purple eyes narrowed at Bakugo's smug attitude. Stop calling me that, Izuku snapped. Oh, why should a quirkless nobody like you tell me what to do? You may be a Kuchiki, but you're just a quirkless loser with only money. Some of the students laughed. Izuku rolled his eyes and said, all of you idiots only cared about one thing, quirks. What's so special about them? Just shooting explosions out of your hands doesn't mean a thing, Bakugo. Izuku smirked upon seeing the enraged look on the bully's face. You take that back, jerk. You don't have the guts. Actually, your guts is made out of paper, so your will is torn apart. Now, a 7-year-old Izuku walks down his school while his bag slung over his shoulder and heads to the gate to meet his father's bodyguards so they can take him back to him, which his bodyguard is named Abarai Renji, the childhood friend of Rukia and Ichigo. Oi, Deku. Sighing, Izuku turns around and falls to the ground as Bakugo punches his face with his fist that has been lighting up with explosions. The orange-haired boy growls while wipe the blood off his nose. Time for you to pay for humiliating me at the exams. Oi. A silhouette stands behind Bakugo with menacing aura around him. The said man grabs Bakugo's head with a tight grip as Bakugo flinched and turned around, and immediately swore he pissed his pants. R. Renji-san. Yo, Izuku. The crimson-haired man grins at his nephew. Don't worry, I'ma go ahead and took care of your problem. Wait inside the car. I bring Akaku with me so he can share his stories during those months of absence. After a while, Izuku stepped inside his room and flopped his body over his king-sized bed and stare out of the balcony's windows. People with quirks sure do disgust me. Izuku sneered angrily. Just because you have a quirk, it doesn't mean you have to harm a boy at your age just because he surpasses your intelligence and superiority. You sound just like your Otu-san and Okawa-san. Izuku gasped and looked over at his doorstep, seeing Hisana standing there, arms crossed while wearing a smile. Ka-san. Hisana smiled warmly and sit next to Izuku, and he couldn't help but admired at her beauty. Good day, I presume. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Bakugo bullied me because I outsmart him and everyone else in the exams. Uncle Renji took care of him and I talked with Uncle Akaku. Izuku frowned as Hisana ruffled his orange hair. Don't get frustrated. You'll eventually hear he whisper of your Zanpakuto calling out for you one day. Hisana said before grinning. Also, remember what today is. What kind? It's your birthday. silly. She pulls his face into her breasts, both suffocating and blessing him at the same time. Byakuya stepped inside and was about to say something until jealousy takes his eyes and glares at Izuku. How dare he stole Hasana's pleasure away from me? He's only 7 years old, for Kami's sake. Byakuya whispered angrily. Hasana turns her head around and smiled. Oh, hi, honey. How's the meeting? Hasana asked innocently, ignoring the fact Izuku's face is being suffocated by her C-cup breasts. It is fine. And please, let go of Izuku. Hasana sheepishly laughed and released her hold on her adoptive son. Izuku glares at her and pouted, which looks so cute. Both Byakuya and Hasana were melted into that adorable face. Don't do such perverted acts on me, woman. Ah, can't I tease you a little? Bah. As Izuku walks down the streets, he hummed while Byakuya is next to him, looking as stoic as ever. Otu-sama. Byakuya glanced at his adoptive son and saw a smile on his face. Where is Ka-san going? Byakuya couldn't help but let the small smile forms on his face. She is buying you your favorite cake, strawberry chocolate. Izuku smiled and nodded. Otu-sama, when will I? Izuku didn't manage to finish when his eyes saw Hasana. However, he noticed that his adoptive mother is covered with cuts and bruises. Panting, while glaring at the large person in front of her while Byakuya's eyes widened and immediately tried to grab Senbon Sakura, but realized he left it at home. Shimada. Byakuya cursed as Hasana groans of the pain flowing through her. The villain laughed and raised his hand up into the air, which a chainsaw is now on his hand, preparing the kill. Before I kill you, let me introduce myself. Name's Chainsaw. Chainsaw swings down his weapon down at Hasana. However, Izuku jumps in front of her. A huge gash slashes his chest and cuts his right arm apart. His torso slices open and his left leg now cuts into two. Izuku. Hasana and Byakuya immediately picks Izuku's severed body with tears simmered their eyes. No, 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 why? Hasana screamed in anguish and agony as she hugs the lifeless body of Izuku. Byakuya joined on as they cried. They failed. They let their adoptive child die that they promised no deaths will be put on him to Ichigo and Rukia. Now, they failed. They failed their duties as his adoptive parents. However, what they didn't know was that Izuku's eyes began to change colors. The orange-haired boy opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different place. There were blue skyscrapers that is sideway, blue skies and no more than buildings. Yo, nice to meet King's kiddo. Izuku turned around and gasped. There stood as his father. Dad. Yes, my son. The white version of Ichigo asked, kindly, in an echoed voice, and opened his arms. What are you standing there for, crybaby? Give me a hug. Izuku immediately rushed towards Ichigo while yelling his name in happiness. But all that washed away when the white version of Ichigo pushed him away with a scowl on his face. A mask now on his face. Dad, I'm not you Oyaji, kid. I'm his inner hollow. The one king told you tell stories about there is a monster within him. Hollow Ichigo grins and pulls his mask over his forehead, a black mask with 4 spike-shaped marks, 2 of them stopping by the forehead and the other 2 stretching past the eyes and teeth and 2 long forward-pointing horns, with black strips extending from their center towards the tips. Call me Zangetsu. I am your Zanpakuto, as I have decided to take King's mantle. Now then, we don't have much time left until we will die for sure. Kid, let me took over and I'll kill the bastard. Izuku reluctantly nodded and found himself back out of the skyscraper world. Feeling an incredible amount of power rush into his body, Izuku's eyes widened and his arm, legs and wounds began to heal with some sort of steams coming out of them. Byakuya and Hasana's eyes widened as they stare at Izuku heal his wounds and got off their grasp. Suddenly, the left side of his face begins to the hollow mask that Zangetsu has. An insane grin on his face as his eyes changed from purple to black and yellow. Ha 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 ha. Although I'm stuck inside a pathetic 4-year-old boy's body, I'm going to have one hell of a blast. Zangetsu yelled in excitement, as he extends his right arm to his side. Fade, Zangetsu, the familiar black kyber knife with a silver edge that the 2 Kuchiki is very familiar with. Their eyes widened even more. Zangetsu rushed towards Chainsaw while holding his sword with 2 hands. Your body is weak as hell, stupid. Zangetsu yelled mentally at Izuku furiously, who screamed in terror in response. You can't blame me. I'm still a 4-year-old. King's kiddo sure is a weakling. Both Byakuya and Hisana could only watch as Zangetsu cuts the villain's arms off with a malicious intent. They recognized the laugh, the mask, the black and yellow eyes, the voice, the smile. It was Ichigo's inner hollow. Getsuga. Black energy with crimson outline surrounded the Zanpakuto sword, as he jumps into the air with all his might and swings it down. Tenshou. A wave of black and crimson energy blasted the villain into a building, knocking him out as Zangetsu lands back to the ground, before he growls and began scolding Izuku. Kid, from now on, I'm going to train her ass like how I trained your dad. Hi, Zangetsu. Izuku regained back his control and gasped, immediately feeling the heavy weight of Zangetsu and falls down in an instant. What the? Then, he lost his consciousness before hearing the yells of his parents. As Izuku opens his eyes, he found himself back into the world of blue skyscrapers and look around. Hello, Zangetsu. The said Zanpakuto appeared in front of him, looking disappointed and angry. What the hell, brat? Smacking his former host's son's head, Izuku cries. What the hell is wrong with your body? It's weak and pathetic. Also, stop crying for Kami's sakes. Izuku immediately shut up. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Zangetsu stares down at the orange-haired boy. He remains silent as memories of his former host began flashing his head. The similarities they shared are the same, including the ones with King's Queen. In fact, this is what Ichigo looked like when they first met when he was 7 years old, like Izuku. Zangetsu flinched upon remembering the Asen. The real manifestation of Ichigo's Zanpakuto and Zangetsu while he was a false one, made by a madman and send him into Ichigo's soul. Ichigo had learned the name of the real Zangetsu at the age of 6, which is shocking because to know the names of your Zanpakuto, you will hear it when you reach 12 or something. Now is different. Since King and Queen's powers are passed down into him, he fuses with their powers, thus finally making him a Zanpakuto but with hollow powers. Hollow. How could he forgotten about that? Zangetsu. He snap out of his mind and look at Izuku with an annoyed frown. Instead of the fearless and determined boy he knew, it was a fearful and paralyzed weak boy in front of him instead of his king. Anyway, kid, if you go any questions you wanted to ask then go ahead. Zangetsu said and sat down on the ground, with Izuku following shyly. Who are you? I am Zangetsu, literally means, slaying moon. The inner hollow said with annoyance. Originally, I was part of your Oyaji's soul and called an inner hollow. What's a hollow? They're creatures that ate the souls of everyone to feast their hunger. I am actually man-made from a bastard called Aizen Sosuke by using 100 souls to make me. He sent me to your dad and I fused myself with him, becoming what is called as an inner hollow. Don't worry, ever since your mom is pregnant with you inside her, I fused with their powers that has been inherited from them, thus making me a Zanpakuto now. Izuku nodded in relief. What is this place? It's called an inner world. It's a place where we Zanpakuto stayed inside your mind. Time here can play to normal, slow or fast, that depends on our powers. This place shares the same design as your Oyaji's, but I know it'll start snowing once. Eventually, snowflakes began falling down from the blue skies. Izuku nor Zangetsu shivered from the cold but they knew the air suddenly got a tiny bit colder, like a wind hitting on you. Izuku giggled. What kind of powers you have? Zangetsu opens his hand and points it into the sky. I have my hollow powers, your father's, and your mother's. My hollow powers gives me lots of shits to perform. For starters, this is called a Sero. A crimson ball began forming on his palm before a crimson beam was launched out of the palm into the sky Zangetsu is pointing. This is called a Bala. Zangetsu fired a small ball of crimson energy. Unlike the Sero, this one is much weaker but frightening faster than his Sero. This is called Sonido. Zangetsu appear a few meters back before sitting back to where he is with a buzz sound. There is high-speed regeneration, which is the one I healed your wounds. Zangetsu said. Izuku shivered and cringed at the memory. Since I am both your Zanpakuto and inner hollow, by accessing to my powers, you wear my hollow mask by clawing the air in front of your face in a rippling motion. Zangetsu said. Mask? You mean the one above your forehead? Izuku pointed out at the black mask over Zangetsu's head. The Zanpakuto nodded. It's not exactly black, kid. Mine's black while yours white. Your Oyaji's power gives him the ability to fire a crescent moon or wave of condensed energy with his Zanpakuto, amplifying it to his said Zanpakuto's blade. Your Ka-san's power is a Zanpakuto where she can made ice by performing these dances. I learned from her powers. Zangetsu explained, as Izuku nodded eagerly. Awesome. But it takes 9 years to master them. Zangetsu grinned evilly upon seeing the look of stupefied shock, disbelief, terror and horror on his face, making him howl into laughters. Anyway, ya should wake up now, kid. Your adoptive parents is pretty worried. Izuku was about to say something but found himself back to reality. Next to his sides were Byakuya and Hisana, looking pale and worried as they immediately hug him tightly. I'm so happy you're back. Hisana cried while Byakuya nodded. I was so worried. Don't do that ever again. I would rather die than seeing you hurt. Izuku let his tears fall down and hugged them back. I'm so sorry for making you worried about me, Mom, Dad. We have a lot to discuss and talk, Izuku. Hisana laid down Izuku's body over atop of her while the boy was sleeping after talking too much with them. She ran her hand over his face while smiling. I love you as always, Izu. She kissed his forehead and closed her eyes, allowing her exhaustion to take her immediately. Byakuya watches his wife sleep, kissing her lips and head to his room, while thinking deeply of Izuku's futures. 7 years later, Izuku got off his bed with his usual spiky hair completely messed up into curly hair, Izuku's hair. He yawned while rubbing his eyes. Oh, for the love of Kami. Izuku lazily got back to his bed, before. Wake up, baby boy. Hisana kicks the door open. Come on, come on. School is starting now. Hisana sang and poked Izuku bed, as he stiffened himself deeper into his sheets. Hey, you promised that you would go to Aldera Junior High after not going there for 4 days. Hisana chided in a motherly manner, as Izuku groans. Mom, I don't feel in the mood of going there. Homeschool from Dad and Grandpa Ginrei is better than going to school. Izuku said, as Hisana pouted before grinning. If you don't get up, then will you believe my words if I say I will steal your second kiss again? Izuku blushed and instantly got off his bed, glaring at the innocent Hisana. Shut up. Izuku runs into his bathroom and slams the door, as he recalled the memory of he, accidentally, kiss his mom. I hate my life so much. Blah. Incest is wincest, as they said. Over the years, his relationship with Zangetsu has been good. They work from partners to friends, despite the look he shares with his Otu-san. But, Ka-san is really hot, much to my horror and shame. Yep, I wish I was in your position when she hugs you over to her breasts. Sukebe. Urusai. Looking at himself in his mirror, Izuku sighed. Over the years, he went from cute and adorable to handsome and attractive, a lot. His orange hair is now spiker and longer, which went past his nape. He's now a tall, lean-built young man with peach skin he inherited from his Otu-san, which if he is still alive, they would look the same as if they were twins. Purple eyes he inherited from his Okawa-san, replacing the brown ones off, and his peach skin is a bit lighter, likely getting the slight color from Rukia. In fact, he hates the reason to go to school because many girls is always after his tail. All the girls, and he literally all the girls in every school he has been through is always after him. Because of his handsomeness, attractiveness, and his title as a Kuchiki, but always corrected himself as Kurosaki Izuku. There's many reasons why he disliked going to schools. Girls only wanted him for his looks, money and fame. Boys, and bullies, and many other reasons. Hisana, meanwhile, frowned once Izuku went inside his bathroom and heard the sounds of water washing over him. She closes her eyes. You grow to look more like your father, and your eyes went from different to Rukia's. I hate it, Hisana whispered softly, but I am glad you are here. Tossing his bag over his shoulder, Izuku left the Kuchiki mansion and went to the Aldera Junior High by feet. Once he reached the train station, it was now crowded because of the villain wreaking havoc near the station while heroes like Kamui Wood, Death Arms are handling him. Izuku sighed and looked over at his black watch that Hisana gave him in his birthday last year ago. He scowled fully, as he generally keeps his face in a near-permanent scowl, Like his father, of course. His eyes shows both annoyance and calmness. Kuso. I'm going to be late. Walking out of the crowd, many people gasped while Izuku hurried his way to the station. Ignore these heroes' works. They aren't even bothering taking him down, instead they act to look cool so they can get their popularity up. The villain that is as huge as a building noticed him and grins. Hey, so, the nephew of Kuchiki Byakuya and Hisana decided to show up. It'll cost a fortune if I kidnapped you. The villain moved his hand to get Izuku. Death Arms push Izuku away and was about to block or swat the hand away. Sero. Ikika had ripped on his mask and fired the small condensed beam of crimson energy at the villain's back neck, knocking him out instantly as he falls down to the ground. It took people a few seconds to realize what happened, as both Kamui Woods and Death Arms wall in front of Izuku, his mask now gone and a frown on his face. Excuse me, Kuchiki Izuku. As we are grateful for helping out, you aren't a hero yet, so don't interfere with our works next time. Despite that you're a Kuchiki, we are trying to save the civilians here. Kamui Woods said. Suddenly, Izuku walked past them as if they did not exist in front of him. He said, "Save my ass, jackasses." Izuku turned his head around. His cold Kuchiki mask he learns from Byakuya sends Kamui Woods and Death Arms shivers. You heroes disgusted me. That's the reason why I'll never be the likes of you so-called heroes. It's bringing shame. You only cared for your reputation, that's all. As a half-blood Kuchiki, I will show you the true meaning of heroes and my pride. Meanwhile, Byakuya smiled happily, which surprised Hisana as she stops eating her breakfast with her husband. Honey, why are you smiling? She asked, as Byakuya looked at her, still smiling proudly. I feel as if Izuku is slowly learning something important from me, his pride as Kuchiki and their masks. Single quote. Oh no, what should I do, Rukia, Ichigo? After a while, Izuku watched boredly as the teacher looked at his students with a stern and angry look. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. Izuku thought as if he should stay at home and ignore school forever. Much to his disappointment he can't because of Hisana's teasing will both annoyed and embarrassed him all day. I'll pass out for your future plans now, but you're all. Grabbing the papers, his face was replaced with a, I don't care, look and toss it all over the room. Pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? He asked, and soon, everyone starts to show off their quirks while Izuku and a certain blonde asshole remain in their seats, doing nothing while Izuku sets an annoyed frown. While he may hate heroes who doesn't show any heroic acts and only wanted to boosted their popularity by playing awesome, blah, blah, blah. Yo, Izuku, why don't you scare these pussies that their quirks is basically useless as hell? Zangetsu asked mentally, as Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Another day, another time, Zangetsu. Blah, no fun. You still pissed the last time someone tried to attack you, only to ruin the masterpiece you made for Hisana that you went berserk and sent him to the hospital, nearly got into a coma and surgery, and it's a good thing no one was around and his parents weren't notified by this. Zangetsu snorted into roars of psychotic laughters. Screw you, gay. The teacher said, yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But, using your powers at school is against the rules. Izuku mentally noted that everyone here is pretty much trash. Ulquiorra would be proud. Oi, teach. Everyone stopped cheering and look at Bakugo Katsuki, the jackass around everyone else. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm the real deal. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects, as they would end up being sidekicks to some busted D-listers. Bakugo said arrogantly, his legs on his desk in a disrespectful manner and arms slumped down his chair, acting as if he owns these and is a yakuza. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Rude as ever. Don't think you are the best around here, Katsuki. Bakugo laughed. All of you should shut up like the extras you are. Then, the teacher looked at the clipboard and said, oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA, right, Bakugo? Everyone looked at him in shock and disbelief. Whispers went throughout the room. UA, that national school, it was in the top 0.2% this year, you know. Their acceptance rate's always low, too. Bakugo's smirk increased while Izuku rolled his eyes in frustration and annoyance. I swear, this overconfident bastard will die one day. Izuku thought. Zangetsu, who is part of his soul so he can hear his thoughts and emotions, nodded in agreement. That's exactly why you all are just extras. He pushed his chair back and hops atop of his desk. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name'll be inscribed on the list of top earners. Izuku couldn't hold it anymore and let out his frustration of sighing. Oh yeah, Kuchiki want to go to UA, too, right? Everyone looked at Izuku and saw him resting his cheek on his right fist, his narrow eyes showing boredom and frustration. If any one of you laugh at my luck of being quirkless, I will destroy your asses. The males shivered with fear. The females, the ones with dirty minds, blushed furiously and rubbed their legs together, not wanting the most handsome man to lose their virginity over to him. You're quirkless, Dek. It's Kuchiki, or Kurosaki Izuku. The glare puts Bakugo down to his seat like a dog. Forget what I'd said. After school is over, Izuku tossed his bag over his left shoulder and got up, before boys and girls surrounded him, asking questions and all. Zangetsu, you think I should not come on the next week by teasing and flirting back Ka-san? Izuku suggested, feeling the enjoyment his Zanpakuto is emitting inside him. Hell yeah, although, Chu-san will definitely kill me, including Ginrei Jii-san. Izuku noted that he shouldn't pisses his grandfather off because when he did last time after accidentally destroyed his garden, he was forced to clean the whole mansion all by himself, including the toilets, and cut his hair shorter than last time. He could feel the amusement coming from Zangetsu. Izu, wanna know something? What? I'm sexually attracted to Hisana. Okay, note to self. His Zanpakuto is the worst in the history of Zanpakuto. Meanwhile, Hisana blushed madly and feel embarrassment creeping her heart. Byakuya stopped doing his paperwork and looked at her. Is something wrong? Are you having a fever? Why am I getting this feeling that Izuku's Zanpakuto just said something so sexual of me? As if he is actually sexually attracted to me. Byakuya's blood ran hot and grabs Hisana's wrists, his eyes burning with determination as he looked around, noticing no one was around, and look at Hisana, who was utterly confused and innocent. I shall make you mine as always. Izuku walked down the streets and yawned. Hey, mind if I ask you something? Sure, whatever floats your goat, whatever. Izuku scowled at his terrible joke. How close I am of reaching that. Only a few more months and you'll get it, of course, by forcing me to submit. Zangetsu forms an excited grin. And to mention, our fight is going to be exciting for me. That's you as always. Suddenly, a girl about his age bumped into him. Of course, due to that he is possessing hierro that is like an armor. The girl cries in pain and lands painfully down at the ground, rubbing both her forehead and butt. You okay, miss? Izuku asked flatly. The girl winches and nodded. Why yeah, sorry, I didn't notice you were in front of me while I was listening to music. The girl said, accepting the hand Izuku offered as he pulls her up to her feet. The girl looked at him before her eyes grew wide. Hey, you're Kuchiki Izuku, the nephew of Kuchiki Byakuya and his wife, Hisana, right? She asked. Izuku sighed and nodded. That's me. Wow. I didn't expect I would meet another noble other than my friend. Izuku raised a curious eyebrow. Who? Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't introduce myself. The girl extended her hand. Ichigo looked at her back at her, before sensing someone approaching them from behind the girl. I'm Jiro Kyoka, you know who I am already. Ultimately, Izuku accepted her hand. My friend's name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Jiro said, expecting Izuku to look surprised. Instead he looked as if he doesn't care at all. Yaoyorozu, huh, hey, Kyoka, what's taking you so long? Izuku looked up and saw a very beautiful girl approaching them, her hair tied in a ponytail. Izuku just shrugged off her beauty and looked at his watch. Oh, sorry, Yaomomo. I accidentally bumped into Kuchiki Izuku. Jiro said, before Izuku said something that he annoys a certain white-haired man by calling him his first name, as the man would always respond with this. It's Kurosaki Izuku to you. Jiro smiled sheepishly while Momo looked shocked, before bowing. It's a pleasure and honor to meet you, Kuchiki Dono. Izuku frowned and held back the anger he is getting. For a kid, you're pretty hot-blooded when someone calls you with formalities. Zangetsu said with a carefree tone, but Izuku ignores it and says in a deadpan tone. Are all nobles supposed to treat each other like this? Yaoyorozu sheepishly laughs and rubs the side of her head. I don't know for sure. Izuku sighed. I'm Kuchiki Izuku. Nice to meet you, Yaoyorozu-san. Realizing that the time at his watch, Izuku looked at both Jiro and Yaoyorozu. Anyway, I'm in a rush here. See ya, Izuku said before running away as fast as he can. Shit, I'm late. What's wrong? They arrived in front of a pizza place. Seriously. Izuku barged inside the pit's shop and went in front of the counter. Oh, it's about time you have arrived, Kuchiki Dono. The waiter said in relief and handed Izuku a box of pizza. Here's the pepperoni pizza you ordered. However, it has gotten cold so I decided to warm it back up. Thanks. Here's some credit. Izuku handed the waiter some money. The waiter thanked him before he exited the pit's shop. Ring. Asterisk. Izuku ruffles inside his pocket and pulls out his phone, tapping it and place it over his ear. Izu, where's the pizza? Done. Boo, you're no fun at all when it comes to humor. You always act like a hyperactive teenager. He's no joking actually, Hasana. What, after all that pleasure I gave you, this is the reward I get? No. Good. You better come back now, Izuku. I'm starving. The phone hung up, as Izuku sighed. I like her feistiness, Zangetsu commented, impressed. I hate you from now on. I was just joking. After a while, Izuku tossed himself into his bed while having his hood draped over his head. I should take a walk. Izuku got off his bed. He is sporting a white shirt, black hoodie with red linings, black jeans and black boots. As he went outside his balcony, Izuku used his shunpo to flash across buildings to buildings. Like Sonido, it increased his speech, but it is what Zanpakuto's power gives you, like Hollow. He stops in front of a tunnel and stretch his arms. Before closing his eyes, shoving his hands inside his hoodie's pockets and walk forward. Yo, kid, Izuku frowned in annoyance. Zangetsu, I'm not a kid anymore. And I'm hella much older than you, Gaki. How old are you for real? It's been a long time since I've answered that. Maybe 45 years old. Izuku sighed and stopped when he heard something, squishy, coming from behind him. Cocking his body around, hands still inside his pockets, he saw a dark green, almost trash-like Ulquiorra is smiling so proudly, monster coming out of a manhole. What the hell? Kill it. No one's gonna notice this scene anyway. Letting out a sigh, Izuku materialized Zangetsu and grasped onto the elegant blade's hilt, the silver edge shining as Izuku brings his free hand over his face. Oh, a perfect host for me to possess. A Kuchiki. Ha ha ha. My day is now great. I'll use your body to defeat All Might. The sludge villain said with glee, before rushing towards Izuku. As he slashed his face downward, his mask appears and let out a roar, terrifying the villain as Izuku sonidoed behind him, roaring while charging Acero with the tips of his horns. Firing the humongous crimson beam at the villains, his body disintegrated into pieces since Izuku decided to low-key it. Ripping off his mask, Izuku rests Zangetsu over his shoulder and looked down at the piece of eye of the villain in front of his feet. Don't worry. Bringing Zangetsu into the air, Ikika said. I'll make your death quick. Getsuga Mo Daijobu, Shonen. The manhole burst into the ceiling. Izuku stopped his attack and irritatingly looked at the man before him. Tall, muscular, a smile, blank eyes, blonde hair, white shirt, dark green cargo pants, and brown shoes. Watashi ga, All Might. The said hero froze and looked down, seeing a Kuchiki glaring at him with great annoyance. You interrupted my punishment for this jackass. Izuku said. All Might looked over the place and saw multiple burn marks and damaged walls, likely from his Sero, and pieces of slime around the tunnel. I ask you not to kill this villain, Kuchiki Shonen. All Might said strongly. It didn't affect Izuku. Instead, he just nodded and turned away, dematerialized Zangetsu into particles and walk away. Okay, have it your way, All Might. I'm not going to get my hands dirty over some interruption. Over the years, he would have squealed and asked All Might for an autograph, but since he had matured enough, he considered no one as his hero except for some, Byakuya and Hisana, and the rest of his father's friends that all of them possessed Zanpakuto. All Might watch as the young Kuchiki disappear from his sight. Before he began placing all the pieces of the sludge villain inside 2 large empty bottles of soda that he drink as fast he can before going after that villain, All Might thought. It wouldn't hurt for that young Kuchiki to inherited one for all. But I am see him in action if is worthy to possess my quirk, although, I do heard from Nezu that consider he had a meeting between Kuchiki Byakuya, he hates quirks because of his childhood and the people around him. Talking. Thinking. Loud noises. Zangetsu talking inside inner world and materialize. Izuku talking when he uses his holofication. Zangetsu's talking to Izuku outside. Zangetsu's thinking. Spoiler talking to Izuku in his mind. Spoiler thinking. Juro. Pipe. Singing. Bakugo. I'm chatting, you son of a, censored. Flashbacks. Memories, etc. Izuku talking inside his mind. Open hollow corner bracket. When I said, I forgot to bring my wallet, this wasn't what I'd expected. Izuku said with a sweat drop behind his head and a blush across his cheeks. In front of him was his black wallet, a small paper attached to it that said, you forgot to bring your wallet, right? From, your first favorite female. Knowing the handwriting, this was from Hasana, much to his embarrassment and great annoyance. I swear, she always act like a hyperactive teenager, despite her age. I think it fits her personality very well. Zangetsu said laughingly. Ah, shut up, you pervert of a Zanpakuto. I'm a hollow, ya dumbass. Of course every hollow would be sometime perverted. Izuku sighs and grabs the letter in his wallet, shoving it inside his pocket and began walking away from his seat that he had decided to get something to eat to satisfy his hunger in a restaurant. Needless to say, Izuku is well known because of his vast intelligence, power and all. Almost everyone recognize him immediately. Orange spiky hair so good looking, purple eyes so beautiful, muscular, tall, lean built, sharp face. In fact, he is also considered the most attractive and handsome young man in Japan ever. No wonder why he has no friends. They only want he already knows. However, he likes being alone and quiet. It makes him feel eased and relaxed. Izuku, do you know that whenever you roar while wearing my mask sounds very terrifying? It is, of course, Bakayaro. Didn't you saw how scare shitless that guy is when you hollow fee? He must be talking about the sludge villain. Oh, I see your point. Ah, if it isn't Izuku-chan. Suddenly, something large hugged him from his behind, as Izuku's eyes perk up with surprise, knowing the voice immediately and feeling of that pressing on his back. Hello, Rangaku-san, Tushirus. A chibi, spiky white-haired man with turquoise eyes glares at him with annoyance. It's Hitsugaya-san or Tushiro-san to you. Tushiro chided. Izuku smirked and asked the strawberry blonde woman. Rangaku-san, could you please stop hugging me with your breasts? The woman pouted and let go of him, as Izuku looked at them. What are you two doing here? Didn't Hasana-ka told me that you two were going on a mission with Renji Oji and Soifan-san? Izuku asked with curiosity. Tushiro answered. Mission were easy. The Gote 13 never have been late. You know that the Gote 13 is the most powerful organization ever in the world with heroes and non-heroes, right? Izuku nodded and recalled that Byakuya was one of the taikos of Gote 13, one of the strongest taiko. We were just passing around until we found you here. Rangaku said cheerfully, her incredibly large breasts bouncing up and down when she jumped up a little. Some of the men around them drool, blush, and nosebleed. Izuku slams his hand over his eyes while Tushiro sighed. Rangaku-san, please, don't do that in public. Izuku said with embarrassment, as Rangaku innocently looked at him and fold her arms underneath her breasts, making their embarrassments grow as some of the men passed out. Have fun and good luck with UA, Izuku. Tushiro said and walk away. John A. Ikus, Matsumoto. Okay. Bye-bye. Izuku-chan. Bye, Rangaku-san, Tushiro. It's Tushiro-san to you. As they left with Shunpo, Izuku sighed and paid his bill to a waitress, who was blushing while stealing tons of glances at him, as the most handsome boy she saw is asking her to count down how much cash does his foods pay. Izuku left and sighed. Scrolling down the street, his hands went inside his pockets with his hood over his head. Zangetsu, do you think UA might kick Bakugo out once he, Yano, Bakugo'd around? Izuku asked mentally, and could heard Zangetsu's laughters. Probably. Although, call him Bakugo. Hey, I'd never thought of that. Also, how long can I remain in my full holofication form? About 2 minutes. Your mask lasts about 5 minutes. These 2 are enough to end your battle without worrying about shattering it for a few seconds and get fatigue on yourself too much. Soka. Also, teach me how to use my Ka-san's techniques, like the Sam no Mai, Tsukashiro and Tasugi no Mai, Hakuren. You forgot about the San no Mai, Shirafun. Just in case your Zanpakuto got broken in half, so you can repair it. Including the Juhaku. Izuku looked up ahead when he heard an explosion. Seeing a group of people looking over at something, he decided to check it out while making sure no one noticed him. As he saw the scene where everyone is seeing and heard the screaming of one familiar voice he immediately recognized. Isn't that the Jiro girl? Why are standing for, damn it. My friend is over there, about to die along with that boy, and you're just going to stand there and wait for a pro hero to arrive. She yelled in desperation and panic, shaking one of the heroes with fear in her eyes. We can't. If we get too close, the hostages will. You're just going stand there and let that villain killed my best friend. It's too risky, girl. Backdraft informed. We can't get too close, due to the villain is using that boy's quirk to cause explosions and flames around the place. He began spraying some of the fire away from the citizens with his quirk, as the sludge villain stood in the center, laughing and grinning. Both Bakugo and Yaoyorozu were being trapped inside his slime body. As a grenade was made out of Yaoyorozu's arm when the sludge villain forced her, the grenade exploded, sending smokes everywhere as the villain laughed demonically. Ha 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 ha, at this rate, I'll definitely win against the so-called symbol of peace. Ha 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 ha, I could probably use this Yaoyorozu's quirk to make a nuclear bomb to destroy the world. The sludge villain said. Kyoka cried in desperation, and could only watch the agony in her friend's eyes. Momo. Suddenly, someone stepped out of the crowd. Well, MHA said something really unheroic, heroes. Izuku glares furiously at them, they back away and could watch in nervousness and shock. Kamui Woods said, please, Kuchiki, let us handle this, it's not your job and you're not a pro yet. He flinched when he saw the glare traveling on him. Izuku sighed and raised his right hand over his chest, before saying, I don't care at all. A sphere of black energy with red outline burst out of Ichigo before it began surrounding him in a tornado style. Once dispersed, the atmosphere suddenly darkens and the citizens felt fear creeping on their backs. Izuku, no longer a human, stood there where he is, looking very, very terrifying. He has long straight hair, reaching down to his waist, and a hollow hole, decorated with markings stretching from the hole across his chest and shoulders. He has retractable claws on his fingertips and toes, small, furry red tufts, 2 starting from his collarbone and stretching around his neck and 1 each on his wrists and ankles, and white skin. In this form, he has his hollow mask. It covers Izuku's entire head. It has 4 spike-shaped marks, 2 of them stopping by the forehead and the other 2 stretching past the eyes and teeth, going past his chin and joining with the marks on his chest. There are small marks resembling a heart, but with the top and bottom open, extending from the inner corners of his eyes. The mask features 2 long forward-pointing horns, with black strips extending from their center towards the tips, like Zangetsu's but with reverse colors. His menacing yellow eyes snaked its way into the villain's as fear and terror began spreading throughout his eyes and face if he has one. There weren't human. This kid isn't a human. He was a damn devil. Stay away from me. The villain yelled and looked at both the still conscious Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. Or I'll kill these kids, you monster. Suddenly, both Yaoyorozu and Bakugo were gone from his grasp and he turned around, seeing Izuku's hollow form began to break into pieces. His long hair began to crack before it shatters into pieces, revealing Izuku behind the mask. His menacing yellow eyes turned back to his beautiful purple eyes. Me, as a monster? Izuku asked lowly, putting down Bakugo and Momo down to the ground as they look at him with shock and awe. That might be true. I am a monster, but why do I care for my appearance? Call me whatever you want. Izuku looked over his shoulder at the eye of the sludge villain. I don't care. I'll just drop you into the garbage truck to prove how far away you are now to even land a graze on me. Izuku turned around and began to leave, not before hearing Kuchiki. He stops and turn around, looking at Bakugo, who look very shocked. What the hell was that? He asked. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk away, not before saying, "A gift. The best one I've had." Meanwhile, a very, very skinny person with long spiky blonde hair and blue sapphire eyes with black sclera, watch in amazement as the young man disappear with some sort of swishing sound. He might be worthy enough to inherit it one for all, after all. Let's find that shonen. Closing the door behind him, Izuku sighed and looked around, before his eyes laid upon Hisana, sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed. But he could tell from the look on her expression, she wasn't happy, and when he looked at the TV, he saw the reports of the Kamino incident. "Ka-san, watashi wa." "No need," Hisana interrupted, as stood up, approaching him. "Demo, you have to promise me one thing." She places her hands on his shoulders, face full of sadness and regret. "Don't ever use your full holification. The current time you're in now isn't ready. I don't want news to spread that your quirk is more villain-like." And she began crying, as Izuku feels a sting of guilt stabbing his heart. "I don't want once you entered UA, you will be bullied there because of your power. From now on, you're grounded and will be staying at this house for 4 months until the incident is forgotten." Hisana cried, as Izuku immediately embraced her into a hug while apologizing her of his arrogance while Byakuya looked at the scene with his Kuchiki mask on. They knew they have made a rule where Ichigo will never use his full hollow form, since they marked his profile of having a quirk that allows him to form a massive knife and use the blade to fight, and fired energy blasts. They didn't register his hollow powers as his second quirk, because his hollow powers is more villain-like than hero-like. His hollow powers is also the reason why they don't want anyone to see it. It'll causes many problems and brings the Kuchiki clan to shame of having their nephew possessing villain-like powers. So they immediately forbid Izuku of releasing his full holification in public. He can use his mask and hollow form in private with no one else around. They heard sounds coming from outside, as a butler came in with a panicked look. "Kuchiki dono, there are many paparazzi outside of the gates, demanding for Izuku-sama to come and answer their questions." Byakuya's expression darkened into annoyance as he scoffs. "Paparazzi? Didn't I threaten them never to step a foot in the Kuchiki grounds after the last incident?" he said with great annoyance, as Izuku couldn't help but look away in shame. "Oh, how much shame did he brings the Kuchiki clan down?" "Yes, but apparently, they are not taking any more words from you, Kuchiki dono." Byakuya looked at both Hisana and Izuku. "I shall handle them from here. And Izuku, it's not your fault. I know what you did is best. The Kurosaki blood will always flows through your veins." Byakuya smiled softly at his nephew, as the orange-haired teenager smiled affectionately at his adoptive two-san. "Arigato, Otu-sama." As Byakuya left, Hisana suddenly jumps on his back, her knuckle drilling into his head as Izuku squealed in surprise and pain. Steam's coming from his head, as Hisana said, "Okay, you troublemaker, let's see how much you've improved." Judging by the slurring tone she is using, Izuku blushed furiously. "Ka-san, I'm not really." "Nonsense. You're a grown man now, and it's time for me to teach you some lessons from your adoptive mother." "Mama, no, actually, to those of you readers with dirty minds, Hisana isn't giving Izuku a sex. They're more like playing a video game that Ichigo hated in all of his life, due to how skilled Hisana is and how scary the game was." Few days later, Izuku sat down his back on his soft, king-sized bed with a sigh. Profoundly, the news didn't reveal anything else about the form he had taken to confront the villain. Of course, there are some theories that some people wrote while he was looking around the news. Like how the Kuchiki were hiding something, or they were experimenting with a device that allows them to take the form of a beast temporary. Needless to say, in his opinions, he was amused with the raging comments on. Since then that incident, he stopped coming to school since due to his adoptive parents wanted the incident to be forgotten from eyes until the incident would be cleared and will be allowed to walk freely around the world. Unbeknownst to him, a certain blonde-haired man was really curious and suspicious of Izuku's quirk, somewhat. However, he is also very annoyed. A knock came from his bed, as he snapped his fingers, signaling the person can open the door as a maiden came in. Izuku-sama, your parents have requested for your presence downstairs. The Yaoyorozu family is here to thank you. The maiden said softly and royally. Izuku sat up and yawned. Wakata, Wakata, arigato. The maid nodded and left. Izuku hopped down his bed with a sigh. His lazy personality was telling him to forget about it and just laid lazily on his bed, sleeping while dreaming, so blissfully unaware of everything outside of his dreamscape. The other part of him said to go and check it out if he doesn't want to feel the wrath of Kuchiki Hasana and Kuchiki Ginrei. Eventually, he gave in and wore his black hoodie with red flame-like patterns. Tossing his hood over his head, Izuku walked downstairs lazily since he isn't in a mood of being normal due to last night's event of drinking 2 gallons of water with Zaraki Kenpachi to see who's this fastest, and the loser will pay $20 to the winner. It ended up being a draw and Akaku and Yumichika were forced to carry their exhausted Taiko that is having a stomachache. As he went to the living room, he saw the Yaoyorozu clan. There are noble families around the world that serves purposes. For an example, the Kuchiki clan is to compiling and protecting the history of the world, and the Shihuin clan are caretakers of the Hugu treasured tools and Bugu armaments said to have been bestowed on them by the gods. The Kuchiki and Shihuin clan are the most well-known clans amongst the 4 noble families. The heads of the 2 clans, Kuchiki Byakuya and Shihuin Yoruichi, are frightening powerful enough to be make as one of the highest pro-heroes, but not because they're not registered as hero. The Yaoyorozu clan have been known for some times, as their job is to make supplies and equipments to nobles, hero courses and all. But Yaoyorozu Momo is also well known due to her beauty, intelligence, and quirk, as she had inherited her mother's quirk, adding the top of her father's quirk. Her mother's quirk is to create, like Momo's, by using her blood. Her father's quirk is to give him slight superhuman abilities by using his body fats. This would explain Yaoyorozu Momo's quirk to create non-living material greater than her mother's quirk, might be because of her father's quirk adding the power to it, and using her fat cells to create, from her father. With her intelligence, she can use her quirk easily but hard sometimes if it is an object she is not familiar with, and if the object is large, then it would take so long periods of time to create. Speaking of the Yaoyorozu, Momo's Ka-san is an exact replica of Momo, but she is more older, curvy, bigger than Momo. Her hair is spiky that flows below her back freely. She had gray eyes that point slightly inwards, which seems to resemble a cat, something that Momo inherited. She is wearing a beautiful red dress with white heels. Momo's Tu-san is a tall man with black hair that is swept behind, a bang falling down from his left eye, black-colored eyes, short stubble and a small scar running down from his neck to his right shoulder. He is wearing a formal white shirt, black tuxedo, dark green tie and dark gray trousers with brown shoes. The father of Momo got up and approached Izuku, bowing his head slightly, and extends his hand. You must Kuchiki Izuku, the one who saved my daughter a few days ago, right? The boy just nodded as he accepted. I am Yaoyorozu Kai. Thank you dearly for saving my precious daughter, you have my debts. The man thanked him sincerely. It's not a problem. I just can't stand watching as your daughter and my rival gets trapped and nearly died while the heroes there are just standing, doing nothing but wait until someone like All Might to appear. While it's true I was being harsh and clueless, despite the disadvantages they have of their quirks, the villain's only weakness that can hurt him is his eyes due to his sludgy body that only leaves his eyes out like a humum. If Backdraft or something use their quirks or throw something at the villain's eyes, then it would have caused the villain to be in pain and lets go of the hostages. Izuku said, as Kai smiled and his wife grasped onto his hand, shaking it while smiling. I am Yaoyorozu Ruriko. I am forever grateful and in your debts for saving my Momo. Thank you very much. Izuku smiled back and nodded. I told ya, it's not a problem. As the sit down, Momo got up, dressed in a black dress and blue heels and her hair falls down freely, bowed. Thank you for rescuing me, Izuku Dono. I don't know what to do to repay you. Momo said happily, as Izuku felt his cheeks raising hot in embarrassment and sighed. Just call me Izuku. I don't like people treating me with formalities. Arigato. Momo sat down as Izuku looked at his adoptive parents. Back then was his uncle and auntie, but now adoptive since he has no parents. So, what did you call me for? Well, sweetie. Hasana coughs into her hand. We call you here because Kai-sama had a proposal for you. Izuku's eyes perk up with curiosity while Momo blushed in embarrassment, glaring at her Okawa-san's excited and happy eyes while her Otu-san look hopeful. And that is, a marriage between you and my second-born once you two are older. Thud. Asterisk. Izuku, sitting next to Byakuya, dramatically flies backward and his head crashes into the ground, legs twitching crazily and shuddering. Nani core. Once regaining his posture, Kai explained. I'm not forcing you, Izuku dono. I am asking you, though. It is just a proposal and you can turn it down, if you wanted to. I have been thinking a way of give you something in return for saving Momo, so. Kai said sheepishly, as Momo blushed and looked away angrily, while thinking. Why'd I even agree to come? It's so embarrassing. Plus, you two might make a great couple together. Ruriko chirped, increasing the embarrassment of Yaoyorozu Momo. Izuku scratched the back of his head while his mind began having a conversation with Zangetsu. What did you think? I think it's cool, but if you're uncomfortable with it, how about spending some time with Momo-kun here to get to know her and maybe, you'll start growing feelings for her until the marriage thingy. Fine, I'll hold on to it until the time comes. Izuku ran a hand over his hair, utterly embarrassed. Kai-san, I think I'll hold on to that for a while before I get my answer. Kai nodded but looked disappointed. So, he looked at Momo and extended his hand. Yo, friends. Momo mentally sighed in relief and happily accepted it with a beautiful smile that caught the attention of Izuku. Sure, don't tell me I'm in love that quick. Originally, he plans on making Togata Mirio his successor of his quirk, one for all, due to hearing from the fact that Night Eye, his former partner, tells him that this boy is very suitable for his quirk to be passed down to him since he is getting weaker after his fight with his nemesis. He wasn't sure if Night Eye's information were true. He knew Night Eye greatly admired him and followed him until the end, but that spilled when he received that injury that caused him to lost his buff form and remain in his true form, a skeletal-like person with black sclera and pupils with sapphire eyes, but Night Eye still respect and admire him, something that made him feel happy that Night Eye still believes him. However, he wasn't sure if giving Togata Mirio one for all is good or bad. While he heard he could be the holder, he haven't met this shonen in person, so he was still reluctantly to agree that this boy shall inherited his quirk. But few days ago, the boy, Kuchiki Izuku, shows him something he hasn't felt in a long time ago. The shonen step into the situation without fear but determination and bravery that inspired him, and is willingly enough to bring something malicious out of him to save the civilians in the villain's grasp. While his form looks villain-like, he could help but disagree with the others. This shonen was a Kuchiki, and they don't like someone stepping down on their pride. However, the shonen proves to him that if someone had a villain-like quirk or not, everyone can be a hero if they tried without letting people's judgments weighing down on your shoulders and legs. This might be hard, though, as the shonen hates quirks, but he will try. He will ask this young man if he wants to inherit his quirk, by going to the Kuchiki mansion, of course. As Hisana giggles upon seeing the look of bewilderment and disbelief, including great annoyance and anger, on Byakuya's face as they are playing a video game. While usually works on his paperwork, Byakuya spends most of his free time doing nothing like drinking green tea, watching outside of the mansion, looking at his pond full of koi, or spending time with Hisana and his adopted son or nephew, or whatever. But that doesn't mean he still play video games like what youths these days would. He just lost so miserably to his wife. While experienced, Byakuya certainly look forward to win, even it means he has to cheat in order to win #1 spot, since he hates losing and someone stomping his pride. His wife just did that, twice. Hisana, despite sweet and innocent including teasing the embarrassment out of her husband and adopted son, is a force to be reckoned with if you challenge her to a video game. In her spare times, she would sometime play a lot of video games with Izuku. Since his intelligence was so high, he doesn't need to study anymore and spend all his time sleeping, training to his very limits, lazing around, going out for a walk, jog or running, training even more and never lack off his training in 1 week. He continues to train until he reached that level without forcing his Zanpakuto to submit quickly. He did play video games, but he sometimes watched anime mainly all the time in his room. While curious to know what Kurosaki Ichigo's son is watching, he just hoped it does not involve anything sexual and rape. Or he will feel his wrath of his bankai, Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi's moves. Needless to say, he could potentially voted that Hisana is the most skilled gamer in the entire world. Ha ha ha. Hisana wrapped her arms around Byakuya's neck, choking her while slapping her forearms to tell her stop. I win. You lose. How does it feel, Byakuya-sama? Hisana. Let go. Thankfully, a doorbell rang as Hisana let go of Byakuya, who let out a sigh of relief and began to catch his breath. A butler came with a face that shows gobsmacked and bafflement, something that made the two Kuchiki's interest to rose up. Kuchiki Dono. All Might is here to speak with Izuku Dono. The butler yelled, as both for them gasped and immediately got up, looking at each other before rushing outside and saw Watashi ga kita. All Might, standing atop of the gate while doing his best to not fall off, but eventually, he slipped and began wobbling and his face met the ground with a loud thud. Both Hisana and Byakuya's sweat dropped behind their heads over the action of the symbol of peace and number one hero. All Might got up, but much to their blankness, the ground had All Might's face imprinted on it. What are you doing here, All Might? Byakuya demanded emotionlessly. Ah, nice to meet you in person, Kuchiki Byakuya. All Might waved, and Hisana pouted of being ignored. And you, too, Kuchiki Hisana. Indeed, you are very ravenous in person. She smiled cheerfully. All Might coughs into his hand said. By any chance, is Kuchiki Shonen here? I need to talk to him about something. Is it the power he used in the Tetuan incident? Hisana asked, worry in her tone. What if someone from the government got suspicious, and is now sending All Might here to take her little baby away? All Might shook his head. No, I am here to ask him a few questions. That's all, and if you don't mind, could we have talk alone with no interruptions? Hisana tried to protest it, but Byakuya nodded and sent a look at his wife. This gives her some ease of letting the number one hero to talk with her son. As they led All Might inside the mansion, Hisana and Byakuya left as they said so, not before calling Izuku down. The spiky-haired teen walks downstairs and was surprised to see All Might in the Kuchiki mansion. All Might. Ah, hello again, Kuchiki Shonen. All Might beamed, as Izuku nodded and sat in front of the pro-hero. Sat, I'm sure you are wondering why I am here. I am, Izuku concluded. However, I am not sure why you're here for what exactly. All Might nodded. I came here to ask you something. Earlier today, I asked a friend of mine who works for the police to look up at your profile. While it's true your quirk is similar to your former uncle and now adoptive father and the Gote 13. It is called Zanpakuto, correct? Realizing what is going on, Izuku's face went grim and high alerted. However, the form you just pulled off days ago weren't briefed on your profile. Suddenly, a puff of steam engulfs All Might. Once clears, Izuku's jaws blast its way all the way down to the ground, his eyes popping out his eye sockets. There sit in front of him wasn't All Might, but a very skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, long neck and his absent eyebrows. He has short blonde hair, swept backwards, with two distinct tufts that stick up above his head, leaning slightly to each side, which casts a dark shadow over his face, hiding everything but his bright blue eyes. Who in the heavens are you? Watashi wa All Might. Suddenly, blood began pouring down his mouth all the way down to his chin, and into the floor, much to Izuku's dismay and shock. Masaka, you know how the guys at the pool that is constantly flexing and posturing when there are peoples around. Yeah, it's like that, All Might said. A picture appeared next to him, showing a fat man flexing in a pool, keyword, struggling to hold his form on. Nani core, Izuku gasped. My real name is Yagi Toshinori, by the way. But be sure not to tell anyone about this, or even wrote about this, okay? All Might introduced, as Izuku snapped out of his shock state and nodded. When All Might lifted his shirt up, Izuku gasped in disgust and shock. A large scar that covers most of the left side of his chest was on All Might. And it was pink and red as well, signaling how bad the injury was. It's an injury I got from an enemy's attack 5 years ago. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. All Might drop his grasp off his shirt. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. Izuku narrowed his eyes and placed his fingers on his chin. You do know the Kuchiki clan's job is to hide history off the world. So I look over at your incident and found out you got it from Toxic Chainsaw. However, my two-san once told me that was a lie to prevent panic from spreading throughout the world that someone can injure so gravely on the symbol of peace, right? All Might looked surprised but ultimately nodded. Yeah, a punk like Toxic Chainsaw couldn't defeat me. As you know already, that fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it not be made public. I will save people with smile. The symbol of peace cannot be daunted by evil. He looks at his hand. I smile to shows the pressure of heroes and to trick the fear inside of me. All Might said strongly, and Izuku looked at him with awe before nodding. True, he might dislike heroes that is just showing off and cares for themselves than the people. But, All Might is the one that he respects the most. He knew how much impacts All Might has for the society when he first appeared. He didn't become a hero for money and fame, he became the #1 hero to be a pillar of hope and peace to ease everyone and sends fear into villains. Izuku respected All Might for everything he did. Demo, you aren't here to tell me about your current health, right? Izuku said, it's weird. All of a sudden, the symbol of peace came and told me about what is happening. It doesn't make any sense to me. So there must another reason for you to come. All Might nodded and looked at the young Kurosaki. Shonen, I come with thanks, and an offer. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't shown me the ways of heroics, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. Arigato, All Might said sincerely, surprising Izuku. You were there, watching. Yes, as you know, after you left and I stored that villain inside the bottles, I accidentally dropped them while leaping to the police station. Thus I ran out of time and couldn't find him until an explosion. I was going to force myself to transform until you step up. You weren't scared or something, you were determined and brave behind the anger and rage in your eyes. I saw through it, you even show your hidden power to public to save those two. All Might said and continued. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Izuku looked down at his feet, a smile on his face. A true genuine smile. While he may have the determination and bravery behind those eyes of his, he was confused of why his body and instincts reacted by themselves. Hearing this from All Might, eased his mood greatly. His words were full of truthfulness, something that made him exploding into happiness for so long because everyone around him only focus on his powers, looks, and reputation. He was glad someone other than his parents and their friends believes in him. That was true for you, too, wasn't it? Yeah, you have the heart of becoming a true hero, Kuchiki Shonen. You were worthy to inherit my power. Okay, today's got more interesting and shocking than he thought other than the fact a few hours ago, he literally fried himself after using a Sero on himself by running in front of it and take the blow on him. Stupid, but helpful, anyway. Inherit your power, Izuku muttered in total bewilderment and disbelief. His eyes popping out while jaws crashing into the ground like what he did a few minutes ago. Truly, it's a shocker for him since he'd never heard of a quirk that someone can just inherited from another person instead of their respective parents. In response, All Might tilted his head upwards, laughing. What's with that face? It's just a suggestion. The real show starts after this. Getting up, All Might raise his index finger in the air. Listen, Shonen, you need to decide. Pointing his index finger at Izuku, blood began vomiting out of his mouth while saying, whether or not you will accept my badass power. Izuku could feel the excitement behind his voice, and while it may sound cruel, but this was ridiculous to resist to hold back the chuckles. As All Might wipes the blood off his mouth, he said, the tabloids called my power as superhuman strength, and a boost, and I constantly dodged the question during interviews with a funny joke. He said softly, and Izuku couldn't resist anymore and asked, like the one when you said you had a wife, but then you corrected that as, you win for her heart, and I immediately understood that reference. You replace, wife, with, win. Right. All Might laughs while spouting blood. Yar, aren't you a sarcastic Kuchiki for your age? I got it from my biological parents. All Might nodded and the serious atmosphere came back. Due to that, the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be natural-born hero. But Shonen, I will tell you the truth. Still standing to his feet, All Might toss him arms to his sides, his head tilting upward. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and immediately stood up. No frickin' way. It was passed on to you. I've never heard of a quirk like that. That's right. And next, it's your turn. All Might said and looked at Izuku. Listen, I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. He extends his hand out to his front. The power to transfer power. That is the quirk I inherited. I was crowded with, one for all. The clues got together as Izuku's intelligent mind came into use. One for all. I see the meaning of that name. One power for everyone. All Might nodded, impressed. Very clever. That's right. One person cultivates the power. And pass it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help. He curls his fist into a ball. With a courageous heart. Why are you giving me something so great that I've already got mine's greater? Izuku asked, confused. He knew he shouldn't deny All Might's offer, since he had just explained his secrets to him because he trusts him. But he wasn't sure if this is good or wrong. He already has his Zanpakuto, and hollow powers that exceeded everyone's quirks and would grow stronger and stronger with no limits holding him back because of inheriting his father and mother's potentials and growth rates. He isn't really comfortable of having such powers, but if it is for to protect those he cares. I have been looking for a successor. I was planning to give it to a student my former partner told me about, but then, you came. I decided, it would be great got you to inherit it. You are just a quirkless boy that has Zanpakuto's powers, from what your parents told me before you came down, are part of your soul, and hated quirks. But you were more heroic than anyone else back there and even criticized the heroes back there for doing nothing, so you show them the meaning of true heroes. He had decided, he isn't greedy, but he needs this power, to further increase his own to protect and help the people and his friends and family. Never mind. Well, it's up to you, though. What'll you do? I'll do it, but be aware, I'm not going to use this often in battles. I'm going to train this quirk and hides it from people's eyes, if I can. I don't think I actually can pull it off into hiding this power, since I'm an idiot. All Might grins in excitement, pleased that he picked just the right one. The boy, despite hating quirks, is willingly to accept one for all and cultivates it but will not use it in public's eyes and will remain it as secret. He knew this the best. This boy had proven to him just how powerful he is without one for all. He truly is frightening. An immediate reply. You got it, Kuchiki Shonen. Meet me up at the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park around 7:10 a.m. Like All Might said, Izuku arrived rather early, wearing a white and blue hoodie, black jeans, gray boots and a black undershirt. His ears had earphones on, plugged to his phone that Byakuya gifted him. While waiting, he decides to kick back and leaps atop of a mountain of trash to the top, perching atop of it while looking as the sun began slowly rising up. His respect for All Might is good, to be told. The man is someone to be greatly admired for. A smile that proves everything will be all right. So fearless. It made Izuku thinks how much trainings he needs to reach where All Might is, as his current level will never surpass All Might's. You think years of training will make him stronger than All Might? Well, wrong, actually. He doesn't know why, but something is pulling his powers back from growing stronger. Though, his mind remembers the arrangement from Kai. About he and Yaoyorozu Momo to be together was a total boomtown to him. His friendship with the girl had been somewhat, though he didn't see or heard from the Jiro girl, but he'll ask his new friend later tonight if he has the chance. Ah, you arrived early than I thought, Kuchiki Shonen. Turning around, he saw All Might, in his buffed form, standing to where the stairs led down to the paths of garbages, waving at him with a dark navy blue short-sleeved short on, black sweatpants with a white stripe running down to its side and white sneakers. Yep. Jumping down, Izuku unplugged his earphones and placed them inside his pockets. So, how do I get one for all? He asked curiously, and All Might began walking around him, checking his body out, not in a weird or perverted way, but studying if he had the right build. How buff are you? Excuse me, I said, how buff are you? All Might asked again. Izuku sighed and used his left hand to grab the shirt and lift it up, showing his amazing six-packs that is very nice and hard, they could literally grate anything like metal and steel. Needless to say, his body is well built. Aha! All Might claps his hands together. I see there's no need for you to gain such muscles. You're now already worthy to inherit my power, he said happily, as Izuku puts down his hand and look at the symbol of peace in confusion. What'd mean by that? My quirk, one for all, is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one. An unprepared body cannot inherit it fully. An image of Izuku's arms and legs, including his head, rips out of his body. The limbs will come off and the body will explode. The limbs will what? Izuku look around. Soka, so I'm guessing I was originally going to pick up trash in order to train my body. All Might thumbs up. Yes, he turn around. But that's not all. After some research on the internet yesterday, I discovered that part of this beach park's coast has been like this for many years. All Might said, before walking next to a refrigerator, hitting it with his fingers' knuckles that made a huge dent on it. Izuku got up and nodded. For some reason, because of the currents, objects drift here a lot, and people take advantage of that to hide their illegal dumping. The local residents don't come near here, either. Been here before, I swore not to come back, the Kurosaki said sarcastically, and All Might look at him with interest. Why? The image of that pops up, as Izuku shook his head madly. You don't wanna know, to be blunt. Shrugging off, All Might walks behind the fridge and place his hand atop of it. Heroes these days are all after the showy stuff like you hated so much. All Might began pushing down the fridge without any efforts into it, while Izuku thought how did he know so much about him, but found out it must be from Hasana's loud mouth. Originally, being a hero meant doing volunteer service. Even if people called that boring or whatever, you can't waver from those roots. Once the fridge were pushed down to thr ground into nothing, the garbages behind All Might flies into the air and land in some of the mountains of garbage, as the symbol of peace look at him. Despite worthy, you will restore the horizon for this whole section. That is your first step of training of becoming a hero from now. Izuku look around in bafflement. Clean, all of it? He asked and All Might nodded. Kuchiki Shonen, you want to go to UA, right? The symbol of peace asked, his hand resting on his right hip. That's the point, Ichigo answered. It is the most hardest and popular hero course to get into. It's also where you first originate. If I wanna become a hero, UA is the only option. Also, in 10 months, the UA's entrance exam will start. He grins as All Might look pleased. Ha, you're one heck of a kid, All Might commented. Frankly, this is going to be super hard to clean the entire beach. Can you do it? Izuku couldn't help but let out a feral grin. Yeah, more training means more ways to get stronger. All Might puts out his signature smile and pluck a strand of his hair. Now, it's time for your award ceremony, Kuchiki Izuku. All Might said. It's also Kurosaki Izuku, Ichigo said with a smirk, as All Might nodded. This is something I was once told. Something that you receive because you're lucky and something that you are given because you were recognized or different in essence. Take that to heart. This is the power you earned because of your instincts. All Might said, the sun now getting up as Izuku determinedly look at All Might. He is now ready to endure what All Might is going to throw at him. However, eat this. All his confidence breaks into billion pieces. Sheepish, All Might used his free hand to run the back of his head while staring at his successor, who is giving him a look that shows no emotions other than confusion. It doesn't really matter what it is as long as you take in my DNA. It's too different from what I imagined. Nonsense. Now, eat this. I refuse to eat your disgusting hair. Don't be like that. Now, come on. Thieves. No. Few hours later, while Zangetsu was lying on one of the skyscrapers, he yawned and sat, feeling so bored all of a sudden and have the urge to take over Izuku's body so he can flirt with Hasana. To be honest, when he first took glance at them in Izuku's mind, he immediately got sexually attracted to her because of how beautiful she was. Of course, he got a stomachache after laughing too hard of the scene where Izuku's was forced to eat a hair, someone's hair, to be precise. Suddenly, the whole inner world began to shake, much to his shock and surprise. Shooting up to his feet, Zangetsu grasped onto the hilt of the white version of his kyber knife, eyes narrowing in case of intruders somehow got into this world. Wah-ah! Until someone crashed atop of him, sending him deep inside the building underneath him. What thr fu? As soon as Zangetsu gets up with an enraged look, he froze in spot and stare at the beautiful woman in front of him. Remembering his past, Zangetsu, originally a hollow maid from the League of Villains, had saw who this woman is. He remembers who this woman is, as he had saw her before. OWW, oi, the woman look at Zangetsu. You're Shimura Nana, right? The woman, Nana, look at him with suspiciousness. How do you know who I am? Who are you, and where am I? Nana questioned, as Zangetsu got out of the hole and grabs his hollow mask that is resting on his forehead. That's what I wanna know. Pulling the mask down over his face, Nana got into a battle stance, ready to fight if Zangetsu decides to attack her. All I know is your name and your apparent, sad death, says Zangetsu in sarcastic tone. Nana frowned. Well, I'm guessing, you're the black creature on a picture back from All for One's base before I destroyed IR, right? She said. Zangetsu's eyes widened in surprise before grinning behind his mask. Ha 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 ha, you remember. You have my compliments, woman. Of course, you look a lot like Ichigo, yet you don't sound and act like him, that includes your appearance. Nana said, before flinching and regain her posture. Zangetsu's eyes perk up, as he sighed. You know, I'm honestly surprised when you come to his place back when he wasn't married, and told him that you like him so much, you always think of him. Nana's eyes widened in shock, disbelief and surprise. I know King likes you, too, but he doesn't want you and he to be together because of you're much older than he was, Nana. Though, he lost them when he met Queen Rukia. Zangetsu said with a smirk, as Nana looked away, lowering down her fists. So, he's dead, right? Yup, you're inside the inner world of a Zanpakuto. Or more to be told, Izuku's inner world, Ichigo and Rukia's son. Few weeks later, Izuku snapped open his eyes and sat down, yawning and rubs his eyes, his spiky hair turning to curly hair as got off his bed. Keyword. Lazily got off his bed by collapsing off the bed and scrawl his way to his bathroom. Ultimately, he had met this former seventh holder of the One for All, Shimura Nana. Though, they don't why she is here, to be honest. And we're confused of why there aren't other holders of the One for All here like Nana. He'd never heard of a person with a Zanpakuto getting a quirk, as all known Zanpakuto users have no quirks, and he might be the first one to have Zanpakuto, hollow powers and a quirk. Now, he is just trying to land a single blow on All Might with Zangetsu in his hand, using Shunpo to caught him but failed every time he just leaps out of the way with his superhuman abilities. And he is forbid to use the Getsuga Tenshou, the signature attack of Zangetsu and his ability, so he can use Getsuga, or even hollow techniques on him, only slashing. All Might had know that Nana is somewhat inside of Izuku's inner world and much to their confusion, she can come out of the inner world freely without anything. This might be a side effect of possessing a Zanpakuto and inheriting a quirk that can be passed down. There were still answers he wanted but decided to let it go. There's still a lot time ahead until UA's entrance exam starts, and he plans on using a few months to get that. Meanwhile, Momo lays her back on her bed as she closes her onyx eyes and breathed. While being a Yaoyorozu means having fame and money, she has no friends that does not care for her legacy but her character. Sure, all the males and females wanted to be friends with her and all the males went after her like asked her out, confessed to her, took her out, and surrounded her, just because of her money and beauty. She is considered as one of the most beautiful girls around Japan, so there's no point that a lot of girls become jealous of her as they would insulted and even bullied her. She felt so lonely of having no friends. Until she met Jiro Kyoka. The girl was rather different from everyone else. She was normal. Their first meeting was pretty awkward, as she would be bombed by a lot of guys asking her out, and Jiro, who happened to pass by, drags her away from the group and OCNE they were gone. Jiro just introduced herself normally that surprised her. She introduced back, of course, but an awkward silence falls on them before the bell rings, sickney they were in the same school. Later on, they continue to meet up and that goes on until they become best friends. Literally, they would always talk, laugh and giggle together whenever they step around. Jiro would always make fun of one of their students, Kaminari Denki, because of how he acted. That was 3 years ago and they sometimes saw each other as sisters. But after that Tatuan incident, Jiro has been rather protective to her, always sticking to her side and make guys go away when they approach her. She can't blame her, though. Her mind went somewhere else as she sat up from her bed, and placed her fist on her cheek softly. Kuchiki Izuku. He is rather interesting, to be told. Being one of the most popular and attractive boys around the world, she thought this guy would be very cocky and a pervert. But he is actually different from she thought. She can't describe how he acts, though. He didn't show any signs of sexuality, which means he isn't that much a pervert after all. In fact, for the first time in her life, she found him very, very attractive, like what all females said about him. There are some girls in her school that always talk about how Kuchiki Izuku will one day visit them and take them as their brides, of how rich, handsome and hot he is, which she found annoying. Momo knows of his parents. Kurosaki Ichigo was a very attractive man, to be told, back in the old days, as he was well known for helping and protecting others and became a hero one day before retiring after he got married. Kuchiki Rukia was considered the most beautiful woman in the world, as many men would drool over her feet at the sight of her. Even Momo feels Kuchiki Rukia as the moon itself, like why everyone said she is. Both Kuchiki Rukia and Hisana are sisters, and Hisana is behind Rukia's beauty. Hisana is attractive and beautiful as well, but Rukia surpassed her a long time ago. So there's no any theories of why Izuku is the most attractive around the world, because of how attractive his parents were. Hell, even Byakuya is one of the attractive men on the list. However, they died in the hands of the League of Villains when Izuku was just a baby, so he couldn't remember anything after that due to the fact he was a baby at that time. She feels as if Izuku had much more loneliness than she had. Born with fame, money, and family is enough without friends. But, born without family, friends, and all was heartbreaking. She wondered how he is still living and act like everything never happened. She was relived when Hisana and Byakuya, his aunt and uncle, later adoptive mother and father, adopted him as their son, due to the fact they are the only ones that can adopted him and they would not leave him to someone else. I think Buzz, asterisk. Momo look over at her phone with a cute pink phone case. She grabs her phone and answered the call, placing her phone over her ear. Hello, Heya. Yaomomo, Kyoka, how have you been, girl? Great. Kaminari is, well, Kaminari. Both of them giggled through the phone. Also, I'm calling you because you wanna hang out with me. Like, playing video games and maybe go to the musical theater. Yaoyorozu smirked. I didn't expect you to be interested in women, Kyoka. It's not that, Bakero. Jiro shudders in embarrassment, as Yaoyorozu laughed in amusement. In any case, yes or no? Of course, I'm feeling pretty bored now. What time? How about 7:40 p.m. around the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall? Deal. Come on. Aibo. Zangetsu cheered and shoved a mouthful of popcorns inside his mouth. You'll never reach that level if you don't push your buttons to 100%. He said through the foods inside his mouth while Nana sighed and ate one of the popcorns that is between them, all stored in a bowl as they watch as Izuku roars in desperation and anger, repeatedly firing many crescent moons of Getsuga at all might. Poor kid, Nana commented. He looked just like Ichigo. Man, I still love that Bakero, huh? No, I'm married, kinda, and already have a child. I should stop getting myself involved with romance and all. So, while I was chilling out back in the old days, did ya, ask King out on a date? Zangetsu asked with a grin, as Nana blushed and looked away. None of your business. Let me guess, it didn't go as planned. Yurusei na. Zangetsu huffed and turned away, grabbing a handful of popcorn and Steve some of it. I wonder why King even likes you back in the old days. Nana looked at her hands sadly, a few tears on her eyes, but she wiped them away. I don't know. He's still Kurosaki Ichigo. She smiled a little at Izuku's determined face. Just like father and son they are. Zangetsu howls into giggles. Don't tell me, you're going to fall heels over his son now. What are you talking about? Of course not. I like Ichigo, but I don't like his son, okay. Besides, I'm much more older than he is. Nana said in annoyance and anger, glaring at Zangetsu, who just grinned and continued to watch the show with amusement. Just messin' with ya. After a while, Izuku, running out of his breath, took off his shirt that reveals his muscular body that made Nana caught off guard and were surprised to see how built he is, much to Zangetsu's amusement as he knows how much fun it'll be once they get back to Aikiku's inner world. Oh, he can't wait to tease the embarrassment out of Shimura Nana. Not bad, Kuchiki Shonen. All Might wiped the bruise off his cheek. You managed to land a blow on me when I was using half of my strength. Impressive, really, he praised his successor, as Izuku just shrugged his shoulders and placed his hands over his knees. Anywho, I'm going back home, so Hisana-ka won't get panicked of why I am so late back home. Izuku said as they nodded and he said his farewells, as Zangetsu went to the inner world while Nana looked at All Might. Nana, have you told Sorahiko? I did, he is visiting you tomorrow. Soka, well, you should get going, Toshinori. With that, Nana's body begins to disappear, signaling she is returning back to the inner world of Izuku, not before saying. You're gonna have to tell Izuku that man in the history of One for All, Toshinori, before you ran out of time. Hi, as Izuku dumps himself into his tub fills with hot water, he moans as the hot water freshen his entire body, including that, which feels like heaven. Ha 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 ha. Why you? I can't believe you're a pervert now. Ha 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 ha. Shut the hell up, Bakayaro. Is everything all right in there, Izuku Dono? A butler said from outside of his room. Since he left his bathroom door open, he could hear the voice outside. Yes, I am all right. Is the water nice? It is. I feel blessed. Then, he heard the footsteps going away as he scowled. I hate you. I hate you, too. What's going on? Nana, I didn't know you could talk with us. Of course I can. I can talk, hear and see from you view and mind. By the way, Sukebe. I didn't mean to see your penis, for Cammy's sakes, and I didn't do that intentionally. I'm also not a pervert, okay. Both were annoyed at the howl of laughters from Zangetsu. After a while, dressed in a black hoodie with a gray fluffy hood, white undershirt, dark blue jeans and brown sneakers. Deciding to buy something from the mall, the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, likely snacks and equipments. As he throws his hood over him to hide his face, Izuku walked down the street while listening to a music with his earphones on and plugged. While walking, he failed to notice or even using his energy sensing to notice two-person walking behind him. Isn't that? It is. Hello, Izuku-chan. Shopping. Izuku turned around and removed his earphones, looking at the two people in surprise. Inoue-san. Ishida-san. Inoue Orihime hugged Aikiku tightly in happiness and joy. Oh, my gosh, it really is you. She removed the hug and looked at him. Look at how much you've grown. Oh, you look just like your father now. Inoue said and flinched a little, but smiled nonetheless. It is nice to see you again. You scowl like Kurosaki. Ishida Yuryu said with a smile, adjusting his glasses as Izuku scowled heavily. Urusai, you never cease to amaze me of how much you said those words so sarcastically. Izuku commented, as Ishida shot him a dirty look. Also, why are you guys doing here? I thought you two were, I dunno, honeymoon, since you two are about to get married. Both of them blushed, as Ishida coughs at his hand while Inoue giggled. We came here to see how Mina is doing. We already visited Abarai-kun, Rangaku-san, Tushiro-kun, and Urahara-san. We're going to see Yoruichi-san, and we heard from Urahara-san that Yoruichi-san is around here somewhere. She said cheerfully, as Izuku nodded. What about you? I'm just going to the mall to buy some snacks. Izuku answered bluntly. Soka. Inoue pulls something out of her bag and handed Izuku some sort of box. Here, Yuryu made it for you, she said, as Aikiku looked at it briefly before accepting it, sending the black-haired man a smile. Hey, arigato, Ishida-san, Monday night. After that, Izuku stepped inside the mall while holding the box in his hand. Looking around, he spotted two familiar persons he immediately recognized. They seemed to notice him as Momo beamed and approached him. It's nice to see you here, Kuchiki-kun. Momo bowed and Izuku grunted, having no care whatsoever. Yup, what are you doing here, Yaoyorozu-san? Izuku asked boredly, before noticing Jiro. Oh, and, Jiro-san, right. She nodded slyly and looked at her feet. I just wanted to thank you for saving my best friend. So, she bowed. Arigato. Izuku smiled a bit and sighed. When will people stop thanking me over something so little? It's not a problem, anyway. Since I can't just bear to see those heroes standing there like a bunch of fools. He commented, earning a giggle from Jiro. We're just hanging out. Yaoyorozu throws her arm around Jiro, grinning. Hanging out with my best friend, of course. She said as Izuku nodded before hearing a notification from his phone, checking it and saw a message from Hasana that Inoue and Ishida are over at their house. Anyway, I gotta get going back to home since 2 friends from my Ka-san is back, visiting us, and now she is planning to throw a party to celebrate their reunions. Izuku closed his phone, and turned around, looking over at his shoulder. John A. Hope to see ya girls at UA. As he said that, he starts to run away, as both Jiro and Yaoyorozu look at each other in surprise. Jumping off his bed, Izuku growled tiredly and ruffled his messed up hair before going to the bathroom and does his usual thing, this time, stacking his clothes inside his bag to prepare the UA's entrance exam after 9 months of training his Zanpakuto and quirk. Putting on his school uniform on with the addition of adding a fluffy and soft brown scarf around his neck, as he ate breakfast made from one of the maidens as Hasana and Byakuya had gone out due to meeting call, tying up his black shoes and head to the UA high school on foot because he doesn't want any attention upon arriving. While walking, he shoves his left hand inside his pocket and pulls out a wrap of strawberry-flavored bubblegum, chewing it and ignore the fact some people are looking at him. The incident of the Teituan shopping district had been settled down a few months ago, much to his relief of getting a walk around the town, but there are some people who will remember it. Upon arriving at 8:40 a.m., he tugged his scarf over his mouth, hiding his mouth in the process while eyes boring to the gates. There are some students that is looking at him, and some girls blushed madly when they saw his eyes piercing onto them briefly. Yar, it does bring you some memories. Yup. As he walked forward, Ichigo thought. In the end, I finally reached that stage, knowing how to control one for all as my own, learned some techniques, and got stronger and faster. At first time when I used one for all at 100% at all might, it managed to made him bleed, much to my surprise, but, next time I tried it out, I frickin' broke my arm. Coincidence. But figuring out how to control it soon, but I can only use 35%, which isn't half bad. Though, I haven't tested out if one for all can be used when I'm using Zangetsu's powers. So, you've come like you said, Kuchiki. Turning his head around, Ichigo nodded as Bakugo looked at him with irritation. Who did you think I am? Huh, Bakugo. The blonde frowned and walked past the tall orange-haired teenager, who is now 181 centimeters. Just be aware, if I got into the same class as you, I'll show you why I am going to be number 1. Bakugo sneered, bumping into his shoulder and walk away. Ichigo couldn't help but smirked. Let's do our best, man. Bakugo ignored him as some students look at him, recognizing him as Bakugo Katsuki from the sludge villain's attack. Hey, isn't that Bakugo? The one with the sludge villain. Oh, he's the real thing. Ichigo watches Bakugo ignore their comments and continue his way to the door. Ever since that incident, he didn't say anything to me like the usual insults. It must be a shocker that the guy you've been insulting for years with no quirk had just saved you with a quirk all along. Not really a quirk, but meh. Smiling, he took a step. Let's take the first step of being a hero, somewhat. Then, he tripped on his shoe, still smiling. Forget it. This is the end. Oh, such comedy. Bravo. Suddenly, he found himself froze in spot and looked to his sides, seeing a girl with brown hair, a permanent blush on her cheeks. She had touched his shoulder, as she helped him to land back to his feet. She clapped her fingertips together, smiling innocently. It's my quirk. Sorry for using it without asking first, Kuchiki-san. The girl beamed cheerfully, showing a slight surprise upon seeing who this man was before she smiled cheerfully again. Demo. It'd be bad luck if you fell, right? Yep. Arigato na. Ichigo nodded as the girl grinned and placed her hands on her bag's straps. Aren't you nervous? Nope. I'm feeling just. Ichigo trailed off and regretted saying this. Up to the spirit elevator. His cheeks flushed red a bit as he heard Zangetsu and Nana's howls of laughters. That joke was originally from Zangetsu as he lost a bet, and when he lost, Zangetsu said he will use this joke to a stranger. And so he did. Giggles, let's do our best, Kuchiki-san. Ja. The girl waved and walked away, as Izuku turned around comically, hiding his mouth into his scarf with a blush of embarrassment on his face. I hate you two so much. Ha 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 ha. Shit, my guts hurt as having Nana punching my stomach. Ha 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 ha. Zangetsu bellowed between laughs and coughs, including Nana. I really gonna murder you two. Oh, hey, Kuchiki. Cutting the link off, Izuku looked up and saw Jiro, in her student's clothes and her earphone jack plugged into her phone, listening to a song. It's also Kurosaki, Jiro. The purple-haired girl giggled slightly. In any way, where's Momo? His friendships with both Jiro and Yaoyorozu are well, as he grows closer to Momo, making them best friends and a friend to Jiro. She had just arrived minutes ago before I did and getting into the recommendation test thingy. Jiro replied bluntly, and sighed. I'm so tired. Last night, Kaminari just won't stop bothering me about UA's exams since he is also going to join UA. Izuku chuckled and ruffled her hair, making her flush red in anger and embarrassment. Well, poor Ya. Anyway, we should hurry up. Inside the room of the exam orientation, all he lights flickered on, with Izuku sitting next to Bakugo while sleeping, much to the blonde-haired explosion user's annoyance. For all you examinee listeners turning in, welcome to my show today. A man ANMWD present Mike said, as he tossed his arms out to the air above HDI head, grinning. Everybody say, he, silence. Hey. Izuku groaned awkwardly, not fully up and resting his fist on his cheek while the females close to him were either looking at him or blushing that the handsome man is around them, even though he is not next to them. Yeah, that's it. What a refined response. Then, I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeaaah. Silence. Okay. Why am I so lazy these days? Izuku thought, wondering where is his cold attitude. He's annoying. Bakugo grumbled underneath his breath. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. The screen behind him shows pictures. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Silence. Okay. Bakugo looked at the paper on his hand, including the rest of the students as he glanced at Izuku's card. In other words, they won't let you work with your friends, huh? Izuku grunted, as he noticed his was, Battle Center B, while Bakugo's, Battle Center. Kuso. Now I can't crush you. Bakugo scowled upon realizing he can't show his damn rival how powerful he is. But Izuku ignores it and remains scowling like he usually would, and have a stern and cold look. 3 different types of foe villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the foe villains. Present Mike points high finger at them. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. Then, someone raised their hand up. May I ask a question? Okay. The light came into the person, a guy with glasses and robotic movements. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. The person points his finger at the paper on his hand. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. He puts his papar down and pat his chest. We examinees are here in this place because we signed to be molded into exemplary heroes. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed at Izuku, who rose an eyebrow a little in confusion. In addition, you, Kuchiki. He narrowed his eyes threateningly. If you're here on a pleasure trip of attracting females, then you should leave immediately. It's distracting them from listening. Izuku frowned, getting up and lower his head down. His eyes then glares at the person, sending shivers down as his Kuchiki mask burns over his face. Urusai. It's not my fault I'm distracting them. Also, Ilda Tenya, Ododo of Ingenium, I ain't some kind of pervert who comes here to hook up with these beautiful ladies. You realized you're interrupting present Mike's explanation. Despite the threat and the cold look, all the females blushed upon hearing the most attractive boy calling them beautiful, which some of them squealed quietly in happiness and joy. Ilda looked surprised and ashamed, before bowing. Gomen nasai. I apologize for my rude attitude, Kuchiki dono. Izuku's cold look dropped and replaced with a smirk. Only if you understand, that is. Hi, sumimasen. Both of them sits down, but the females were blushing crazily upon seeing that smirk. Thanks for the great message. Present mic thumbs up. The fourth type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center, an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it, either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Present Mike said. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present, our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortune. Go beyond. Plus, the screen behind him shows 2 words. Quote ... Ultra. Now, everyone, good luck suffering. I think the word suffering means torture of despair for them. After a while, in Battle Center B, Izuku wore a black hoodie with red edges, white undershirt, black combat pants and his black shoes. He leaned against the bus and had materialized Zangetsu's knife, admiring his weapon while the people around him were gobsmacked at the sight of the weapon that is as tall as Aikiku's height. As he got up and rested over his shoulder, the boy from before, Ilda, approached him. Excuse me, but isn't it prohibited of using weapons? Ilda said sternly, as Izuku looked at him, not noticing someone was approaching him. It's my quirk. This is Zangetsu. Izuku grunted, as Ilda nodded and puts his hand on his chin. Shikashi, I've never seen someone have a quirk that can materialize weapon, and a sword that is as big as you. He said in wonderment. Meh, why you ask? I thought you knew who I am. I do. However, I've never heard of your quirk. You know, when Yaomomo said your weapon as big as you are, I've never seen anything like this. A familiar voice said, as Izuku turned his head around and saw Jiro, wearing a simple black tank top, and dark blue pants with purple shoes. 'Cause you never ask. Okay, start. They look at present Mike, who is standing atop of a pillar, using a mic, lol. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fight. Run, run. The die has been cast, you know. When Jiro looked at Izuku, he had disappear in some sort of buzzing sound. The said boy was currently sonidoing around with his hollow mask donning on before finding a group of 3-pointers. Ripping off his hollowification so the teachers won't notice due to that they have security cameras as he slashed them into pieces with Zangetsu. Earning him at least 30 points, as he dematerialized Zangetsu and activate One for All. Bolts of purple aura surrounded his body, his purple eyes glows with its colors but brighter. One for All, full cowling. Now that's what I call effects. You really are a prodigal. Izuku grunted, using full cowl at 30% as he began leaping around buildings and buildings to destroy many pointers with kicks, punches, and using Zangetsu's sword, not using his hollowification since people might recognize it. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. As Izuku blocks a punch from an 1-pointer, it didn't do anything on his forearm, as Izuku, still using the blocking arm, backhanded punch the 1-pointer, destroying its head into pieces before seeing 3 2-pointer running at him. As Izuku flicked his fingers, a small blast of condensed air hits them into a wall, before Izuku rushed at them and finished them off with 2 knees down to their heads. Stopping once he gets enough points, probably 71 points, he decided to kick back and watch as the girl that saved him from falling touch several pointers and with a cry of, release, all the pointers falls down into pieces, exhausting the girl. She got 28 points. Ilda jumped and kicked a 2-pointer into pieces, earning him 45 points. In a dark room, all the teachers were present and looking at the monitors that she's the students. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their location. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. And pure combat ability. Said a cat, a dog, a bear. Mixed type of a cat, dog and bear. These basic abilities needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. The mouse said, Doesn't this year's group look promising? A woman with midnight black hair and blue eyes said. Well, we can't know for sure yet. One of the teachers said. But it seems there's one. It's that Kuchiki. Ah, Kuchiki Izuku. My, I didn't expect him to enroll into a hero course after what he said a few years ago about hating quirks. Their true test is still to come. All Might, in his true form, said and press a button. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake as one of the buildings collapsed, blowing out dust that caught everyone's attention, and they stop what they were doing and look over at the direction. The zero-pointer arrived, as its huge hand crushes a building's roof with ease, sending debris everywhere. Ichigo got up and let his hand fall to his side as his sword shines, and the zero-pointer reared its hand back before slamming into the ground, the dust bellowing at them. All the students run away in fear as Ichigo hops down from the building he was on. The students run past him. An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen thus shows their true nature. All Might said in the dark room. Ilda runs past Ichigo and was wondering what this man was doing, but chooses to ignore him and runs away for his dear life. Less than 2 minutes left. Ichigo sighed and turned around. I got enough points, so why bother defeating that one when? Ow. His blood froze. The sounds of 2 familiar voices caught his attention easily, as he turned around and saw both the nice girl and Jiro. The girl's leg was trapped underneath the debris while Jiro's arm was bleeding, due to a rock stabbed through her shoulder, as they struggled to move away. It's be bad luck if you fell, right? Before the zero-pointer came out of the smokes, Ichigo got into his stance, screaming as energy began to surround him, before the cloth of Zanjetsu's hilt wraps around his right arm, and yelled. Bankai! A pillar of energy pierced the skies from where Ichigo is. Everyone stopped running and looked at the pillar of light, while in the dark room, the teachers watched with interest and surprise. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the zero-pointer's chest, as it stumbled back and looked down who just hit it. The sound of a blade slicing blows all the smokes away, as Jiro and the nice girl had got off the rocks, but they were staring at the person in front of the zero-pointer. Tensa Zanjetsu. Tensa Zanjetsu, Heaven Chain Slaying Moon. Now, Ichigo is garbed in a long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat with a number of coattails with red and white lining and left to flare out into ragged ends, white undershirt beneath his black coat. The coat was open, held together by 3 X-shaped marks, black hakama. Izuku's Bankai shrinks his Shikai's sword down to a Deku, Japanese long sword with a black blade instead. The white-colored cross guard has 4 prongs bent out to form the shape of the manji, which is the kanji for ban, meaning full, as in full release. The tsuba is more curved and jagged. Tensa Zanjetsu's blade is longer, roughly the length of his kyber knife, and is more curved as it nears the tip, with 3 protrusions along the blunt end of the sword close to its tip. A thin, white-colored, almost looked like ice, of the blade runs portion along the back edge of the blade from the base to the middle of the blade. Black gloves, black boots that reached below his knees. Instead of the cloth his kyber knife form had, a long length of black chain with a broken link at the end dangles from the base of the hilt, wraps it around Izuku's right arm, with the additional portion of the chain hanging down freely from his upper arm. The air suddenly got intense, rough, heavy and thick, as some were nearly forced to their knees coming from Ichigo's presence. Both Jiro and the nice girl was looking at Ichigo in awe, shock and surprise. The blade of Tensa Zanjetsu shifts as Ichigo disappear, reappearing atop of the zero-pointer and yelled. Getsuga Tenshou! Getsuga Tenshou! Moon Fang Heaven Piercer! A wave of black energy with crimson outline and a few hints of white inside the outline slams into the zero-pointer's head, as some of his parts were destroyed before it begins to collapse. However, Ichigo spins his sword upside down, and said with slashing Tensa Zanjetsu to his side. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. Some no mai, Tsukishiro. First dance, White Moon. A circle of light appears underneath the zero-pointer, as a pillar of ice shoots into the skies, piercing them as the pillar of ice breaks, destroying all parts of the zero-pointer into pieces. Due to inheriting his parents' Zanpakuto powers, his Bankai, Tensa Zanjetsu, originally Zanjetsu no Asen's Bankai before it was passed down to him, took some changes. The cross guard blade was originally black before it turns to white due to Rukia's powers fusing with Ichigo's upon inheritance. No Asen, old man. Black energy with crimson and white outlines surrounded Ichigo, before it dispersed, revealing Ichigo, back to his original, normal clothes and Zangetsu in his hand instead of Tensa Zangetsu. Turning around to look at both girls, he asked, "Are you okay?" All Might couldn't help but grinned proudly, with the other teachers clapping hands, as the parts of the zero-pointer continues to collapse off the air. That's right, it rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero, the spirit of self-sacrifice. Izuku dematerialized Zangetsu and looked at his hand. Well, that happened again. The feelings are the same as when I hollow feet to save Momo and Bakugo. But, it's different this time. I used Bankai, which I attained a few weeks ago. Izuku thought before hearing that the last exam is now over. Looking over at both girls that he saved to remove the debris off of them, except for Jiro. He kneeled in front of the girl and check her injury, only to found a broken ankle. Then, he look over at Jiro and grabs onto the rock on her shoulder. This'll hurt, but she didn't get the chance to finish as Ichigo rips the rock out of her instantly. Quote. Hugging Izuku tightly, she bites his shoulder to contain the pain and agony on her shoulder, her body rubbing on him because of it as Izuku growls in pain while wearing a blush of embarrassment. Her breasts rubbing on his chest, unknowingly to her, as she is feeling too much pain and agony to even notice it. Bakayaro. Baka. Jiro exclaimed in agony, still chopping his shoulder as Izuku's Hiero began to bleed, much to his displeasure. People began to comment on them, while Ilda was lost in thought. When one of them said that was amazing, he thought, they're missing the point, didn't they see? He looked at Btoh the nice girl and Jiro, who the nice girl was both innocently and confusedly looking at them while Jiro was screaming in pain, a comical tension between them. He jumped out to saw those two girls. And he did not hesitate at all. Ilda clenches his fists in shame of himself damaging his pride, as he still stood there he was while the other students had gone off to praise Ichigo. If we had not been in an exam. Looking up, comical frustration on his face while clenching his fist. Of course, I would have done the same. Later, realization struck him. Wait, exam. Of course. Oi, hi, good work. They turn around and saw an old lady. Good work. She took some gummy bears out of her coat's pocket, and gives it to a boy. Here you go. Here are some gummies. Arigato. Hi, you, too. A blonde boy with a weird smile said. That mademoiselle is the backbone of UA. She approached the trip and were amused to see the scene. Jiro was crying in Izuku's chest while his shoulder looks injured, likely from the boss she just gives him while the nice girl looked confused. Hello, recovery girl. Would you mind healing both of them? The old woman, recovery girl, nodded and puckered out her lips, as she bent down and the lips suddenly extended at the nice girl's ankle, surprising everyone minus the smiley guy and Izuku. What the? UA. High's licensed school nurse, the youthful heroine, recovery girl. Her quirk is the super activation of healing ability. The girl's ankle began to heal with green aura. UA can only go through with such a reckless entrance exam because of her. The blonde, smiley guy said, as recovery girl later heals Jiro's shoulder, who is still hugging Izuku, which the scene looks cute and sweet, much to the other girl's jealousy, not recovery girl, as they wished to be in the hot man's arms and warmth. Let's finish this quickly. Is anyone else injured? Recovery girl asked after healing Jiro. Tenya placed his hand on his chin in realization. Soka. If this exam is set up like that, then ease. 1 week later. Izuku, honey, Izuku snap out of his daydreaming and look at Hisana confusedly, as she and Byakuya was looking at their son with sweats of worry and look. Hey, are you all right? Why are you smiling at the fish? Hisana asked in worry, as they were having a family dinner when Izuku suddenly trail off with a creepy smile and blank eyes on his face. Gomen, I'm fine. Just, got something on my mind. He continues to eat his rice with his adoptive parents. After that, the bolters and maids cleaned the table, dishes and all, with Byakuya discussing with a noble on the phone in his room while Hisana was taking care of the flowers in the garden, despite nighttime, and Izuku was lost in thought while sitting on the sofa. Quote. I still can't get that feeling off my mind. When the entrance exam ended, Izuku couldn't get the thought and feeling when Jiro hugged him so tightly and rubbing her body against him. He never feels so embarrassed and hot. Great, his teenage hormones is now screaming. What a coincidence, he thought. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Suddenly, Hisana came jumping on him, hugging him tightly into her breasts. It's here. Izuku pushed his Ka-san away and saw Hisana holding a letter with a red UA symbol attached on the letter. Stop doing that, Ka-san. As Izuku went inside his room and sat down on his sofa, his room is pretty big and the letter was in the center of his glass coffee table. Sighing, he grabs the letter and rips it in half with ease. As a device falls in the center of the label, a hologram appeared and the person on the hologram said, "I am here as a projection. All Might." Izuku looked at the torn apartment letter in bewilderment. Matt, this is from UA, right? All Might, in a white shirt, blue tie, yellow blazer and trousers, said. I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you. He bowed. Sumimasen. Actually, I came to this town to work at UA. He's working at UA. All Might nodded, as someone tapped his arm, making some gestures. What is it? Wrap it up. But there is something I must talk to him and it's going to push everything else back. Wakata. Okay. All Might finished his talk with the guy's hand as he looked back at the screen. Congratulations, Kuchiki Shonen. You have 71 villain points in the practical exam. Of course, that means you pass. Izuku sighed in relief, as All Might turned around, before saying. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. All Might look over at his shoulder, as Izuku looked at the projector in confusion. Usually, he would go on ahead as check UA's rules but he suddenly forgets about it, much to his embarrassment. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service. Bring it on. This a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. His shock, disbelief, amazement grows. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the one basic ability we at UA look at. Kuchiki Kurosaki Izuku, 181 points for rescuing 2 people. Jiro Kyoka, 50 points for saving Uraraka Ochako and took the rock to her shoulder of saving her. Uraraka Ochako, 49 points for taking a damage to herself to save a boy from being crushed by a debris. He never feels so lucky in his life, that a tear of happiness falls down his eye, smiling. You 3 passed with flying colors. All Might said with proudness in his voice. This is too crazy. Izuku muttered joyously, as All Might extends his hand out to him to the camera. Come, Kuchiki Shonen. From now, this is your hero academia. Outside, Hisana was pacing back and forth, looking impatient of waiting as she had always wished for her adoptive son to be a hero like Ichigo and Rukia. Her impatience grows, until it was all gone when Izuku opens the door with a grin. The grin answered her as tests of joy shoots out of her eyes and hug Izuku tightly into her. Well, you know. Izuku. Meanwhile, in UA, the cumulative results for the practical exam are out. One of the people said, as all the teachers stare at the clipboard. I can't believe he got second place with no rescue points. The woman said with a sigh. The foe villains acquire their targets and draw near the. In the second half, as others were slowing down, he used his flashy quirk to keep bringing them close and then counter-attacking. It's the result of his toughness. One of them said, in contract, there's the 1th place student with 71 villain points, and 110 rescue points. The woman said in surprise, including the other teachers. There have been other examinees who took on the large villain in the past, but it's been a while since I last saw someone shatters it into pieces. He's a Kuchiki, and yet we only had information of his quirk that lets him materialize some sort of weapon with special abilities, like shooting that wave of energy and pillar of ice. Shikashi, there's no information about the purplish-blue aura around him. Maybe he has a second quirk. A teacher, leaning against the wall with folded arms, looked at the picture of Kuchiki Izuku with suspiciousness. He had took the Tetuan incident seriously, and heard that this Kuchiki will be on his class now. There's no clips of that he used against the sludge villain. He'll force him to use that, to see if his suspects are right. In Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, the beach is now fully cleaned. The beach was beautiful now to where it was, as Izuku had finished this just a few months ago, much to All Might's proudness, shock and joy. However, there are some punks that still throws garbages around here, but Izuku sometimes come here and cleans it up. The said symbol of peace was currently watching the ocean, waiting for Kuchiki Shonen to come after he calls him. Hearing footsteps behind him, All Might, in his true form, turned on and saw Izuku, shunpoing towards him and smiled. "Yo, Toshinori," Izuku greeted. In public, he couldn't call him All Might, due to that it will bring trouble and attention to them, which they didn't want that, so he had decided to ask All Might's real name in public. "Congrats on getting accepted," All Might said, raising his right hand up as Izuku clapped his hands into high five. "Arigato na. Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you." All Might said, "You're the type of person that hates cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges." Izuku nodded and All Might looked back at the seas. "I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was searching for a successor." All Might explained, "It seems you can now control one for all now. I am happy of that. You caught me off guard there, you entertainer." He smiled over his shoulder at Izuku. "Yeah, but I can only use 35% of it, though," Izuku said, as All Might grabs 2 empty bottles of spray, and he frowned upon seeing them. "Punks these days, the more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely," All Might said, and turns into high muscle form, and crushes the bottles without any efforts into it. "Like this. Wait, is that All Might? No way, when did he get here?" a couple said, as Izuku shot a blank look at All Might, whose sweat dropped. "Ikuso, Kuchiki Shonen." All Might runs away, with Izuku behind him. "Hi." As they run, All Might look over at his shoulder. "The flame I passed on to you is now growing a bit after 10 months, but in the future, it'll be exposed to wind and rain and grow even bigger. And then, I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job." "Yeah, that's deep, All Might." Later on, as April hits, UA high school starts now as Izuku puts on his black sneakers, eating his toast as he now wears the UA uniform on, which consisting a light gray blazer with dark turquoise trimmings over a white dress shirt and dress pants, along with a properly red tie. "Izuku, do you have tissue?" Hasana asked, as Izuku grunted. "Handkerchief," he grunts. "Phone," he grunts. "Condoms." Just as he was about to grunt it, he spouts all his toast into the ground and glares at Hasana with embarrassment and fury, as she teasingly wiggle her eyebrows. Urusei. Once finished, Izuku got up as a butler opened the door to outside. "Geez, I'm going to be late," Izuku grumbled. "Izuku, Nani?" Hasana kisses his cheek by tiptoeing up, as he looked at her, surprised, as she smiled softly. "You're really awesome now. Go make them proud," she sweetly said, and hugged Izuku, as he returns it with a small smile. "Yeah, John A." Upon arriving, Ichigo silently reached for the word, Class 1A, his hands resting inside his pockets, and when he found it, he saw a huge wooden door in front of him. The door's huge, but for what? An image of someone, who took the form of a humanoid elephant, struggles to went inside the class, as he sweat drop. The LT choose from the huge number at the exam. "I put my bet that Bakugo and that glasses guy will be here," Zangetsu said. "I bet they don't," Nana commented. As Izuku opens the door, he could already hear loud voices behind the door, and much to Nana's horror and fear, and Zangetsu's joy and excitement. "Don't put your feet on the desk." "Ha." Bakugo Katsuki and Ilda Temya were here, like what Zangetsu and Izuku said. "Fine. What's the deal?" "Oh, come with me, slave." Izuku instantly cuts the link off and blushed furiously. I'm Notasukebe." He thought madly in embarrassment, and removes the blush off his face. "Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk?" Ilda asked. "Nope. What junior high did you go to, you rip-off version of Sonic?" Bakugo questioned rudely with a smirk, as Ilda paused and placed his hand over his chest and make some kind of gesture. "I attended Sumei Private Academy. My name is Ilda Tenya." "Sumei. So you're a Kuso elite, huh?" Bakugo pushed his face forward, grinning maliciously. "Looks like I'll have fun crushing your glasses," he insulted, as Ilda looked very horrified of this. "Crushing? That's cruel." Do you truly aim to be a hero? Ilda asked, as Bakugo clicks his tongue before everyone notices Izuku, standing at the doorstep with a blank look. Kimi wa, aren't you Kuchiki Izuku? No way. The most attractive, handsome boy around the world is here. He looks more alive than in pictures. Holy Christ, a Kuchiki. Izuku grunted and scans around the room, before noticing Jiro and Yaoyorozu. The ponytail girl smiles and waved at him, while Jiro looked away, as they did not notice the pink on her cheeks. He remains emotionless but shot a smile at Momo in return. Ahaya, Ilda greeted and approached him. It is nice to see you here, Kuchiki-kun. Do you remember me? I am from Sumei Private Academy. My name is... I know. Izuku interrupted, as Ilda stopped halfway through approaching Izuku, which looks as if he had been frozen. Izuku smiled sheepishly, that caught the attention of all girls. Ilda Tenya, I know already. Nice to meet you, again, Ilda. Honestly, everyone was surprised at how this Kuchiki acted. Unlikely the cocky, overconfident, and all ones of nobles, this guy was normal like Yaoyorozu Momo. Kuchiki-kun. My name is also Kurosaki Izuku. I am the son of Kuchiki Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, so I have two last names. Since I lost my parents and got adopted by my haha's Oni-chan and husband, I got Kuchiki but kept Kurosaki as well. Izuku said. Then, can I still call you Kuchiki? Whatever floats your... Izuku stick his tongue out a little, a teasing grin on his face. Engine. Ilda. Some of the students were chuckling and laughing quietly, while Ilda looked depressed but shook it off and remained back to his serious state. Kuchiki-kun, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Ilda said and closed his eyes. I had no idea, I misjudged you. Ilda turned around and whispered. I hate to admit it but you are way more better than me. Izuku's sweat dropped from behind his head. Gamini, I actually didn't realize anything. Ah, that spiky orange hair, you're the famous pretty boy. Kuchiki-kun. Looking over his shoulder, he saw the nice girl, Uraraka Ochako, from what he'd heard from the projector, behind him with a wide smile of happiness. You passed. Of course you did. You're Kuchiki Izuku, your attacks were cool. Boom, 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 su. Ka. Izuku's sweat dropped. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation. I wonder what our sensei's like. Aren't you nervous? Maybe A's. Go hogged off somewhere else if you want to play at being pals. Everyone froze when they heard a tired, lazy, gruff voice behind Ochako. Izuku, due to being 181 centimeters taller than Ilda, looked down over Uraraka's head and saw a yellow caterpillar, lying there, with a man inside of it. His face is full of tiredness, laziness and coldness, and with his long hair and short beard, he swore this could be that hero. This is the hero course. The caterpillar said, zipping down the bag a little and drank a juice pouch of apple flavor, as some students look at the scuffy man in shock and disbelief. Something's here. The caterpillar got up and comes out of the sleeping bag, as the butterfly got out of the bag. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kiddos are not rational enough. He said boredly tiredly, his eyes half opened. You're Aizawa Shota, right, the erasure hero. Eraser head. Izuku informed, as the man, Aizawa, nodded, showing no surprise whatsoever. I know he is always tired, but, in person, he looks completely different from what I've heard and seen. As expected from a Kuchiki, you're well informed. Yes, I am Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Yoroshiku ne. Aizawa pulls out a set of UA gym clothes out of his sleeping bag, a dark blue high-collared tracksuit with thick white lines over the torso and down the legs, forming the letters U and A. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field. All might look at the book which labeled as Teacher Directory, currently looking at the teachers here for informations. The UA system does not follow the better part. All might side. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be quite a quirk assessment test. Eventually yelled, minus Izuku, and some other students. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Ochako asked. If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. That's how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa said, as Izuku nodded in agreement. You kiddies have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Aizawa pulls out a black gym phone that shows the tests they were going to do. Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks, he said, and continue on. Their country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. The long-haired man looked at the blonde-haired explosion user. You finished at the second of the practical exam, right, Bakugo? Everyone glanced at him. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Bakugo pondered about that, since he doesn't care, but remembered. 67 meters. Try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa throws him a softball, as Bakugo caught it and walked into 1LF the white circles. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up. Give it all you've got. Bakugo stretch his arms. I'll add a blast to the pitch, he thought calmly, before his expression turns murderous in rage. As Bakugo throws the ball before, he blasted the softball before it left his fingers with a blast of flame, sending it meters away. You still used that? Izuku blankly stated. Know your own maximum first. The ball sailed down as the phone made a beep sound when it lands and stopped. Aizawa looked at his students and shows them the result of Bakugo's throw. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. It shows 705.2. Needless to say, nearly all the students was shocked and awed to saw the score Bakugo hits. 750 meters. Seriously, said a man with yellow hair and a black lighting pattern on it. From what Jiro described during their conversation with him, this guy must be Kaminari Denki. What's that? It looks fun, said a pink-skinned, all pink, girl with two small horns and eyes that has colors of hollow, but isn't one because she isn't one. We can use our quirk as much as we want, as expected from the hero course, said a guy with a grin that shows his upper teeth, which Izuku noted his grin looks very, very similar to Hiroko Shinji, one of Ichigo's friends. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa's face darkened. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? He looked at them with an evil smirk. All right, whoever comes in last place in A8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Everyone screams in shock, but Kuchiki and Yaoyorozu remains silent. All Might places his hand on his right face. Aizawa-kun, he sighs. He'll be facing a lot of trainings from the starts. Demo. I'm sure everything will be all right, but knowing him, he likely is suspicious of. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. He moves his hand up and pushes the bangs off his face, revealing his eyes and smile frightening. Welcome to UA's hero course, kiddies. He must have been obsessed in cats. Aizawa removes his hand off his bangs, as Uraraka said. Last place would be expelled. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Subway or McDonald's after school, too bad. Aizawa said, for the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hell of a hardship after another. Go beyond, plus ultra. He gives them a taunting finger. Overcome it with all you've got. Ilda pulls out a bottle, drinking it with orange juice for his quirk. This is too serious to be hazing. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it, he thought, as Bakugo twists his arms around with a smirk. This isn't all I've got. Demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. First test. 50-meter dash. First one to go was Ilda and a girl named Asui Suyu, who is like a frog. On your mark. As soon as it makes a beep sound, Ilda burst his way to the ending line with his quirk, engine, getting him 3.04 seconds, while Asui got 5.58 seconds. Next was Ochako and a guy named Ojiro Mashirao. She used her quirk, zero gravity, to lighten her clothes, and Ojiro used his quirk, tail. He got 5.49 seconds while Uraraka got 7.15 seconds. Next was a girl named Ashido Mina and a guy with that creepy smile named Yuga Aoyama. Using his quirk, naval laser, to propel himself twice when he lands on the ground while Ashido just runs. He got 5.51 seconds and Ishido got first place. Saying if he shoots lasers more than a second, he'll get a stomachache, much to everyone's discomfort and confusion. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, it becomes clearer what you can and can't do. That will connect to the creativity needed for you to survive. Aizawa thought and look at both Ichigo and Bakugo were next. On your mark, get set. As soon as it clicks, Izuku shunput across the field, using at least 2 steps of shunpo to land at the end of the line, giving him at least 1.21 seconds while Bakugo used his explosions, giving him 4.13 seconds. What the hell was that, Kuchiki? Bakugo demanded, glaring at Izuku, who just shrugged his shoulders and walked away, his hands inside his pockets. A technique, he replied bluntly, infuriating Bakugo in the process, while Aizawa looked at Ichigo, suspiciousness in his eyes. He's not gonna use it, huh? Second test. Grip strength. As Izuku grasped onto the device's holder, he breathed and focused one for all 30%, and all his strength into the grip. Once gripping the device as tight as he can, it suddenly crash, breaks in half. Everyone looked at Kuchiki and saw the device on his hand was broken, and a blank look on his face which shocked them, due to the fact he breaks it while a guy named Shoji Mezu got the most score, 540 kilograms, but that was quickly shut down when Ichigo breaks it. Third test. Standing long jump. Aoyama laser his way across the field quite easily and quick. Bakugo used multiple explosions to blast across. Izuku's only leapt across the field with one for all 20% in a blur. Fourth test. Repeated side steps. The most highest is a pervert named Mineta Minoru by using his quirk, which is the balls on his head that acts as very sticky balls that only he are unaffected by it, only bounced by it while others got stuck with it. Due to saying the word, bounce, he just bounced across repeatedly, much to Izuku's disgust. Fifth test. Ball throw. As Uraraka throws the softball, they waited, and waited, and waited. Until the softball was no more. Aizawa looked at the phone before showing her score to them, and needless to say, they were honestly shocked. Infinity. Kaminari said, "That's amazing. She got infinity." He was very shocked and bewildered. Next was Ichigo's turn, as Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Guess I have no choice then. As Izuku prepared to throw the ball with one for all, suddenly, a cloth wraps around his wrist, preventing him from throwing it, and look who did it, and it was Aizawa, using his capture weapon to hold him down. Why aren't you using it, Kuchiki? Confused, Izuku was about to ask until next one surprised him. The form you used against that villain. Why aren't you using it? Izuku felt his sweats on his face, as he put up a fake smile. Nani core, what form are you talking about? Aizawa yanked him in front of him, his eyes glaring into his soul. Don't lie, I've investigated this case very seriously. There has been no quirks that can just materialize out weapons and have special abilities for it. And I'm sure as hell never heard of someone naming their weapons. Aizawa said menacingly while everyone watched with confusion and curiosity, as Izuku scowled. I've checked up your Foster 2 Sans quirk, Senbon Sakura, the ability to summon Sakura petals that is as sharp as the most sharpest sword with a katana of his. I know the fact all the Gote 13 organization possess this kind of quirk, or should I say. He leans down and whispered. Zanpakuto. Izuku's eyes widened as he scowls heavily. Everyone already knows this, so why to be so surprised about it? Did your Two-san didn't tell you that Yamamoto Genryusai had just told the government of why all the people in the Gote 13 possessed swords that is made from their soul and used it for many special abilities? That happened about 5 months ago and all the public weren't notified of this. Higher-ups like All Might are the only one who knows this, including the rest of the UA. High school's teachers. We recently figured out you possessing a Zanpakuto. You shouldn't have yelled, Bankai, out loud, because the only way to trigger the final release is to set it, right. Aizawa explained quietly while everyone were confused of why they are talking so quietly. Now you figured out, what are you ready asking? That form, the villain-like form. Izuku looked puzzled and remembered his full holofication. He shouldn't have used it instead of his mask, he thought. I want to see if my suspects are right. If I am, all this conversation off the hook. If I am wrong, Last place and you'll get kicked out of UA. Aizawa threatened coldly, his eyes glowing red briefly as his hair flies upward for a moment, before closing his eyes to deactivate his quirk. Izuku sighs lowly. Fine, I'll show you, but only the mask. I don't want others to see my full form. Izuku didn't show any emotion, and Aizawa nodded before unwrapping the cloth off Izuku's wrist. And Kurosaki. He paused and turned around. No holding back. Thr Orange Hair nodded and went back to the circle. Kuchiki Shonen. All Might whispered in worry, hiding around the corner of the wall while watching his successor. It looks like he received some advice. Ilda said in wonderment. Probably just telling him he's expelled. Bakugo said bluntly, his hands resting on his hips. Are you worried about him? Yuga asked to Uraraka. He placed her hand on her shoulder. Not at all. She shot him a confusing look. Who are you? She asked. What did you think Aizawa-sensei just told him? Kyoka asked to Momo, who looked thoughtful, and noticed the grim expression on Kurosaki's face. I wonder. I'll show you. Izuku started off, as he raised his hand up towards his face. Bakugo gasped and took a step back. Why I don't like using this power in front of everyone on public. Masaka, is he going to use that? Bakugo thought in disbelief and shock, recalling the memories of that monster he feared. Making a clawing motion in front of his face, everyone watches black energy with crimson outline covers his face before he claws it downward. Suddenly, the air becomes very dark and raw, as well as heavy, thick. A mask now dawns on his face, as everyone took a step back in shock. Izuku let out a very monstrous roar, his voice mixed with a hollow edge like Zangetsu's, that sends shivers down at everyone's spines. Grabbing the softball, Izuku cuts his thumb finger with the horn on his mask. As it bleeds out blood, he held the softball into the air and used his left arm on his forearm for support. Then, a pure crimson energy with white outline forms on his palm. The softball didn't disintegrate it as Izuku added some of his energy around the softball for not being incinerated into ashes. Adding one for all into his palm to add more power, and around Japan, those who could sense people's energies, eyes widened and look outside to where UA is. Hiriko Shinji, a blond man with brown eyes, gasped and said with his fellow comrades in unison. Is he planning to use? With a mighty shout, Ichigo bellowed out 3 words. Gran Rei Sero. A huge blast of crimson energy with white outline came out of Izuku's palm, knocking him a few meters back due to the force of Gran Rei Sero. Upon release, it spins like a razor as it compresses and decompresses as it traveled far into space. Smokes filled the area, as Izuku rips off his hollow mask, panting in exhaustion as the Gran Rei Sero took more of his energy now. Usually, this technique could potentially destroy half of a city, to be precise, but since he is new to this Sero technique and learned it a couple days ago, it is very dangerous to use as the Gran Rei Sero took a lot of his energy to fire the blast and could potentially kill him if he add too much of his energy into it. The only ones who knows this technique are a group of underground organization called Vizards, some of Ichigo's former rivals called Urinsers, and THSOE with Zanpakuto. And back in Ichigo's of days, the Urinsers are said that Gran Rei Sero are prohibited to be used. That's all why there aren't many of people who knows how to use the Gran Rei Sero except one person. And that happens to the one and only, Grimmjow Jagerjackes. His father's former enemy and rival and currently comrade, and now his partner of helping his hollow powers with some like Tyr Harabel, Ulquiorra Cypher and Coyote Stark. 4 people only knows the Gran Rei Sero and those are the ones. While Grimmjow might be an asshole, Tyr being calm and doesn't even care, and her Fracken are loud, which is her comrades. Ulquiorra is helpful but emotionless than Byakuya, not even showing any emotions at all, and Stark, too lazy and usually sleeps during training while his other half, a small, short female girl, named Lilinet, always tried to force him to wake up. They are people who are meant to be feared for others weaker than them. Back to his reality, he looked over at the shocked Aizawa, who the device couldn't calculate and pointed out as infinity due to the ball is now in space, likely froze into ice and breaks into pieces and later disintegrated into nothing more than nothingness. So, Izuku grits his teeth and shows his very broken hand. The fingers were fractured and the skin was very dark, but he managed to curl them into a fist and smiled widely. How do you like the blasting show? Shota grinned in disbelief and excitement. This kid. No, he wasn't a kid at all. This kid was literally above pros now. I came because I was worried of Aizawa exposing your secret powers, but what the heck, Shonen? What was that just now? You show more power than ever. So, before you blast the ball, you combined your holification and the power of one for all into your palm and send it into space. While you broke your hand and destroyed many of your bones, you still smile like that. All Might thought in awe. What the heck, Shonen? You're so frightening, yet cool. He gets infinity. Kaminari gasped. Everyone was very shocked, actually. Bakugo's jaw was hitting the ground with his eyes bugged out of his sockets. Sugoi. He get an infinity, like me. Uraraka said in awe, his hands broken. Ilda said ANF put his hand on his chin. There was the entrance exam, too. He certainly has a strange quirk. It's too flashy. Aoyama said, unimpressed but shocked. You could say, Bakugo's mind is currently exploding into pieces. WHWH, what's with that frickin' power? It feels like that blast earlier was like All Might's power. What the hell happened? This unimaginable. How did? He began shaking in rage of being weak now. This loser he considered back then has the same power as All Might. How dare he left him in dusts? What is the meaning of this? Bakugo growled ragingly, explosions currently setting off his palms as he runs towards the very tired and injured Izuku. Oi, tell me what's going on with your power, Kurosaki, Tem. Oh boy, Izuku thought in fright. I can't continue of using Gran Rei Sero, I'm down for. Help me. Until Aizawa's scarf stops him, his quirk activating as his hair was flying upwards, his eyes glowing red, restraining Bakugo from attacking his rival out of rage. What the? These cloths are hard. They're weapons for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. Aizawa scoffed. Don't keep making me use my quirk over and over. I have dry eyes, he said, and everyone thought. It's such a waste, since his quirk is too amazing. Shota closes his eyes and his quirk deactivate, his hair stopped flying upwards. We're wasting time. Whoever's next, get ready and head to another circle. Aizawa said and look at Ichigo. Kuchiki. The orange-haired teenager look him as his teacher look at Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, since you've done the ball throw before Uraraka, would you mind help his hand out? Take him to recovery girl. Aizawa said, as Yaoyorozu nodded and Izuku approached her, growling in pain. Is your head going to be okay? Uraraka asked in worry. Don't worry, I'll live. Oh, how damaged Bakugo's pride is now. As Yaoyorozu glanced at Izuku, she stopped at the hallway and grasped onto his forearm, making him flinch as she creates a wrap of bandage with her quirk. Hey, Momo, she looked at him, as he smiled. Please, don't tell anyone about this ability I'm going to show you. What are you talking about, Izuku-kun? She asked confusedly. Suddenly, steams began pouring out of Ikiku's fleshed hand, as the skin begins to regrow as well as the injuries. Momo gasped and nearly dropped his forearm, if it wasn't for Ichigo to stop her by grasping onto her shoulder. Don't, it hurts. She reluctantly nodded and watched as his broken hand began to reattach back to places. All THR injuries were gone as Izuku sighed in relief, feeling all the pain were gone but exhausted now. Daijobu desu ka? Momo asked worryingly at the sight of Izuku's very exhausted face. Mondainai. This healing ability takes a lot energy to repair my injuries in an instant. I'm very tired now but I can went through it. Izuku said between coughs and nearly fall asleep. Soka. Realizing both of them were still touching on each other's hand and shoulder, they blushes red and let go of each other. Gee Gomenasai. She apologized, but Izuku shook his head. It's not a problem, Momo. Let's head back, alright. Can't afford to get last place. Izuku said with a smile, as Momo blushed and looked away, stopping her blushing and smile at herself. You do know Aizawa-sensei is lying to us about the whole expulsion, right? Maybe, but last year, he once expelled the entire class because they have no potential. Izuku said, surprising Yaoyorozu as she shakily nodded. Shimada, I think I need some rest. He nearly collapsed if it wasn't for Momo to hold him hand and stopping his falling. Unfortunately, she pulled too hard as his entire body falls on her. Momo squeaked and blushed crimson, randomly creating out many Russian Matryoshka dolls she first made when she obtained her quirk, out of her arms. Thankfully, he gathered enough strength and stamina to continue to wake up and train the final 3 tests. Sit-ups, seated toe touch, long distance run, making all through it tiredly, and once it ended, Izuku's consciousness slips and his entire unconscious body falls down to the ground. As both Ilda and a guy named Kirishima dragged Izuku away against the wall, they went back to the group while leaving an unconscious Izuku to sleep, unaware what is happening outside. "Ja, I'll quickly tell you the results," Aizawa said, not before glancing at Izuku. "The total is simply the marks you got room each test. It's a water of the to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once," he said, and pops a hologram on from the phone. 1. Kuchiki Kurosaki Izuku. 2. Yaoyorozu Momo. 3. Todoroki Shoto. 4. Bakugo Katsuki. 5. Ilda Tenya. 6. Tokiyami Fumikage. 7. Shoji Mezu. 8. Ojiro Mashirao. 9. Kirishima Ejiro. 10. Ashido Mina. 11. Uraraka Ochako. 12. Kota Koji. 13. Sato Rikido. 14. Asui Suyu. 15. Aoyama Yuga. 16. Shiro Honta. 17. Kaminari Denki. 18. Juro Kyoka. 19. Hagakure Tora. 20. Mineta Minoru. Everyone was relived, but Mineta was crying. Not that they care at all, but this guy was seriously need to be kicked out, as his victims were always on girls, Yaoyorozu, for an example. All hope vanished. "By the way, I was joking about the expulsion," Aizawa said bluntly, later turning off the hologram. Everyone stares at him blankly, while Izuku began chuckling. A shit-eating grin forms across Aizawa's face. "It was just a simple rational description to draw out the upper limits of your quirks." Nandato. "Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through." Yaoyorozu sighed at their disbelief, until they heard laughters from Izuku. The said boy was currently on the ground, still in his sleep but laughing his guts out, as he kicks the air with his legs childishly. "Ha ha 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 ha, see, I told you so." Ichigo laughed in his sleep, continue to laugh until he sleeps again. "I didn't notice," everyone thought, and the midget was crying in joy and happiness. "That was a little nerve-wracking, huh?" said Shiro, as Kirishima pumps his fist. "I'll take up the challenge anytime," Ejiro said with a grin while Bakugo scowled away. "With that, we're done here." Aizawa walk away. "There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Also, someone get Kuchiki to the nurse's office. I don't want him sleeping in the class while the teachers are around," he said, and walk away. "Aizawa-kun, you liar," All Might chided, his hands on his hips as Aizawa lazily looked at him. "All Might-san, so you were watching. Too much time on your hands?" Aizawa asked, not even a single care on his voice. "A rational description, you say? Nice joke, but April Fool's was last week. You punished a whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without potential without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, that must be because you also felt and saw the crazy potential of that kid, right?" All Might said, and point his finger at Aizawa. The scuffy man looked at him with a smile. "Also, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Remains me that you're his grandfather, kinda." All Might flinched. "Is that how a teacher should be acting?" Eraserhead walks away. "His potential is the most powerful one I've felt. His power nearly topped yours. That's all it was. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. That Kuchiki will grow even more stronger and stronger, maybe, one day, even stronger than you are. That's what I believe now," Shota said, leaving All Might alone. "So you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa-kun? Demo, we don't really get along after all." After a while, a very tired and exhausted Izuku walks out of the school. His shoulders slump down and nearly fall asleep once again. To the point, he immediately called Byakuya to pick him up due to how tired he is now, which the Kuchiki immediately send one of the butlers to pick his adoptive son from school. "I feel like I've gone through one hell of an adventure of fighting Grimmjow and Kenpachi all over, and over, and over again." "No shit, Sherlock. Ah, good at see you again, Zanjetsu. What happened between you and Nana?" He forced me to show my curves to him. Wait. It means, he tried to rape me. No, I didn't. Come here, UKUSOGAKI. NNOOOOOO. Sighing, he isn't too shocked due to his tiredness. He felt someone grasping onto his shoulder and turn around, seeing Ilda. Oh, hey, Ilda-kun. Izuku greeted tiredly with a smile. Is your hand healed? Ilda asked, looking at the bandaged hand of Izuku. Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl. He lied. He only used his high-speed regeneration to heal his injuries, and when he fall asleep, Yaoyorozu just wrapped the bandages around his hand, thus making it look like they've gone to Recovery Girl quite fast. I really need to train even harder to reach my limits all days. Izuku thought, looking at his bandaged hand. I was really taken in by Aizawa-sensei. Izuku looked at the tall man. I even thought, this is the best of the best, and such. I didn't think a sensei would encourage us with lie. Ilda said and folded his arms, as Izuku smiled. I thought Ilda was weird, but he's just earnest. Can't blame him. Ikiku thought. Hey, you two. Going to the station. Matt. They turned around and saw Uraraka, Jiro and Yaoyorozu walking towards them with a smile on their faces. Uraraka, Jiro, Yaoyorozu, you're the Infinity Girl, and Ilda trail off as they stop in front of them. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka greeted. Name's Jiro Kyoka. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Nice to meet you, Ilda-kun. Ochako looked at Ilda. You're Ilda Tenya and you're Kuchiki Izuku. She beamed. I'm also Kurosaki Izuku. Izuku said in annoyance. Then, can I call you both? She innocently asked. Izuku's sweat dropped. Sewer. Izuku said, before thinking, how many times are people going to use my Kurosaki's last name? As they walk down the street while chatting, suddenly, a motorcycle roars to life and they look up, seeing someone approaching them and it stopped in front of them. They were confused, but, to Izuku, however, was stunned. Hisashibari Yana, Kurosaki-san. Yo, how's it going, Izuku? You, Urahara-san, Yoruichi-san. The pale blonde man and the purple-haired with golden eyes woman grinned at him, with Urahara Kazuki riding the black motorcycle while Shihu and Yoruichi behind the end. His tiredness turns into great stun while Yaoyorozu look at Yoruichi with surprise and amazement. The head of the Shihuan clan is very beautiful. Why are you? How did you find me? Did Byakuya-san tell you where I am? Did? Yoruichi interrupted. Lay you cool down, Ikiku. She jumps off the bike. Byakuya-bo didn't tell us. All we do is track your energy signature and voila. She said. Also, that driver of yours is. Urahara grins behind his fan. Us. Noticing Izuku's bewildered expression, he laughed. I guarantee you, it's Yoruichi-san's idea of picking you from school. Kuchiki-san did refuse, but after begging him for almost hours, he gave up and let us pick you from your hero course. Urahara said, but, isn't my two-san hated me for teasing him forever when he was in your age, yes. Yoruichi laughed. Sat, hop on and let's bring you back to home. Izuku looked at his new friends and nodded. Gomen, I gotta go. They just smiled and nodded, before Izuku hops behind Yoruichi, and she suddenly leaned her body against him, making him blush as Urahara's bike burst away. While Ilda and Uraraka were cool about it, but Jiro and Yaoyorozu had a sudden look of jealousy and anger on their faces. They don't know why, but they're feeling pretty jealous now of how bold Yoruichi was. Izuku's eyes shot open and looked around, seeing he was on Urahara's motorcycle as both he and Yoruichi was looking at him. Daijobu desu ka, Kurosaki-san? Urahara asked, as Izuku rubs his head in confusion. He had just fallen asleep while riding the bike and he had a strange dream about Yoruichi teasing the hell out of him too much. He accidentally thought it was real and wished this was just a dream. Thank Kami. Why were you screaming, Izuku? Yoruichi asked in confusion, not in her teasing, flirting and seducing personality and more like back to her old self. Horrible nightmares. What kind? Being teased to death. By whom? You. Yoruichi smacked him across his head. I already did that once, Kuso. She growled embarrassedly, and instead of feeling pain, he feels relief. So it was just a dream. Thank Kami, I sure need my bed's comfort. Izuku said and got off the motorcycle, looking at both Yoruichi and Kazuki. Thank you for bringing me back home, Urahara-san, Yoruichi-san. It's not a problem, Kurosaki-san. Now, if you excuse us, we will take our leave. Urahara said and they hop back on the motorcycle as they storm away, waving him goodbye which he returns them. When they left, Izuku breathed and closed his eyes, feeling tiredness lazing his body now. I really need to go to sleep. My stupid hormones is exhausting me too much. Elsewhere in UA, All Might look at his hero costume from the Silver Age, as he thought. You don't have time to relax, Shonen. The real thing starts tomorrow. He remembered Izuku's Gran Rey Sero. If that attic was so devastating, you might be the one. He stopped thinking. He's just a young boy, I don't want to involve him into my path of blood. In the next day, Izuku opens the door and went back to his seat. He had arrived too early due to that he woke up early, took a shower, and ate the leftovers last night's dinner when he was still asleep. Left a note behind on the refrigerator to make sure his parents know why he is gone, and saw some students in THR class. Todoroki, Tokiyami, Yaoyorozu and finally, Jiro arrived. Ahaya, Jiro yelled, as everyone replied back, and she looked at Izuku for a moment. They found themselves staring at each other for how long it seems. A blush creeps across their cheeks, as they look away embarrassedly. However, Yaoyorozu was currently looking at them with jealousy and annoyance. Her mind now controlled her as she got up and secretly create a grape-flavored candy in her hand. Izuku-kun. The man looked at him with his right full open after reaching down his phone. Here's my gratitude for saving me 10 months ago. She handed him the purple-colored candy, as Izuku awkwardly accepted it. Arigato. Momo beamed happily while Jiro looked at them with jealousy and confusion. How does she know one of my favorites was grape? Wait, why am I feeling this way? Both for them thought. Momo went back to her seat and Jiro sits back to her seat. Kyoka, Yaomomo is my best friend, yet why am I feeling jealous all of a sudden? King, you're one Kuso dense harem king. I agree with this Sukebe here. I told you, I didn't meant to. Yurusei, Sukebe. Izuku sighed and looked at his phone, seeing a text from Grimjow. Angry Panther-san. Oi, what happened yesterday? Why the F and $3 did you use to frickin' Gran Rey Sero? Crescent Kuroi. My homeroom teacher told to used full power so that's what. Angry Panther-san. And you seriously need to use a Gran Rey Sero? Crescent Kuroi. Yes so what? Angry Panther-san. Cheer is pissed at you, scrub. When you first that attack, it caused a sample tremor that ruined her art she is drawing for at least month. Crescent Kuroi. Oh, tell her I'm sorry. Angry Panther-san. Sorry. She is currently using Stark as her punching bag to release her frustration and he is literally sleeping. Crescent Kuroi. Ah, I'm sure it ain't that bad. Angry Panther-san. See for yourself, dumbass. As Grimjow sends him a picture of Tyr Harabel, beating THR hell out of Stark, however, the guy wasn't in pain but sleeping, unaware he is currently getting beaten up outside. Ulquiorra was next to him, sending a thumbs up emotionlessly while Grimjow was pointing at the camera with the middle. Angry Panther-san. Ulquiorra said hi. Crescent Kuroi. Did you seriously have to give me the finger? Angry Panther-san. I did. Want another? Crescent Kuro. Nope. Anyway, John A. Angry Panther-san. Screw yourself off. Izuku tap out of the app and close his phone, and look outside of the windows, with two girls trying to start a conversation between them but they couldn't help but took a glance at Izuku each time passed. After a while, around afternoon. I am. Everyone look over at the door, as it burst open, All Might came sliding inside, smiling as usual. Sliding through the door like a totally different person. All Might said, as Izuku's sweat dropped behind he had heard but everyone was staring at him with awe. It's All Might. Sugoi. He really is a teacher. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. All Might stood proud and mighty, said. I teach the hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. All Might turned behind. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. All Might turn around and she's then a card that reads in battle. Combat training. He toss his to his arm, pointing at the wall as many cases began to slides open. And to go with that are these. Costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. Everyone just gasped in delight and grabbed their bags respectively that had their seat's number labeled on it. After you change, gather in ground beta. All Might said, as everyone nodded and left the classroom. Izuku got off his seat and went outside, bag flinging behind his shoulder as his Ka-san had embarrassed him by screaming his name out so loud throughout UA, that all the teachers came to check it out and found out she just came here to give him his hero costume, much to his anger and embarrassment as his picture is now getting wider of being crack open. After that, the students of 1A began to step out of the tunnel, wearing their costumes. They say the clothes make the man, shonens and shoujus. Be fully aware, from now on, you are heroes. All Might then look at everyone's costumes but haven't seen Ikiku's. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Where's Kuchiki? Ilda asked curiously, seeing the orange-haired teenager is not here. Over here. Everyone looked up and saw Izuku, sitting down atop of the tunnel, wearing a shihakusho that the Gote 13 wore but his version looks different. His right sleeve was gone, revealing his muscles that isn't a lot but good looking. The coat is longer, reaching above his knees and is open, secured by a white sash. He wears a pair of black combat boots that has thick white-colored soles. Oh, Kurosaki-kun, Uraraka exclaimed in surprise, smiling as Izuku lands on the ground to his feet and flips his hair back, making all the girls blushed. That looks cool. Really, you look like one of the Gote 13's members but different. Izuku looked at her in surprise, noting her costume as she rubs the back of her head sheepishly. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing, Uraraka said embarrassedly while giggling. It's great, Izuku complimented awkwardly, as Uraraka smiles brightly. I thought you might wear this someday. Yaoyorozu said, as Izuku looked at her and went eyes widened, blushing. Because, your adopted two-san is the Taiko of the 6th Division. She wore a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which is open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She sports short crimson boots which dip sharply down in the center, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, another, thinner one around the top portion of her chest, below her shoulders. Needless to say, Izuku found her costume to be both revealing and interesting. Revealing is too much, but what is interesting is her quirk. Due to her much exposed skins, she can create with her exposed skins now instead of 2 arms. What do you think? Momo asked with a smile. Revealing, but ultimately, you're a genius. Izuku commented. I can see the fact you have a lot of revealing for your costume is because of you quirk, right? The design choice allows you to create items from as many points in your body as possible, as your quirk can only be used if your skin is exposed. And you can only creating them with your arms all the times, correct? But it is certainly beautiful on you. Izuku said out loud, his blood frozen upon realizing what he just said. Yaoyorozu's face flushed crimson, as she placed her hand over her forearms shyly. Oh, arigato, Izuku-kun, Yaoyorozu said, as Izuku looked away and slams his face into his palm. I'm an idiot, and that, you are, Juro said, as Izuku glares at her but hide a blush. Her hero costume consists of a black leather jacket, long salmon-colored shirt with several rips at the collar and hem, black pants, and boots with stereos built into their shafts. She also has 2 small, triangular red paint marks just below her eyes, a plain black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Urusei, Bakamano. Mineta turn around and look at you readers, sending a thumbs up. The hero course is the best, Mineta said with blood leaking down his nose, before someone smacks him across his head, knocking him out temporarily. Sat, it's time for combat training, All Might said, as Ilda, in his hero costume, raised his hand up. Sensei, this is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you looks at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, House arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes. ANF fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might said. Without basic training, Asui asked. All Might answered. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. Then, many of them began to bombard him with questions. How will wins and losses be determined? Yaoyorozu asked. Can we beat him up anyway? Bakugo questioned. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka said in worry. How shall we bring split up? Ilda asked with his hand raised. Isn't this cape too crazy? Yuga said, noting the cape he was wearing. Sweats drenched All Might's face as he clenches his fists in frustration, his mind and ears trying to tell him what should he do, and Ichigo pitied the poor symbol of peace. Being a sensei is hard. I'll answer all your questions. He then pulls out a script of paper and reads them. Now listen here. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere on their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect THR nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might explained. Everyone then are led to believe this is like an American game. All Might pulls a yellow box in front with labeled as lots. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots, he said as Ilda stepped forward. They're being decided so haphazardly. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, maybe that's the reason. Ichigo said simply, face as stern and hard as ever with that small scowl, which he dubbed this as his normal face. Soka, the discernment to look ahead. Ilda bowed. Please excuse my rudens. All Might turn around. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. Team A. Kuchiki, Kurosaki, Izuku and Yaoyorozu Momo. Team B. Shoji Mezu and Todoroki Shoto. Team C. Mineta Minoru and Uraraka Ochako. Team D. Bakugo Katsuki and Ilda Tenya. Team E. Ashido Mina and Aoyama Yuga. Team F. Kota Koji and Sato Rikido. Team G. Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyoka. Team H. Tokiyami Fumikage and Asui Suyu. Team I. Ojiro Mashirao and Hagakure Tora. Team J. Shiro Honta and Kirishima Ejiro. Izuku breathed hard and watched as Mineta began ogling at Uraraka's bodysuit, which he approached him and flicked his forehead into the ground before walking to Yaoyorozu, who looked at him curiously before her world changes. Yellow glowing background with pink particles surrounded Izuku as he got in front of her and placed his forearm over his forehead, head tilted back as a growing mass of blush falls down on her cheeks. Looks like I'm working with you, huh? Let's do our best. Meanwhile, Ichigo stared confusedly at Yaoyorozu's very reddened face and snapped his fingers in front of her face. Oi, you all right? He shook her lightly by poking her shoulder. No respond as Izuku placed his backhand over her cheek. Momo squeaked in surprise. You're not having a fever, right? Izuku asked in worry, as Momo blushed and looked away. And no, I'm just feeling uneasy, she said. What is wrong with me? Why did I shuddered and blushed like a high school girl? All Might shoves his hands inside two separate color boxes, black for villain and white for hero. The first teams to fight will be. He pulls out both a black and white ball. These guys. Of all people, why him? Izuku thought in disbelief, seeing he is up against Bakugo, the one who had an immense hatred for him for no reason. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be he villains. Everyone else head toward the monitor room. Hi. Feeling the glaring eyes of Bakugo, Izuku's eyes glares harder and colder than Bakugo's, looking down at him because of their heights. The blonde looked surprised before snarling. Villain team, go in first and set up. All Might announced as they were in front of a building. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Both Momo and Izuku nodded. Hi, Ilda Shonen, Bakugo Shonen, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out and don't be afraid to get hurt. If things go too far, I will stop it. Hi. Bakugo glares at the calm Izuku, sitting atop of a fence with closed eyes and mind thinking. This angered him. How much did this bastard stomps on his pride? He'll make him pay and show him the results of his trainings to beat him. and show him why he will be number one. The villain then step inside a room where the fake weapon lies. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. Ilda sighed and approached the object, with his helmet off and on his hand. So our job is to protect this. He decided to see the density of it and knocks it a couple times with his knuckle finger. It's papier-mâché. Hey, Tenya turn around and look at his comrade. Protect this junk while I go on and find Kurosaki. Bakugo said, his back facing Ilda, who reluctantly nodded. If I may ask, what's your relationship with Kuchiki-kun? You seem to be especially angry when it comes to Kuchiki-kun. Ilda said, what's your reason for hating him, Bakugo-kun? Quote. Bakugo didn't said anything and waited until the match starts, much to Ilda's annoyance of his words not able to reach his comrade's ears. The blonde was currently raging inside him, thinking of a way to end Izuku as quick as he can to show him how strong he is. I think I can memorize all the building's floor plan. What about you, Izuku-kun? Momo asked, glancing at the orange-haired boy, who was sitting on the rail fence. Momo looked at him with confusion and worry why he is suddenly so quiet. What's wrong? She asked. I'm pretty wondering what Bakugo'll do now. Izuku sighed. That guy is pretty much an interesting yet confusing man for me. He hates me for no reason at all, and from that day forward, he always seeks out to defeat me. To be honest, while being an overconfident and arrogant Aho, I can't help but admit Katsuki is a hard person to get along with. Izuku said and looked at the skies. Soka, it must be because you're more powerful than he is, so maybe his goal is to surpass you, Izuku-kun. Momo said, maybe. Also, why are you using my first name with kun on it instead of my last name? Because we're best friends and classmates together now. She shuddered, blushing embarrassedly as Izuku looked surprised before smiling at her warmly. Arigato na, Momo-kun. She smiled affectionately back at Izuku. Suddenly, they found themselves staring at each other for what appears to be an eternity. Both of them began to close their eyes and slowly lean down to each other, before. All Might's voice booms on the speakers, as it signaled it has begun. Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and D. Both of them jumped up in surprise, a massive blush on their faces. What the hell just happened? Both Izuku and Yaoyorozu thought in surprise and embarrassment. In the room where the symbol of peace and the rest of the 1A students are in, All Might said to them. Everyone, you all should think as well. Seeing the nods from them, All Might lower his head down a bit. Kuchiki Shonen, here, you are no more than single student. He places a small earphone piece on have ear. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. They watch as Izuku and Yaoyorozu climbs into the second floor and went inside. We're on the second level, Yaoyorozu said, as Izuku signaled her to follow him. There are a lot of blind spots, so be careful in case you felt something heating around the corners. He said as she nodded, following him as they look around. While walking, Izuku thought, knowing what'll happen, Bakugo is likely playing smart instead of rushing out and attack me with explosions without a plan. However, full cowling at 30% is enough to beat him, and it is most highly recommend that instead of Ilda, he'll be the one to chase after me only. I'm concerned about Momo-kun, though. I know she isn't the one Bakugo is going for, but knowing him, he doesn't want her to interrupt our battle, and I don't want her to get hurt because of me. And I also can't hollow fee after yesterday's event. Bakugo knows about this, so if I tried to claw down, he'll probably know what I am going to do and stop me before I have the chance to. I don't want to injure him too gravely, but this is Bakugo we're talking about. He stops and turns around. What's wrong? Izuku places his hand over her mouth, shutting her up as his eyes look behind him. Pretty frickin' sneaky. Ichigo mentally grinned in surprise. He could feel Nana and Zangetsu supporting him, and he decided to take them to heart and turn around. Taking a step, Izuku said to the girl, Momo-kun, I think you should go on ahead without me. I've calculated how your quirk would work as Ilda and you probably can win. Izuku said, as Yaoyorozu looked at him in confusion. Why he is calling me, Momo-kun, now? It's embarrassing. She mentally thought in embarrassment but didn't show it. No, we should work together as team, Izuku-kun. Momo said, Shikashi. Suddenly, sensing a presence behind him, and heat sweeping over his back. Izuku quickly looked behind and saw Bakugo, a few inches away, of blasting him away with a superheated charge blast of his palm. Realizing if that hit him, not only it'll injured him because he was off guard, it'll injured Momo as well. So out of a ditch of effort, Izuku tackled Yaoyorozu into him and they rolled behind Bakugo before his palm slams. A blast of heat destroyed the wall next to him. "You okay, Momo-kun?" Izuku gasped. "Kuso. He's good for hiding so well that my energy sensing didn't kick." Remembering yesterday, he is still worn out of using the Gran Rei Sero a little, so he decides the current level he is in are at least 70%. That is enough. "Yeah, arigato." They got up, and Bakugo tossed his arm to his side, removing the smoke off his path. "Iku's, Kurosaki. Don't dodge." Bakugo sneered. Izuku narrowed his eyes and Bakugo made a few small explosions on his palms. In the room, some of the students were surprised. "A surprise attack from the start," a midget said. "Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all," Kirishima said, not pleased with his actions of hiding so sneakily and attack them before they could react. "A surprise attack is a strategy, too. They in the middle of a real battle right now," All Might said calmly with folded arms. "Kuchiki-kun avoided it," Mina said excitedly. "There goes Bakugo." Kaminari breathed. Kyoka sighed in relief and placed her hand over her chest. "Thanks for protecting Yaomomo, Izuku." She suddenly blushed. "Wait, why am I using his first name? I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close," Bakugo said with a smirk, rushing into Izuku front and rear his arm back. Suddenly, the boy shunput in front of him, grabbing his wrist away while his stern and cold eyes bore into Bakugo's red eyes. "Don't underestimate me, Bakugo. What you wanted to achieve is not what I want to achieve." Pulling his arm, Izuku headbutt Bakugo hard and kicks him away. "I forgot, I can't use one for all." Bakugo growls and got up, ignoring the pain and blasts forward with explosions. Getting in close, he spins his body around and slams his fist into Izuku's forearms that is guarding his face. However, Izuku suddenly grabs his arms and turns around, surprising everyone as he tosses Bakugo into the wall across the hallway. "Bakugo, I will never know what your goal is. I think about it yesterday's night as I thought that today will be true for our waiting to stop and have our confrontation. But if you waited so long to defeat me," getting into a fighting stance, fists preparing, Izuku yelled. "Then go and try. You still have a long way to go before you could break my bones." Bakugo got up, hands outstretched to his front, snarling while Momo watched with worry. "Kurosaki, I always wanted." His face turns to full of furious anger, rage, and dark. "To see you bleed in my hands. That's why I hate you for destroying my pride and dream." "Hey, Bakugo-kun, give me your status." "What happened?" Ilda said on the wireless earphone, as Bakugo touched it and yelled. "Just shut up and defend the Kuso thing. I'm really angry right now. I'm not asking about how you feel." "Oi." Bakugo had cut the link off, as Ilda frowned behind his helmet. He hung up, going off on his own like that. He tossed his arms in the air in frustration. What is wrong with him? "Geez," Kirishima asked. What was Bakugo saying? They looked at the monitors in confusion. They saw them talking but couldn't hear what they're saying. Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound. All Might points at the wireless earphone on his ear. He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio. All Might said, "You can bring that plus the building's floor plan, and this capture tape." He shows everyone a wrap of white tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? Ashido asked. All Might nodded in response. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. She said, heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Aizawa-sensei tell you, too? You know, here we go. Everyone raised their arm up, with the addition of Todoroki Shoto raising his arm a little in a lazy way. Plus ultra. Monsieur, Bakugo is. Everyone looked back at the monitors, as Bakugo leaned down and tossed his hands behind him, explosions cracking. "Momo-kun, get away." As Bakugo launched forward in an instant, Izuku ducked down, dodging the devastating roundhouse kick, combined that with his explosion and force. But Momo didn't want to. Shikashi, we can't just split apart, Izuku-kun. She understands the situation now, but she is too stubborn to leave her teammate. Looking away, TCH, you were always sure of yourself, Bakugo said angrily, his eyes widened upon seeing he capture tape about to wrap his leg. Launching his other arm at Izuku, the spiky-haired hero in training tilted his head away, dodging the incoming explosion and removes the capture tape, leaping past Bakugo and backhanded punch his back. I really appreciate your help, but you'll only end up hurt. Izuku said, look, I'll catch up to you later. Go on and wait. Dodging the incoming swing, Izuku grabs Bakugo's collar instantly and throws him away. But she stopped when she saw his eyes. She rubs her arm with her hand, still hesitating to be sure if she should listen or not. Despite a noble, she cares deeply for her friends and family like Kurosaki Izuku. She doesn't want to see him injured, she wants to help and is currently thinking of one. Damn, he's amazing, Sato said in awe and shock, as they watch as Izuku dodges Bakugo's flurry of explosions quite easily. He's not even using his quirk fighting against the guy who finished second in the entrance exam. Shiro said, oh, why aren't you listening, Yaomomo? Jiro thought in frustration, watching as both Izuku and Yaoyorozu began arguing briefly about something. They don't look angry but a little annoyed and worried, much to Bakugo's irritation and rage. As Bakugo prepared to launch forward, Izuku picks Momo up in his arms, carrying her as if he is carrying his bride to the wedding. Yaoyorozu blushed as they run. Mat, Kurosaki, Bakugo shouts angrily, chasing after them. Why aren't you listening to me? I am worried, okay. Have you had any little faith in me? I'm your best friend, Izuku. Of course I would, but I don't want to see you injured. Well, too bad, Izuku scowls. I can't focus on taking Bakugo on easily if Momo is here. Where's my intelligent mind when I needed it? He thought frustratedly, not even caring he is still holding Yaoyorozu in his arms while she is trying to get out of him out of embarrassment of being carried like taking his bride to the wedding. Jiro couldn't help but feel jealous all of a sudden, while some of the students whistled and Mineta screaming in jealousy and crying out blood. Damn you, Kurosaki. Izuku stopped when they heard Bakugo's taunts. Oi, come out here and fight me like a true man, Kurosaki. Aren't you Kuchikis supposed to be tough and mighty? Huh, you've got tons of flashy quirks, don't you? Try and get me with them. 'Cause I'm not afraid to get that monster out of you and beat you. He seems real angry. It's scary. Kaminari whistled nervously. I had heard from Kuchiki Shonen that Bakugo Shonen thinks well of himself. Demo, this is too much. All Might thought, looking at the enraged look on the blonde's face. As Izuku placed Momo down, she leaned against the wall and breathed. Now I know his true intentions is on me and not Momo-kun, explaining why he shots at me all the time instead of me and her. I knew it already, Izuku thought and leaned next to Momo, checking if Bakugo is around and used his energy sensing to notice where he is. If they were going to send an advance guard, it would have been better to send Ilda, who had more mobility, and I'm sure Bakugo knows that already. That probably means he's running wild on his own, and the two of them aren't working together. In the first place, I know I'm being overconfident, but I'm sure if I materialize Zangetsu, I can defeat him with a Getsuga Tenshou, but I don't want make those think lowly of me. I could try using Shunpo on him and land a blow to his back to knock him out of consciousness and tied him up with a capture tape. Kuso, I waste too much time on hand-to-hand combat instead of using Zangetsu. Where are you, Kurosaki? You could probably shut his mouth if you used my powers, Ibo. Zangetsu said laughingly, as Izuku frowns. Probably, but I don't want to injure Bakugo too much. It's not my kind of fighting style. Izuku thought back, why don't you use one for all? I mean, everyone will not notice it. Nana suggested. Nope, he's analyzing me, I can tell. He's being cautious in case I materialize Zangetsu, or use hollow powers, or one for all. It's too risky. Ilda sighed and placed his fingers over his chin. Bakugo-kun is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ilda family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. Ilda turns around, evilness and malicious in his eyes and face behind the helmet, laughing evilly. I am extremely hella evil. Everyone in the room burst into laughters. He's taking this so seriously. Some of them commented. I have an idea, Momo said. Izuku looked at her, interested. I can create a trap, like a net with metal wires. While you are fighting Bakugo-kun, I will create the trap I planned, and once you get my signal, peace, you move out of the way and I'll activate the trap. That could work, actually. Izuku's sweat dropped. Hell, I decided not to use my brain and went for the opposite. We should get start. Izuku turned around and saw Bakugo, standing there at the center of the hallway. The grenade-like gauntlets lines in his right hand glows red and made a sound. They're loaded, Bakugo said, as Yaoyorozu got up and took a step back. I wonder how the hell did he come behind us? Did Soi Fan-san took him in as her prodigy? Why won't you use your quirks? Bakugo asked. Insanity began filling him up. Are you saying you can win even if you don't use it? Are you underestimating me, too, Kurosaki? Nope. I simply don't wanna hurt you too badly, that'll crush your pride even more. Izuku taunted, as Bakugo grits his teeth ragingly, before grinning, raising his right arm to show the gauntlet. With you being more smarter than anyone else, you probably know my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. Bakugo said and pulls the lever open, holding the pin. If they made this way I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them, and... Izuku's eyes widened in horror and shock, and look at Yaoyorozu behind him. Don't do it, Bakugo. Don't tell me that's... All Might thought in disbelief. Bakugo shonen, stop. Are you trying to kill them? If I don't hit him, they won't die. As soon as those words left his mouth, the pin was pulled out as a massive wave of heat came flying towards them. It engulfs the entire hallway, shaking the whole building in the process. This is supposed to be a class, Ejiro said. Shonen, Kuchiki shonen. As the dust settles, Izuku look over at his right arm, noticing scorch marks on it, and he look in front of him, holding Momo close to his body while a protective arm around her. She looked shocked and horrified, and look at him with a frightened look. Daijobu, Izuku asked softly, as Momo nodded and looked at his arm. But your arm. She didn't finish as his hollow mask rips, steams began pouring out of his wounds as they healed. Zangetsu in his hand to shield he and Momo from the blast. He could have just shunput away, but he didn't have time. He was feeling angry, too angry. Bakugo step out the smokes, wearing a smirk. Bakugo-kun, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself, Ilda demanded, as Bakugo ignores it and continue to look at Izuku. Oi, what's wrong, Kurosaki? I didn't hit you, so you can still move, can't you? Come and get me with that huge sword you're holding. Bakugo taunted cockily. He feels he can defeat him now that he saw the injuries on his right arm. Kasama, growled Izuku. Sensei, you should stop them. That Bakugo's really crazy. He's gonna kill them. Hiroshima said while Jiro looked at both Momo and Izuku in worry and relief. However, her main concern is the emotions on Izuku's hollow-feet eyes. No, All Might later thought. Strangely enough, part of him is still sane. I don't know if it's small-minded or what, but anyway. Bakugo shonen, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. To track on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. All Might warned. Izuku glares at Bakugo and notice the annoyed expression on his face. You know what? The blonde look at him. I've enough of this shit. You tried to hurt my friend. His yellow eyes stares deep into Bakugo's soul. I'll show my full power. Suddenly, a blade touched his neck from behind. Bakugo gasped and looked over at his shoulder slowly. Izuku was behind him, his capture weapon wraps on his forearm, blade threatening to cut his neck and eyes glaring at him. He had just combined both Shunpo and Sonido into both, thus he calls this as Shunido. Letting his hollowification flies away, Izuku lets the blade dematerialize into blue particles, walking past Bakugo, who is left stunned and speechless. Ikuso, Momo-san. As they left, Bakugo dropped to his knees, his eyes widened and touched his neck. If this wasn't a training and I'm an enemy, he could have sliced my head off my neck. Am I really that weak? Weak of not seeing through Kurisaki's moves. Hero team wins. The room fell silent as they watched as Ilda got up after Izuku dealt with him by knocking him off the ground quite easily with Shunido. The orange-hair man helped Ilda to get up, while Momo was looking at Izuku, and they couldn't describe what she is feeling like. What the heck? The losers are on the ground so easily and the winners are still standing. Kaminari said, as Tokiyami closes his eyes and said, they have won the war in battle, huh? This is training, though. Asui said, after that, due to that no one was hurt, only Bakugo received light injuries because of the beating. They were sent back to where the students are with Yaoyorozu asking Kurosaki multiple times if he's alright. Well, even if I say that, the MVP for this battle was the hero team and Ilda Shonen. All Might announced. Bakugo looked very troubled of that he is beaten, Ilda Lu very shocked of why he is included, Momo and Izuku remain calm and eyes closed. Ilda-kun as well, Asui said in confusion. Well, why is that? Does anyone know? All Might raise his arm for anyone to answer it, as both Izuku and Yaoyorozu raised their arm but they noticed this and blush. You go. No, you should. Both of them laughed slightly, as Momo said. That is because Ilda-san adapted the most to the context of the training. From I've seen and heard, it appears Bakugo-san acted on his own because of an obviously personal grudge. And as Sensei said earlier, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. Ilda-san had prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late in responding to Izuku-san's surprise attack. Once explaining, Ilda tilted his head to the air a little, holding his chest, his face flattered by the compliment he was having. We won because of been no help and Izuku-san risking his life over me due to my stubbornness. She felt guilty for not listening to Izuku's words. The boy knew if his plan would go as planned, they would have won for sure without being a burden. But due to her stubbornness, she makes him feel too burdened and that saddened her to shame. It's not your fault, Momo-san. Ichigo roll his eyes and she look at him. I know, all right. You did your best as you could. Demo. Suddenly, his hand grabs her hair, as he leaned down a little, wearing a hard scowl over his face. Say it one more day and I'll beat that shameful pride into my punching bag. Momo quickly nodded as his scowl drops into a grin, and ruffled her hair, much to her embarrassment as her face went crimson. Everyone looked and thought, cute. All Might was stunned at the explanation, shaking. Shish, she said more than I expected. He thought before regaining his posture. Well, Ilda Shonen also has parts of him that could be more relaxed, but that was correct. All Might praised, sending a thumbs up. All right, everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Izuku looked at Bakugo, and noticed his troubled face. Feeling a bit bad for shattering his pride, since he knew he, too, would be upset if someone destroys his pride, he approached Bakugo and placed his hand over his shoulder and walked past him while others look at him with curiosity. The explosion user look at him. Let's talk outside. As said, both men were outside of the room, Izuku leaning against the wall and fold arms while Bakugo just stared dead into his eyes. What is it you wanted to talk about? Bakugo asked calmly but a few hints of annoyance and curiosity. Gomen. The blonde looked at his rival, surprised. I got too carried away and broke off your pride and all. Izuku sighed and placed his hand the back of his neck. Seriously. Bakugo deadpanned and Izuku shot him an annoyed look, before looking very serious that caused Bakugo to be curious even more. Listen, this revelation I'm about to tell you is only the people I trusted to know. My parents and their friends, someone else and now, you. Bakugo looked very interested. So, what I'm about to say is going to be between us. No one can know this. If I tell you what my quirks is, you'll shut up about this and never said a word. Deal. Okay, good. Listen, the truth is, he says with more serious this time. I don't have quirks. It might be hard to take in, but I am actually quirkless. Bakugo stared at him, bewildered, flabbergasted and confused. However, despite quirkless, I am not really powerless. I possessed a power called Zanpakuto, a tool that is made from our soul, and there are amount of people out there with this kind of power. The Gote 13, for an example. Haven't you noticed all the Taikos, Fukutekus and the Saotaicho themselves claim they have quirks, yet they always used their katanas. Let me get this straight. Bakugo interrupted, pointing a finger at him. You're telling me that you're that quirkless shithead who is smarter than me, is one of those people with swords in the Gote 13. Zanpakuto. Power, he said in a demanding tone. Yeah, my parents, as you know, Kuchiki Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, are those people that possess something within their souls. Zanpakuto are part of our existence, so they know us ever since we are born together. I inherited my parents' powers, my Oyaji's energy attacks and my Haha's ice attacks. I, too, inherited my Oyaji's Zanpakuto, Zanjetsu, and some parts of my Haha's Zanpakuto, Soda no Shirayuki, fused with him. Izuku said. Then, what the hell was that mask? Bakugo pointed out at the holofication. It's called a holofication. Basically, there are many of monsters out there called hollow. You see, hollow are creatures that eats the souls of living beings. As such, they are very dangerous and powerful, as it would take at least many pros to defeat one. Izuku explained. There are 3 classes of hollows. First, the Jillian class. They're not smart as their intelligence are that of a wild beast but powerful, standing above 2 buildings together and are scary as hell. The second is the Ajukas class. They're much smarter and less mindless than the Jillians, as well as power. And finally, the most highest and strongest rank, Vasto Lord. Their minds are that of a very intelligent human, their powers are worlds apart and they took on a very human appearance, so they can blend in with society. If they remove their masks, they would go on to an Urankarification and they would take human forms and gain more power, but they can abandon this to gain even more power. Jillian have a less chance of taking human form, while Ajukas will take on a human form and Vasto Lord will 100% took on a very human form. In addition, Urankar possessed the remnants of their masks and hollow hole, which is located on their chests, while some possess their hollow hole around their bodies like their abdomen. Izuku mentally laughed when his mind came across Grimmjow. The Urankar's hollow hole is on his abdomen, so on return, the poor guy couldn't eat anything and he doesn't need to eat, only drink, which would somehow not made them spills out of his hollow hole. Oh, how sad this guy was when he realized he couldn't eat anymore and never felt hungry in his life. I am not an Urankar. I am called a wizard, Izuku said when Bakugo opened his mouth, as the blonde looked at him in surprise and amusement. Yes, it literally means, masked army. They're a group of Zanpakuto users who acquired hollow powers by undergoing a holofication. Remember the secret and underground group also named as Vizard. They're Zanpakuto users with hollow powers. They gained something called Inner Hollow, as it means the hollow powers have fused with the Zanpakuto and took on their wielder's appearance and voice but with a hollow edge tone, or they would just took on the wielder's appearance if they failed to defeat the Zanpakuto and are forced to only have hollow powers without Zanpakuto's powers. All the Vizards have their Zanpakuto and Inner Hollow intact together without fusing, except mine. You see, my Oyaji's Inner Hollow merged with my Zanpakuto's powers, thus making him a hollow feed Zanpakuto with my parents' powers. Bakugo looks very, very stunned and speechless. Finally, he said, Soka, is that all? Izuku nodded, thankful he didn't know about One for All. I won't tell anyone about this now that I learnt about your powers. Bakugo said before glaring at Izuku. Kurosaki, don't think you defeated me means you won. I'm going to beat you. I'm just getting started. Here, I will become number 1. Bakugo yelled with resolve and eyes burning with determination and confidence. Izuku returned it, as Bakugo wipes the sweat off his face and walk inside the room. You won't beat me again, Kuso. As the doors closed, Izuku smiled before grinning. That went quite well, as I didn't expect that Bakugo would take this easily. He thought, damn, that kid's got some steel balls. Zanjetsu said, looks like he has some resolve. Nana mused. Next day, what in the? Izuku chained off as he stares at the mob of reporters surrounding Uraraka and Ilda about questions, mainly about All Might. I think it's best if you shunidote or shunput away before they notice you. Zangetsu warned, snorting sarcastically. Or maybe try leaping over the gates to see how much you've improved. Nana suggested laughingly, imagining as Izuku jumps over the gates while getting hit by UA's securities. Nope, not happening. Izuku whispered and walked past them, but one of them noticed him and yelled. Hey, it's Kuchiki Izuku. Soon enough in a second, all the reporters surrounded him with bombs and grenades of questions about All Might and how's his day, which he kindly answered them since this happened a lot to him but knew if this keeps up, he'll be late for class and Aizawa saves the day. You are disturbing the classes and my students. Please leave, Aizawa said uninterestingly and softly pushed Izuku's shoulders as they walk away, ignoring the calls behind them. I can't believe All Might-san was able to work with all this. What a bothersome. After arriving at Class 1A, and Izuku took his seat, Aizawa later said. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the video and results. He looked at Bakugo. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a gaki. Bakugo flinch a little and look away. Wakata, and Kuchiki. He looked at the orange hair for a moment before sighing. Good work, I guess. The boys' sweat drop, including Momo, as all they get from their homeroom teacher is just a simple, good work, which is pretty plain. Sat, let's get down to homeroom business. Shota looked at the students. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you take another special test. Decide on a class representative. Everyone looked relieved except for some, who remains calm and normal. It's actually a normal school activity. Soon then, nearly everyone started yelling. I want to be a class representative. Pick me, Kirishima shouted. Me, too. Kaminari raise a hand. I want to do it, too. Juro raise her own hand, bluntly. It's a job made for M. Yuga got interrupted. I'll be the leader. The one who interrupted Aoyama was Ashido. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. The perverted midget demanded with a crazy blush that forced Izuku to both softly and nonchalantly backhanded punch his face down to his seat, knocking him out briefly. Let me do it. Me, Kuso. Me, Bakugo yelled. Silence, please. Ilda boomed, as everyone stopped and looked at him. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use a democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Tenya said, rising his hand high as he could while shaking, due to the strains he is putting on himself to rise his hand high in the air. Your hand is raised the highest. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari asked. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything, Ilda-kun? Asui said, if that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima suggested, don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Ilda said, making some gestures. What do you think, sensei? Looking at the man, the pro-hero was inside his sleeping bag, standing up. I don't care even a slightest bit, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. Aizawa tiredly said and falls down to the ground, already sleeping, which made Izuku curiosity to think how can he sleep like that. Arigato gozaimasu. Few moments later, Izuku scratched his cheek while looking at his name, which is the highest. He got 4 votes while Momo got 2. Why Kurosaki? Who voted him for him that much? Bakugo gasped in disbelief and anger. It's best than voting for you. Shiro said. What did you say? He always slack off in classes back in junior year. That's because being a class representative wasn't my thing, Katsuki. Izuku said while looking behind him to hide his smug grin, as Bakugo glares at him. Urusei. It'll be scary if Bakugo finds out. Uraraka whistled innocently. Izuku is much better than voting that hothead. Juro thought. Her expression as normal as ever until her face flushed red as she realized. Wait, why am I calling his first name again? I give up. I give up. Ilda thought, shaking as he and Uraraka, including Juro, were the one who voted for Ichigo. 0 points. I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling. He said in depression and frustration, as Izuku shot him a pity look. I'm guessing you voted for me. Hi, arigato na, Ilda-kun. Ichigo gulped, as he and Yaoyorozu stood up, and went to the front, looking calm and nonchalant. Then, Aizawa sits up. The class representative is Kuchiki and the deputy class representative will be Yaoyorozu. He announced, as Izuku shot a look to Ilda, saying he will not let him down, much to Ilda's relief and pleasure. That might not be too bad. Asui said, after all's said and done, Kurosaki can be pretty fired up, anyway. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results. Hiroshima said. Later lunchtime, Izuku took a bite off the apple he is holding, currently eating fruits such as apple, orange and jackfruit since he isn't feeling eating the other foods other than fruits. He is sitting with Ilda, Uraraka. Usually, both Momo and Kyoko would sit with them but they sometime hang out with the girls. There are a lot of people today, too, Uraraka claimed. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place. Ilda answered. Uraraka took a chop of her rice and beamed. The rice is so delicious. She melted over the taste of the rice. Oh, I am curious to know why you voted for Kurosaki-kun. I thought you want to be class rep, too, Ilda-kun. I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Uraraka asked, as Izuku's sweat dropped and nearly choked of eating his fruits. She just talks without thinking, her innocent yet dumb mind reminds me of Inoue-san. Aikiku thought, calling the memory of one of his Oba-san, Inoue Orihime, the sweet, carefree, cheerful, hyperactive, innocent and dumb woman. Orange hair, dark gray eyes. Change to brown hair and eyes. Are we sure this isn't the chicken glasses kid? Zangetsu asked with humors, while Nana snorted. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Merely. You don't usually use that word. Oh, that's, Uraraka said. I've been thinking. Are you a rich boy like Kurosaki-kun, Ilda-kun? Ilda flinched in surprise while Izuku smirked. Finally, he was starting to realize the life of people asking you if you're rich. Rich. Ilda looked away and closed his eyes, sweats on his face. I tried to change how I talk like Kuchiki-kun because I didn't want to be called that. Tenya said strictly, noticing the staring of Ochako while Izuku ignored him, much to his desperation as he gave in inside. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Wow. Uraraka went awe-inspired. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Of course. Izuku stated calmly. He's a well-known hero who has 65 sidekicks at his Tokyo agency. As I recall back then, he is your Oni-san. Ilda nodded and stood proudly. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my Ni-san. Shikashi, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. He glanced at Izuku. Unlike me, Kuchiki-kun realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. Ilda explained, as they look at him, surprised and he wonders why they are staring at him with such expression. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ilda-kun. Uraraka said. What, really? I smile, Ilda said happily. Thanks for voting me, Ilda-kun. Izuku thanked sincerely. Monday night. Rings. Asterisk. An alarm blares. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. A voice calls, as everyone panicked and rushed to the exit. What's level 3 security? Ilda said in confusion and urgent. It means someone is trespassing on the school grounds without an ID. Intruders, in short. Izuku frowned and got up, closing his eyes. Demo. Why am I getting this annoying feeling in my guts that those energies I'm sensing are actually humans? Hollow's energy signatures are dark and heavy. Zanpakuto user's energy signature are human-like and special. Vizard's energy signature are more that of a Zanpakuto user and when they hollow fee, it would have the near signature of a hollow. Arankar's signature are more hollow when they enter their final form that has been sealed in their katanas. Humans, heroes and villains have their own signatures as normal beings are more. Well, normal. Heroes have their signatures based on their personalities while villains would have a hint of evilness in their energy. However, due to that his tracking sucks, not bad as his Oyaji's, from what his friends said, but he has less experience of sensing energies. Not like he can't, but he could, only takes some hard works to put it into action. materializing Zangetsu in his hand and rushed into the crowd with Uraraka and Ilda following him to the exit, using Shunpo to leaps into the air for some speed, and stabs Zangetsu onto the ceiling for a moment before it began slowly sliding off and Ichigo saw the media. Don't push. Chato Mat, I'm falling. I said, don't push. Both Ilda and Uraraka struggles against the mass, as they were constantly being pushed around by the panicking students. Ow, what's going on all of a sudden? She exclaimed. As expected of the best of the best. Everyone reacts quickly in a crisis. Whoa, Izuku dematerialized Zangetsu and falls down, landing atop of someone, but the person just shrugged off and continued to push forward. Now, he is constantly getting stepped on. Kurosaki-kun, enraged when someone stomps their foot on his head, his energy pressure blares to life as he got up forcibly and yelled so loudly, it booms throughout UA campuses and nearly everyone froze in fear. Calm down already. They looked to where the voice came from and saw a very mad Kuchiki Izuku, standing there with his face covering in dust, before wiping them away and shot them a stern glare. Everything's fine. It's just the media. There is no reason for panicking. This is UA. You should act in a way befitting the best of the best. Why's there need for panicking? Chin and man up, and resolved your pride. Izuku yelled, everyone taken his words as they calmed down and began walking away. Kirishima and Kaminari sighed in relief after getting pushed around while trying to calm down them. Some were looking at the Kuchiki with admiration and amazement, mainly Jiro and Yaoyorozu, who was looking at him with amazement and admiration. The police is here. Ah, Yokata, goodbye, bad mass media. Present Mike waved as the police came behind the reporters, demanding them to leave immediately. After that, everyone went back to classes. Izuku clears his throat, as both he and Momo were standing behind the podium. Sat, let's decide on the other class officers. Then, he began talking while Momo couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Needless to say, it went well and Kirishima and Kaminari praised him what he did earlier, much ot his embarrassment of his sudden outburst back there. Outside of the school, Principal Nezu, Recovery Girl, the 18-rated hero, Midnight, and the Cement Hero, Smentos, were looking at the destroyed gate of UA that allows for the reporters to went inside. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Nezu mused. Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? Somewhere, 3 heroes, 2 of them being Kamui Woods and MT. Lady and other hero, were bruised due to the assaults they received from a pink, huge villain due to one reason. Listen heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this rich family here. The villain said. In his arm was 3 people, crying in fear as he extended a threatening hand at them, intending to crush them to pieces if they made a single move on him. Mount. Lady grits her teeth, holding onto her left arm and glares at the villain. Mo Daijobu, family. Mount. Lady gasped, as something majestic free falls the skies. Missouri smash. The villain falls into unconsciousness instantly when a hand chopped his neck, as the family was gone. Nays te. Because I am here on my way to work. All Might said, putting the family to the ground after saving them in his arms. Another scream caught his attention, as he turns around. It'll be bad if I'm late, but. He leaps highly into the air, before noticing something odd with his leap strength. I've gotten slower. He look at his hand, and curls it into a ball. After I gave Kuchiki Shonen one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, thanks to his intervention, my time limit remains the same, so I could work longer now. Even if he is 15-year-old, he understands full and well of this power and had never shows to anyone else. He is a suitable vessel and mature at that. He truly is a great prodigy. All Might thought, his fist inside of a car's engine to stop a robber from escaping. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. His heightened hearing lets him heard the voice, before leaping off again. Around 12:50 p.m., Aizawa stepped in and said, for today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Everyone look with curiosity in their eyes. Hi, what'll we be doing? Shiro asked, as Aizawa pulls out a card and shows them. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Some of them were surprised and grinned. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too. Kaminari asked to Ishido. Right, she pumped. Baka, this is the duty of a hero. Ejiro said and pumped his fists in excitement. My arms are ready to rumble and crush. No one can beat me in water, hero. Oi, I'm not done. Everyone then stays silent. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that like your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. Aizawa said, as he pushed the remote to let the cases slide open, as he began walking away. That is all. Start getting ready. After that, Izuku, draped in his shihakusho, waited for the bus to come and it came, as Ilda blows a whistle to get everyone's attention. Class 1A. Form 2 lines by your student numbers in order to make boarding the bus go smoothly. While not being a class rep, Izuku lets the boy to do his work. Unfortunately, much to his embarrassment and shame, it wasn't the same kind of bus K always knew, as the chairs is hanging against it, like a train. Shimada, I didn't think it'd be this type of bus. Ilda confessed embarrassedly, as Izuku chuckled softly. There was no point, huh? Ishido comforted. I say whatever comes to mind. Asui looked at Izuku. Kurosaki-chan, your quirk is kinda different from everyone's. Izuku scratched his head and saw everyone's eyes on him. Why ask? It's been bugging me for a while, but your quirk is pretty different from what I've seen so far, Kurosaki. Kirishima said. I mean, you can materialize a giant weapon, shoot laser beams to space, disappearing and reappearing behind your opponent in an instant, and do many awesome things. But it's nice to have a cool augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff. Ichigo watches as he activates his quirk, as his forearm becomes hardened and edged. My quirk, hardening, is strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much like yours. Ejiro said, I think you can do a lot with your quirk, Kirishima. Ichigo said, there's a lot of things you could do if you don't give up the potential of your quirk, like using your quirk on your body to become indestructible. Glancing at Kirishima, he saw the comical tears on his eyes. So manly. What a great man. Kirishima pumps his fists, as Ichigo's sweat drop, feeling relief they drop his Zanpakuto's powers off. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Yuga said. Ishido places her hand on his shoulder, smiling. Demo, it sucks that it gives you a bad stomachache after using it more than 1 second. She innocently said, as Aoyama paled in fear and nervousness. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki, Bakugo and Kuchiki, though, huh? Kirishima said, looking at the two. Bakugo raised an eyebrow before looking away with a scoff. Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Asui's insult really triggered the Bakugo's raging button, as he shot up from his seat, gripping onto the ledge with veins bulging. What the hell? You wanna fight? See, Kaminari decided to join in, not knowing Bakugo is too pissed now. We haven't known each other that long, so it's pretty amazing that everyone already knows his personality is like a garbage being swept off the ground. Denki taunted cockily. What's it that Aho vocabulary, Boke? I'll kill your dumb yellow-tail ass, you shitty, cocky, yellow, rip-off version of Pichu and Pikachu mixed together after shitting together in the Kuso bathroom. Bakugo yelled. Kaminari's face dropped into disbelief and depression, while Ichigo laughed. You is the best. What a vulgar conversation, Momo said, sitting next to Uraraka and Jiro, as she claps her mouth with her hand in disgust. But I like stuff like this, too, Uraraka said. She looked curious before asking. Also, what's your relationship with Kurosaki-kun? Both Jiro and Yaoyorozu look at her innocent face. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked in confusion. Your relationship, Uraraka said, as Yaoyorozu pondered about that before blushing slightly and remembered the arrangement her two-san gives to Ichigo. No, we're just good friends, Momo thought embarrassedly. We're best friends. Isn't that right, Kyoka? Jiro nodded and couldn't help but tease a little. Actually, they're more than just friends, Jiro said with a grin. Yaoyorozu blushed crimson and slams her hand over her mouth, shutting her up completely while Uraraka looked confused. We're here. Stop messing around. Hi. Upon arrival, they got off the bus and looked around, before seeing a familiar pro-hero in front of them. "Mina-san, I have been waiting for you," said the space hero, 13, which the students were awestruck by the appearance of the hero that is well known for saving people from disasters. "Let's go inside without delay. Look forward to working with you." As they step inside the building, consisting of a dome-shaped building composed of 8 main sections. "Wow, it looks like Universal Studios Japan." Hiroshima gasped in awe. "A shipwreck, a landslide, a conflagration, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters," it said in its feminine tone, and tossed its arms to its sides. "It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short." Everyone deadpanned. "It really is USJ." Aizawa approached 13. "13, where's All Might?" he asked and looked around for the symbol of peace. "He was supposed to meet us here." "About that." Aizawa looked at 13. "It looks like he did too much hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge," it said and raised 3 fingers, which Ikiku's eyes widened slightly before sighing. All Might, on the phone, in his true form, apologized. "Sumimasen, I should be able to go for a little at the end." "I'm really sorry." Aizawa nodded. "That's the height of irrationality," he said before thinking. "Well, we took precautions just in case." He later said, "It can't be helped. Shall we begin? Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's increasing." After stopping joking around, 13 explained. "Mina-san, I am aware you are familiar of my quirk, Black Hole. I can suck up anything and turn it into dust. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, but it is a dangerous power that can kill easily if you made one mistake," Ichigo informed dully. Everyone were surprised at his knowledge and 13 nodded, impressed. "That is correct. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have even certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. Shikashi, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa-san's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others." 13 explained, and bowed. "That is all. Thank you for listening." Everyone erupts into cheers. "That was wonderful. Bravo. Bravo. All right then." First, suddenly, all the lights were gone as they look in confusion. The fountain didn't work for a moment before returning. Izuku looked around and grasped onto the hilt of Zangetsu that is resting behind his back. The bandage wraps off the blade to reveal the magnificent blade. A black and purple portal appears in front of the fountain. Aizawa's eyes widened and turned around, as someone came out of the portal. Grayish-blue messy hair, blood-red eyes and a hand covering his face. "Gather together and don't move," Aizawa warned urgently. 13. Protect the students. Hiroshima took a step back in confusion. "What's that?" Soon, many people came out of the portal. "Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started?" he asked, and Izuku took a step. "Don't move. Everyone watch as he puts on his yellow goggles, and wore a frown. "Those are villains." Their eyes widened and gasped in shock. 13 an eraser head, "Huh," said the purple and black mist, as it shows he has yellow eyes. "The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. The trespassing the other day was the work of these bastards after all, huh?" Eraser head scowls. "Where is he?" said the grayish-blue hair man. "I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here." The grayish-blue hair continues. "I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids." "What? Villains? No way. There's no way they could get into a hero school," Hiroshima said in surprise. Yaoyorozu approached forward to ask 13. "Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors?" she asked, and it looked at her. "We have them, of course. Did they only appear here, or around the whole school?" Todoroki said. "Either way, If the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be Baka, but they're not Aho. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Some look on with worry and nervousness. Aizawa walks forward. 13. Starts the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had something or someone with a radio wave type quirk to counteract the sensors. He look over at Kaminari. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Sir, I can help you, Izuku said, grasping onto Zangetsu. You need some help, after all. I'm sure you can take these guys by yourself, but I can back you up. No, stay back. I appreciate the help, but I don't want my students to be involved with this. Aizawa said, I'm leaving it to you. 13. The space hero nodded as Aizawa jumps into the battle. Ikuso. As they run to the entrance, it was suddenly stopped by the black and purple villain as he appeared underneath the ground, emerging out. I won't let you. Nice to meet you. We are the next. Shocked Izuku as memories began to flash over his head. Quote. League of Villains. Gomenasai, Izuku, your parents were killed by. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA. Haisku, in order to have the symbol of peace, All Might, take his last breath. Everyone looked shocked. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1 to play. Suddenly, a blur dashed towards the mist villain. Izuku, murderous and killing intense around him, burning anger, rage, fury and hatred in his once calm purplish-blue eyes, yelled venomously. Getsuga Tenshou. A blast of blue energy burst and made everyone shield themselves from the smokes blowing everywhere. As it clears, Izuku growls and grip onto his right face in rage. Oh, Getsuga Tenshou, you say. I see I've finally found you. After all, you do resemble as your 2-san as your eyes resemble as your Okawa-san. The mist villain said, revealing he was unharmed as everyone was confused of this. Who? Kurosaki Ichigo and Kuchiki Rukia, right? The villain chuckled, angering Izuku even more. Tell me what happened. He glares furiously at him. Tell me what the hell happened to my parents. Izuku roars with hate and fury. I cannot explain. The villain said, my job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Then, the villain surrounded them with his quirk, sending them to different locations while Ilda, Rikido, Uraraka, Shoji, Shiro, and Ashido weren't trapped inside the doom of black and purple ball. Izuku opened his eyes and saw himself in the air, crashing into a mountain as he wasn't affected by this and got up instantly. Kuso. Growling, he looked at Zangetsu in his hand. I can't describe my feelings right now. Zangetsu, you there? Loud and clear, Izuku. Zangetsu said, no more joking around, now they were serious. The snowfall is now replacing with rain, Ikiku. You gotta control your emotions, kid. I hate the rain, you know. Zangetsu said with worry about the emotions Izuku is feeling. The rain inside the inner world gets harsher and stronger. Izuku, calm down, Nana said in a motherly tone, as Izuku grips his face, growling lowly. Kuso. After taking a few breathers to calm himself, Ikiku breathed in relief. Gomen, Zangetsu, Nana. I got my emotions the best out of me. It's all right, Izuku. We understand, Nana softly said. Don't let your emotions drive you to the wrong path. I know you want revenge, but isn't the time. Focus on protecting everyone. Arigato, Nana. He looked up when he heard a scream. Seeing both Jiro and Yaoyorozu falling down, Izuku placed Zangetsu behind his back. The cloth underneath the hilt wraps around his blade as he opens his arms. Both Kyoka and Momo lands onto his arms, as they stop screaming and look at him. That would have hurt if I didn't came, Izuku said teasingly, as both girls blushed madly and he puts them down. Sukebe, Kyoka whispered. Thanks for saving us. Momo shuddered. Both ladies got up and looked around. We're in the landslide zone, right? Kyoka said, looking around, as they saw a couple of villains approaching them with a malicious smirk. It seems like it, Yaoyorozu replied, and was something to create a weapon got herself and Jiro to use when Izuku cuts her off. I'll handle them. I got a business to do. Pulling out Zangetsu, he got into a stance. His left hand holding onto his right forearm, Zangetsu pointing forward as the cloth underneath the hilt wraps around his arm. Bankai. A swirl of black and crimson energy surrounded Izuku. As it dispersed, he stood there in his Bankai clothes. Tensa Zangetsu. His presence alone was able to scare the villains, as they took a step back in fear while the two girls look at him with awe and surprise. Combining Shunpo with his Bankai's speed at full speed, as all his energy is compressed into a small sword, giving him insane speed as many clones appeared around the villains before they collapsed into unconsciousness. Izuku pants a bit and wipes the sweats off his face. His Bankai was a disadvantage to him, as he is still new to this and hasn't mastered it. The Bankai's drawback is high, as due to his high energy, it will begin crushing his bones, so it's painful to use the godlike speed of Tensa Zangetsu and Shunpo together. If he dons his hollow mask, he would sure that the drawback would be high, but he was able to condense the drawback for at least 6 minutes. Letting it dispersed with a swirl of energy around him and stood in his original clothes and the kyber knife in his hand, Izuku turned to the girls. Let's hurry and find the others if we can, he said in a low tone, as he began walking away until someone grabs his forearm, stopping him from going to find the League of Villains. What's wrong, Izuku? What is wrong with me, Momo-kun? Ichigo puts a fake smile, but Momo saw through it and frowned. You're going after those League of Villains, right? I don't know what, but I think I got the clues together, she said, as Izuku flinched. Your Kazoku were killed by the League of Villains. Your Okawa-san's death is still unknown as they couldn't found her body, while your Otu-san's body were torn to pieces but without his head around. How did you know? Your adoptive parents told me and my family. We didn't know how much pain you've been through as a baby, Yaoyorozu said sadly while Jiro looks sad and nearly cries. Izuku stayed silent before saying, then, what are you doing now? I'm stopping you from attacking out of rage. Izuku looked at Momo in surprise and then affection, as he slowly brushed the bang of her hair. Yaoyorozu blushed and Izuku slowly leaned down, his right hand cupping her cheek as Yaoyorozu looked honestly surprised, before leaning up. Jiro, meanwhile, was absolutely shaking in anger and jealously, as she watched as Momo prepares to kiss Izuku. However, that didn't happen as Izuku slams his forehead into hers, making her winch glares at Izuku, who is wearing a smirk. Who said I was going to went after them, Bakayaro? Izuku said teasingly, as Yaoyorozu pouted that made him blush, due to the most shocked and confused fact of his, she looks too cute. You could have just told me, instead of bashing your thick head into my forehead. Both of them smiled and chuckled, while Jiro was confused of why she is like this, jealous of Momo around Ichigo. As they dealt with the villains on the mountain zone without efforts thanks to Izuku's abilities, they went to the flood zone and could heard Mineta screaming, and Kaminari standing on the ledge of the ship with determination and few hints of fear inside it. What's that idiot doing? Kyoka asked. I think he's going to use his electrification, Izuku said in bafflement and amusement. By jumping into the water and electrocute everyone inside, of course. Both girls watch with disbelief, as Kaminari yelled out, screw it, and with a mighty roar, he prepares to jump into the water, comical tears flying off his eyes, until Izuku stopped him by donning his hollow mask and fired a weak ball over at his feet, making him fall backward, as Ichigo rips off his mask. Kaminari looked dazed, got up and looked around to see who just hit him that made him lost his footing and stopping his quirk. His eyes fell on three-person, standing at the edge of the ledge where the water leads and his joy burst. Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Kuchiki, yo, Kaminari, don't do it, Izuku yelled, and all the villains look at him before he unsheathed Zangetsu, the bandage unfold the blade. Instead, let me do it for you. Charging an amount of energy into the tip of Zangetsu, Izuku leaps into the air, his left hand touching the blunt side of the kyber knife and brings it over his left side, and yelled as he swings as across to his front. Getsuga Tenshou, a crescent-shaped blue energy burst out of the tip of Zangetsu. The Getsuga flies as the villains screamed in terror, and the crescent moon crashed into the center, blowing a huge whirlpool. Hey, Mineta, bro. Kaminari look at the fearful pervert. I got an idea, Used your quirk to trap the villains in that whirlpool they're currently being sucked in. Just do it, man. Mineta screams in fear as he began pulling all his balls off his hair, throwing them all into the whirlpool while blood spouts off his head due to his quirk's drawback. Not bad, Izuku thought, impressed that Kaminari figured out the same plan he was all ready to call them out by using Mineta's quirk. As the trio swims across the water to where the Jiro, Yaoyorozu and Kuchiki is. I had a bowel movement this morning, so those things'll stick all day. Mineta said before he drools over the sight of Yaoyorozu's area, and since her body was really revelation, and the fact Mineta is very short and underwater. Pervert. Momo moves her hands over to her spot, glaring at the pervert, who giggles lustfully before Suyu slams her palm onto his neck, and shoves him deep down into the water without any care. Izuku frowns annoyingly, restraining himself from doing the pleasure by himself. Kusogaki. He growls underneath his breath, as Jiro smirked and nudged his arm with her elbow. Jealous now that you saw the advantage to all perverts for Yaomomo. Izuku glares at her and responds, as she laughs and waved off. Man, you were awesome, Kuchiki. Kaminari praised as they got out of the water. Seriously, I can see why you're strong. You did wonderful, Kaminari-san. This caught everyone off guard. A baka for that, at first. But you got the same idea as mine when I created that whirlpool. Izuku said dully, as Kaminari blushed in embarrassment and joy. Finally, someone was respecting him, and a Kuchiki at that. Thanks a bunch. I've been playing video games quite a while long. Shouldn't you think about what to do next? Suyu said. You're right, Asui. Izuku sighed. Call me Su-chan. Ah, Soka. He shook the sweat drop off. We should make getting help our top priority. Izuku points at a direction. It would be best to follow the shore and avoid the central plaza as we head toward the exit. He said. That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn a large number of villains ot the plaza. Yaoyorozu said as they looked to where Aizawa currently is, fighting the villains with impressive feat, but Izuku could feel his energy signature is getting fractured, signaling he is getting exhausted. And that's where I'm going. They look at him in surprise and disbelief. Aizawa-sensei had overexerted himself by jumping into that crowd of villains to protect us. This situation is different from his usual hero job. I knew that, but listened. Izuku rests Zangetsu across his shoulders. Screw what he said. I'm going, not matter what. Elsewhere on the landslide zone. Scatter and kill you, huh? Todoroki breathed frost out of his mouth. I hate to say this, but you just look like morons with quirks they didn't know what to do with. Shoto said coldly, walking down to where the villain he had frozen into ice statues, leaving their faces out. This guy, the instant we warped here. Is he really a Gaki? OOWW. Todoroki Shoto, son of Endeavor, quirk, half cold half hot, thinks about the words the hand villain said. Where is he? I went through the trouble it bringing this whole crowd, too. Killing All Might. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. Shoto's right foot, the right side that represents his half-cold he inherited from his beautiful Okawa-san, spawns out a trail of ice and he grabs onto the spear that is lunging at him, with his right hand, as ice froze the attacker, including the one in front of him. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just ragtag bunch of pathetic thugs. Pulling the spear out of the villain's hand, the said villain collapsed as Shoto closed his eyes. From what I saw, there were only 3 or 4 dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is... Facing at the villain in front of him, Todoroki said in a casual tone. Hey, at this rate, your cells will slowly begin to freeze and die. Fear and terror began spreading on the villains' faces. I want to be a hero. I would like to avoid something so cruel if possible. The villain in front of him had tears of fear and terror, realizing he is going to die as the user of the half-cold half-hot extend his right palm at him. Frost began blowing out of his palm. On what basic do you think you can easily kill All Might? What's your plan? Hey, Eraser Head. Aizawa looked up and saw Kuchiki, above him with the gorgeous kyber knife in his hand, blue energy surrounding the blade. Get out of the way. Realizing the attack, Aizawa leaps away as the Getsuga Tenshou crashes in front of the villain he was facing, blowing them away into unconsciousness. What are you doing here, Kuchiki? I told you, I don't want my students to get involved. Aizawa chided, as he got up and backhanded punch into a villain behind him while Izuku kicks a villain away. You're overusing your quirk, Bakayaro. Izuku though in frustration. Listen, now isn't to argue. Yell at me later, but you seriously need to lay off and took a breather. He shouted and saw the hand villain rushing at Shota. Aizawa-sensei. 23 seconds. The last boss. Aizawa throws his scarf at him, who caught it and continued to run. 24 seconds. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. The hand villain continue and run at Aizawa. The erasure hero grabs his wrist and slams his elbow into the villain's stomach. The others, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Juro, Asui and Mineta, watch in relief and joy, but Izuku paled upon seeing the hand of the villain on Aizawa's elbow as his hair flows down, signaling his quirk has been deactivated, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant when your hair falls. Aizawa's irritated eyes, his sclera now brimming with red color, widened as his elbow skin and sleeve began to crumble, much to everyone's horror. That's when you've finished an action. And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself now, Eraser Head. His hair flies upward, as Aizawa punched the hand villain away, signaling his erasure had activated to stop the crumbling of his elbow. A villain rushed behind him but Ichigo drop kick him into the ground. Daijobu, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku asked with concern. Yeah, but we should work now to defeat that last boss. Aizawa said and grabs over his capture weapon, while Izuku shifted Zangetsu at the hand villain. You're so cool. The hand villain opens his arms in awe. You're so cool. By the way, heroes. Both of them turn around and saw a bird-like monster behind them, 2 pairs of black, sharp wings on his back and a hole on his chest. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and disbelief upon feeling the energy of this beast. I'm not the last boss. Suddenly, blood spills out of Aizawa, his goggles came out and Izuku got hit in the stomach by the monster's powerful fist, making him coughs out blood and send him meters away and crashes into the ground. The monster's hand was on Aizawa's head, bending down while the heavily injured and bloodied hero lies on the ground in defeat and agony. Izuku tries to get up, but the pain flows on his body preventing him to. I'll tell you, Eraser Head. A malicious grin forms behind the hand villain's face. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered, Numu. The beast, Numu, let out a strained roar. As Numu grabs onto Aizawa's broken elbow, he crushes his arm into pieces and the defeated hero groans in agony. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. The hand villain taunted cockily. Aizawa shakily looks at the Numu and glares at it, activating his erasure, but it didn't have any effect as Numu destroys the bones of his left arm. It's like he's breaking a small and weak twig. Aizawa thought weakly. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that strong. Numa grabs his head and he could feel the overbearing power. He's as strong as All Might. Numa slams his face into the ground, forcing Aizawa to let out a gasp of pain. Release him. Izuku roared with fury, now draped in Tensa Zangetsu's Shihakusho and the sword his hand. Izuku rushes at Numu and send him flying a few inches away from Aizawa with a Getsuga Tenshou infused with his blade, increasing the power of his slash. Oh, the hand villain giggles. Oh, boy, ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be here, Kuchiki. Izuku growls and points Tensa Zangetsu at them. I won't let you hurt sensei anymore, villain. Izuku stated determinedly. I'm gonna beat you to the ground and save everyone. Oh, that's such a line, Kuchiki. The hand villain claps his hands in admiration. You have guts, kid. Like we've been informed by Shigaraki Tamura. The mist villain interrupted, appearing next to the hand villain, now named as Shigaraki Tamura. Why does he look familiar? Nana whispered in confusion. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? Shigaraki asked to the mist villain, Kurogiri. I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Huh, Shigaraki gasped incredulously. He began scratching his neck in pure anger and annoyance, before he scratched them even faster. Kurogiri, Ome, if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces. Then, he stops, and sighed. We can't win against dozens of pros. Well, it's game over. It's game over this time. Shigaraki said depressingly, before he smirks behind his face. Before we go home, actually. Kurogiri, bring Dark. Are you sure? Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogiri briefly look at Ichigo. Master will not be pleased. Hehehehe. I don't care. Just bring her over. A portal appeared between Shigaraki and Kurogiri, as someone stepped out of the portal. Izuku's blood froze instantly, to the point Tensa Zangetsu slips off his grasp, the chain unwrapping his arm as the tip of the balda stabs the ground. The white portion of the blade mirrored the woman's appearance. The woman wore a tattered, casual white kimono with what seems to be a long-collared red cape on her back. Her eyes as cat-like and lavender, as well as her hair, few strays of hair hang between her eyes. She is barefoot and wears a golden cloth around her waist. She wields a large and exquisitely designed dark red, double-edged scythe. What? Shigaraki laughs. What a good expression. I love it, Shigaraki commented. Zangetsu froze in shock and disbelief, to the point his insane grin disappeared instantly while Nana looked very shocked at this. Oh, Okawa-san, who are you talking to, boy? The lavender-haired woman, look identical to Kuchiki Rukia, said in her beautiful tone, but her voice was different. It was distorted, echoed, and there were a lot of coldness in her voice. Small tears brings his eyes, as Izuku reach his hands out to her. His eyes begging if this was really Kuchiki Rukia, her deceased mother. Ka-san, it's me, Izuku, your son. I never had a son. That hit him hard, so hard, he fell to his knees and shakily uncontrollably. What? Shigaraki places a hand over her head, ruffling her hair as she looked pleased and smile a bit. We did some tests with her, and she forgets all of her memories. Guess what? We kidnapped her, yes. This is Subject 15, Dark Rukia, he announced while laughing at the expression Izuku was showing. Dark Rukia Ka. Suddenly, Dark Rukia appeared behind him, her scythe above him to prepare for the killing blow. I am not your Okawa-san, you waste of time. Dark Rukia said emotionlessly and coldly, as she brings down her scythe. Izuku, snapping out of his state, grabs Tensa Zangetsu from the ground as the chain wraps around his right arm and raises it above his head, blocking the slash, and Dark Rukia looks surprised at this before narrowing her eyes dangerously. Ka-san, stop, Izuku begged. Stop, Rukia Ka, it's your son, Kuso. Why aren't you listening? He just got the chance to meet his Okawa-san, who is still alive in front of him, and now she is trying to kill him. Urusai. Dark Rukia backs away and swings her scythe in front of her enemy, which opens a purple rift that unleashes a powerful blast of dark energy at Izuku, her own son, without her knowing. Izuku counter it with a Getsuga, but he is feeling too much emotions to even think of fighting. He wants to see his real Okawa-san, not this fake. Ichigo, calm down. How can I calm down? My Okawa-san is trying to kill me and she doesn't know who I am. I know, but despairing yourself will only make you weaker and died. He ignores the shouts of Zangetsu and Nana's pleads. He watches Dark Rukia rush at him, and brings her scythe into the air. He did something unexpectedly. Instead of blocking it, Izuku rushes in, and once she gets closer and forcibly pulls her into a tight hug. Let go of me, you insolent fool. Dark Rukia growled but flinched upon seeing the eyes of the kid. Ka-san, stop, please. Dark Rukia growls and push him away. She doesn't understand why they boy keeps calling her his Ka-san. She doesn't even know who she is. She woke up in a lab, a man claiming she was his supposed daughter, taught to kill heroes and learn the paths of villain. But, when the boy hugs her, she suddenly felt something inside her to remember something. A man with orange spiky hair and brown eyes that shows happiness. She clutched the side of her head in confusion, wonder what just happened. You. Dark Rukia looked at Izuku, and saw the burning fury and hate in his eyes. What did you do to my mother? Answer me, he demanded, glaring venomously at Shigaraki, who laughs. Nope, I don't have time. Shigaraki Tamura looked at Numu. Numu, kill this guy. Numi let out a roar and rushed at Izuku, who managed to shunput away and shifted Tensa Zangetsu to his front. Lend me your power, Zangetsu. Please. Dark Rukia's eyes spark with confusion and wonderment. Zangetsu. Where have I heard of that name before? Oh, my Zanpakuto is called Zangetsu, but I mainly called him Zangetsu no Asen or Asen. What's yours? Her eyes widened as she nearly fell to her knees out of pain flowing on her brain. She grits her teeth and glare at Ichigo, who was dodging and slashing Numu, but it barely did anything on the bioengineered monster. Who the hell are you? Few minutes ago, somewhere around the collapse zone. Bakugo yelled as he sent an explosion on two villains, knocking them into the wall and groans in pain, and went to sleep. Kirishima blocks a swing from a villain with his hardening quirk, and breaks the blade in half. The villain shivers in fear as Kirishima knocks him out. Is this all of them? They're so weak as hell, Bakugo commented, as Kirishima turned at him and deactivate his hardening. All right, let's hurry up and go save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ, too. He clenches his right fist. I'm worried about the guys with less offensive ability. As men, we have to take responsibility, Kirishima said to Bakugo, who closed his eyes and looked away. If you want go, then go by yourself, I don't care. But I'm gonna kill that warp gate, Bakugo said with determination, stunning Kirishima. You're gonna act childish at a time like this. Besides, that guy's attacks are. Yurusei, Bakugo interrupted. That gate Kaniaro is the enemy's way in and out. What they didn't know is that a frog-like villain with an invisible quirk is approaching them. I'm gonna cut off their gateway route when the time comes. It's not like we don't have a way to fight the fog. The villain jumps on them and thought. Stop your chit-chatting, since you've left your guard down. Suddenly, a hand grabs his head and a blast of heat came out of Bakugo's palm, sending the villain into unconscious as smokes came out of his body due to the explosion. Anyway, if these small fries are the ones assigned to us, pretty much everyone'll be fine, right? He said calmly, and dropped the villain. That reaction time was amazing, Kirishima thought, before asking curiously. Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? I thought you were more like. Ejiro looked to his side. A picture of Bakugo appeared that shows he had demonic teeth, an ominous aura around him and screaming, die. 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 This, of course, angered Bakugo that his expression is the same as the picture. I'm always calm and rational, you red-haired punk. Oh yeah, that more like it. Bakugo scoffed and walked away. Then go if you want to. Matt, Bakugo stop and look at Kirishima. Believing in our friends. That's real manly, Bakugo. He activates his quirk on his arms and slam his fists together with a grin. I'll follow you. Now, Izuku backflipped to dodge the incoming punch from the superhuman. Clawing the air in front of his face, his holofication rips on and stop on the ground. The tips of his horns began to generate a Sero. If he uses his Sero with his fingers, the attack would be powerful, but if he uses his Sero with the tips of his horns of his hollow mask, the attack is far more powerful than the Sero on his hands. Sero. Firing the gigantic crimson beam at Numu, the beam files threatening towards Numu with frightening speed. However, Numu opened his mouth, wide open, and a black ball of energy generates on his mouth before firing it, sending a black beam of energy at Sero as Izuku's eyes widened in pure shock and disbelief. A Sero Ascuras. The Sero Ascuras breaks the crimson Sero after a few seconds of struggle, as Izuku sonidoed away to the ground. I'm much you already know that technique. And the fact, I can see you're very shocked of this. Shigaraki giggled. That was a Sero Ascuras. Numu is not only made with multiple quirks, but he is a hollow as well. Izuku growled and realized the hole on Numu's chest was a hollow hole, after all. That must be the reason why this one could fire a Sero Ascuras. The Sero Ascuras is a black Sero that is much more powerful than ordinary Sero and are used by the Espada, which is formerly a group of villains before they were disbanded. Shifting Tensa Zangetsu slightly, Izuku extended his index finger at the tip of the blade and cuts his finger a little, blood sweeping out on his finger and blade as Shigaraki chuckled. A Gran Ray Sero now, but that won't work. Shigaraki laughed before he stopped. However, the Gran Ray Sero wasn't generating on his hand. The blade of Tensa Zangetsu was engulfed in the colors of the Gran Ray Sero and Getsuga Tenshou. Izuku's mask began to crack a lot, looking like as if they are holded together by glue, before using his remaining energy to shunidote in front of Numu and roared. Gran Rei Getsuga. A huge blast of crimson and black energy with white and crimson outline burst from the tip of Tensa Zangetsu. The explosion covers the entire plaza and blows out harsh winds that destroys all the glasses in USJ. Yaoyorozu managed to create a large shield in front of Shi and the others, but it was proven to be futile as they were suddenly crash into the water. As the smokes clears, they saw Izuku, on his very knees, tired, exhausted, paled, and many sweats on his body. The sleeve of his left arm of his Shihakusho was torn apart, as blood began to come out of his hands due to the force of the Gran Rei Getsuga. His hollowification instantly breaks when he fired the attack, and is now empty on energy. Unlike the Gran Rei Sero, this version of combining Gran Rei Sero and his Getsuga Tenshou is too dangerous for him to use. He just figured this out a few moments ago and could potentially feel his life is weakening now. All his energy is gone and now on his knees. He could let Zangetsu take over and used his own energy to fight Numu instead of his own tankless energy, but he figured he won't be enough to defeat Numu. He doesn't know if using his full hollowification would work, as it would cause Zangetsu's hollow instincts to control him, making him a beast that forgets everything. He prayed nothing bad comes for Nana, as they are still resolving to why she is here in his inner world. However, his eyes widened in pure shock, disbelief and horror upon seeing Numu. The beast's left arm, leg and wings, and the stomach was gone. But, they began to regenerate slowly as Izuku's head collapsed to the ground. He can still regenerate. Izuku thought incredulously. All the efforts he put into the Gran Rei Getsuga, his strongest yet dangerous move in his arsenal, makes it look like a jog to the gym for Numu. He has both two high-speed regeneration. One is a Korik, and the second is his hollow regeneration. Shigaraki laughed arrogantly. Do you understand now? That move certainly caught me by surprise and it is powerful enough to even make All Might lose an arm, but that won't work. Numu is much more powerful than that so-called symbol of peace. Tamura bragged, as Izuku weakly growls and got to his feet shakily. His entire body is screaming at him to stop, and he could hear Nana's crying and pleads for him to stop while Zangetsu curses angrily. He was at his limit now. No, he already done that when he used the Gran Rei Getsuga and his body is telling him to stop, but his heart declines it and refused to back down and rest. He will stand up, and be strong. Even if it means he has to sacrifice himself for his fellow classmates and the people. Everyone had come out of the zones while the students at the entrance looks on, helping 13 as they were frozen upon seeing their strongest classmate, and teacher on the ground, too defeated to move their bodies. Oh, yeah, before we continue, Shigaraki turn around and look at the others on the water with a grin behind the hand on his face. Let's crush some of All Might's pride as the symbol of peace. Suddenly, Shigaraki appeared in front of Momo, his hand extending to her face. Izuku's blood froze as he remembers Shigaraki's quirk, the ability to decade everything he touches. He stopped, only an inch away of touching Momo's face. Her eyes and face full of fear, terror, and pale. Shigaraki sighed and turned around. You really are cool. Aizawa's eyes was glowing red. Eraser head. Numu appeared above him and grabs his head, slamming it into the ground and knocks him out for good. Ichigo, with his already tankless energy, rushed at Shigaraki and bringing his blade above him, now covering himself with full cowling. The purple aura sparks as Ichigo shouted, "Don't touch Momo-kun, Kuso." As the blade collides, it sends out a shockwave but unfortunately, Numu was the one who took the attack and now holding Tensa Zangetsu's blade without efforts. His full cowling disappear as Izuku could only watch as Numu reared his arm back and slams his fist into his stomach. Blood spouts out og his mouth and send flying for a few meters away. Izuku. Suddenly, the doors of the entrance burst open, breaking the doors into many pieces as dust covers the area. Loud footsteps echoed as everyone smiled in happiness, relief and joy. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came to see what happened. I passed Ilda Shonen on my way here and got a rough idea of what happened. Kuso. It really makes me too angry, no, furious. Thinking about how frightening and dispiriting it must have been for the children. And how hard my juniors fought. But that is why I must proudly say, Mo Daijobu. There stood All Might, standing at the edge of the chairs, with a very enraged look on his face. His smile now replaces with a furious scowl, growling as he rips his tie off and yelled venomously. "Watashi ga kita, All Might," Mineta cried in happiness. "Hero, All Might sensei." Yaoyorozu smiled in relief before looking at Izuku, including Jiro, who looked at the boy sadly but they saw a small frown on his face but chuckled. "All Might, you're not smiling. Ah, we're not done yet." Shigaraki chuckled, and got up, looking at All Might. "I've been waiting quite a while, hero. You trash of society." All Might toss his blazer away, before he disappear in the blink of an eye. All the villains were knocked out in an instant, as All Might picks up the unconscious Aizawa and said remorsefully, "Aizawa-kun, sumimasen." As All Might turn around, his right eye glows bright blue before he disappear, grabbing Kyoka, Momo, Kaminari, Mineta, Asui, and Izuku. Due to the force of his speed, it sends a small shockwave on Shigaraki's face. It didn't do anything but it removes the hand off his face. "Minna, go to the entrance," All Might said and places everyone down. "I'm leaving Aizawa-kun to you. He's unconscious. Hurry." Kaminari, Asui and Mineta followed and picked their unconscious sensei over, while Jiro and Yaoyorozu pick Izuku up over their shoulders. Whimpers quiver from Shigaraki, as he places his hands over his face, searching for the hand blindly. "Oh, no, it's no good, it's no good, it's not good." Ji Gamenasai, Chu-san. Once he places the hand of his Chu-san over his face, his whimpers stop and let out a sigh of relief. "He's fast, as expected. I can't follow him with my eyes like that Kuchiki. But not as fast as I thought he'd be. I guess it's true, after all." A malicious grin forms on his face. "That he's getting weaker." Izuku tried to push Kyoka and Momo away, and look at All Might while struggling to escape out of their grasp, much to their pleads of telling him to stop. "No, All Might, you can't. That guy, Numu, a bioengineered monster, took my Gran Rei Getsuga and began to regenerate with 2 high-speed regeneration from his quirk and hollow trail. You can't defeat Kurosaki Shonen." Izuku looked in surprise, as All Might strike a post with his trademark smile now on his face. But he was not only surprised at the smile but the proudness he calls to him by using his father's last name, much to his joy. Daijobu reluctantly nodded. Izuku gave him a small smile as both girls walk away with Ichigo over their shoulders, including the others. All Might turn around and rush at Shigaraki, crossing his arms into a X, and said, "Carolina Smash." Numu appeared in front of Shigaraki and took the hit, sending shockwaves behind Shigaraki but it was unaffected. Numu tried to grab All Might but he ducked down, dodging the grab and thought, "It seriously has no effect at all, huh?" Punching Numu a few times, the villain tried to grab All Might again before the hero dodges it and send a few jabs on his face and leaps away. "It doesn't work on his face, either, huh? It doesn't work because of shock absorption," Shigaraki said smugly. "It would be most effective to slowly gouge out his flesh. But you don't have the moves Kuchiki has, right?" Shigaraki opened his arms. "It depends on Nuni. Whether he'd let you do that or not is a different issue, though." All Might dodged behind Numu with grin. "Thanks for telling me all that." Hugging Numu from behind, All Might continued, "If that's true, then it's easier for me." And then, he suplexed Numu into the ground, blowing out smokes. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? All Might's on a whole nother level. Mineta exclaimed. "Even think he's a rookie teacher who can't teach without looking at him notes." Asui said, "I don't think All Might can defeat that monster." Quote. Everyone looked at Jiro and noticed the grim expression on her face. He took Izuku's strongest attack and came out, regenerating like it was nothing. The power behind Ichigo's Gran Rei Getsuga was much more powerful than the one he shows on first day. This attack could actually destroy UA, but, Jiro shivered in fear and looked behind her. "What are you talking about? Nobody can't defeat All Might." Mineta protested fearfully, thinking of someone much stronger than All Might and as a villain would be a nightmare for him. "No, Kyoka's right." Everyone looked at Izuku in disbelief. "The Gran Rei Getsuga is my strongest move on my arsenal, and I just came up with the idea a few minutes ago before using it. I know the fact the Gran Rei Getsuga is my strongest than Gran Rei Sero." This attack uses all my energy into one devastating attack and now I'm tankless. Yet, that guy was able to take it like it was nothing and regenerate without exhaustion. Izuku explained grimly, as Mineta began crying in fear and terror, his whole legs shaking as they stop and turn around to look at the smokes. Then, what should we do? But I'm more concerned about All Might's time limit and his strength. Every day on my way to school, I always read my phone and came across the hero news in real time. When they were talking about how All Might wasn't at USJ, the 3 fingers 13 put up secretly were because All Might was at him time limit. It must have been because he'd used too much of his power in his hero work. Izuku thought before dread began filling his stomach. Oh, yeah, I forgot, I'm the only one who knows All Might's secret and the predicament he's in. Blood trickles down from All Might's mouth. Underneath him is Numu, as the upper part of his body was underneath All Might, gripping on his waist while All Might was stuck holding on the lower part of Numu's body. Is that how it is? All Might grunts before Numu tightened his grip on All Might's left gut, blood sweeping out due to the injury on his left stomach. Shigaraki was amused. Were you trying to keep him from moving by sticking his body deep inside the concrete? You won't be able to stop him like that. Because Numu has much power than you have. He said before chuckling. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity. The portal closes a little as All Might is forced to let go of Numu and tried to push the hands away from his weak spot. This is your first offense? All Might asked, struggling to overpower the grip. You'd better prepare yourselves, Kurogiri. I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me, but I would be happy to take in someone as great as you. Kurogiri said, you were too fast to see with the human eye. Restraining you was Numu's job. Then, he began to think of All Might's body to be sliced in half when his portal closes, much to his glee. And then, when your body is hallway in, to close the gate and tear you apart is my job. Momo-kun, Juro. Both girls look at Izuku, before they were shocked to see his hand on Tensei-Zangetsu, tightening the hilt as they realized what he was doing. Gomen, rushing over to All Might, Juro and Yaoyorozu could only watch in desperation and panic. Don't, come back, Izuku, stop. They tried to stop him. They knew he was too far weak to continue to fight, and his Bankai's drawback is now currently taking effect, yet he is holding on together and has one goal in mind, save All Might. All Might, Kurosaki Shonen, leaping into the air and saw Kurogiri opening a portal in front of him. Izuku fired a wordless, weak Getsuga Tenshou at it, splitting it in half as he went past it and brings Tensei-Zangetsu's blade at Kurogiri, infusing the blade with a Getsuga. However, that didn't came as Dark Rukia appeared and blocked the slash with her scythe, her eyes glaring cold into his heart. Ka-san, move, Izuku exclaimed angrily. Dark Rukia narrowed her eyes before firing a blast of black energy with purple outline at him. Suddenly, a certain explosive killer arrived with his grenades and ignite a trigger of explosion at Kurogiri. Take that, you dark version of Grillby from Undertale. Bakugo Katsuki grabs the metal parts of Kurogiri and slams him into the ground with a menacing smirk. A trail of ice engulfs Numu's right side, his grip loosened. All I heard was that all of you are here to kill All Might. Todoroki Shoto said emotionlessly. He controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. All Might thought and grabs the hand of Numu that is gripping on his weak spot. Thanks to that, his grip loosened. Then, once the hand made a few space for him to escape, All Might backflip next to Todoroki, clutching on his wound. Hiroshima Ejiro leaps above Tamura with his hardening covering his arm and let out a roar and tried to punch the hand fetish, but he dodged it, much to his disappointment. Kuso, I didn't get the chance to show off. Stop acting so stuck up to your ideas, foggy nobody. The symbol of peace cannot be slain by the likes of you delinquents. Izuku looks surprised, as he mentally smirk and close his eyes. Minna, with resolve and determination in his eyes, Izuku pushed Tensei-Zangetsu forward, overpowering Dark Rukia's scythe with his energy pressure blaring, which surprised her as she was forced to leap away. Todoroki-san, Yaoyorozu whispered in surprise. Bakugo, Kaminari was surprised as well. And Kirishima-chan, Asui said. Momo looked briefly at them before saying, I'm going to help them out. She rushed to them, much to Jiro's shock, disbelief and frustration as she went after her beast friend, leaving Kaminari, Asui and Mineta to carry Aizawa towards the others at the entrance. Shigaraki look around. Kurogiri, and an entrance, has been overcome, such a disappointment. We're in a pinch here, he said, as Bakugo grins and look at Kurogiri as if he has caught his prey with his panther's claws. You careless Kaneyaro, you're just what I thought you'd be, Bakugo said before explaining. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog gate covered your actual body, right? Back then, when Kurosaki blasted you, I noticed you panicked for a moment. If you were completely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't touch you, then you wouldn't have to show that look. He chuckles as Kurogiri scoffs. Trying to move, it failed as small explosions came from Bakugo's palm, realizing he is in a tight situation where if he tried to escape, he would be killed on spot. Don't move. Bakugo leaned down with a bloodthirsty grin on his face. If I feel you're moving suspiciously even the slightest bit, then I'll explode you up so bad with my quirk that you won't be able to walk and stuck sitting on a wheelchair for years. The blonde demon growled maliciously. Hiroshima sweat dropped but smiled nervously. Oh boy, that behavior isn't very hero-like at all, Ejiro said. Aikiku, meanwhile, got chided by an extremely worried and angry Yaoyorozu Momo and Jiro Kyoka. In addition to capturing them, they're almost all uninjured. Kids these days are amazing. They made the League of Villains look like child's play, Shigaraki commented, as Izuku turned his attention back at the villains and saw Shigaraki looking at his beast. Numu. Suddenly, Numu drags himself out of the portal, shocking Todoroki and everyone else. As soon as Numu escapes out of the portal, it closed as his right arm and leg got broken due to the ice. He's going to regenerate, Izuku growled, and they watch as Numu release some sort of black liquids out from his destroyed parts in an instant. Numu has been modified to take you at 100%. He's a super efficient human metal punching bag that you can't destroy. Shigaraki chuckled before his eyes glance at Kurogiri and Bakugo. First, we need to her our gate back. Everyone gasped as Izuku got in front of Bakugo as fast as he could, to the point it made him look like a blur, after Shigaraki said, "Go, Numu." Slamming the fist into Tensa Zangetsu's blade, the blade didn't even crack or show any damages. Instead, it sends Izuku flying into a wall, blood spilling out as new wounds appeared on his body. His left arm now useless to be used as it is dangling lifelessly because the bones inside his left arm is now fractured. Part of his Shihakusho was torn apart as his Hiero is now completely gone due to his tankless energy. He just took the punch so bad, he didn't have the strength to block Numu's punch and lets his fist destroyed his entire body and the punch sends out shockwaves, nearly blasting everyone away. Bakugo Shonen, All Might exclaimed in worry and panic, but much to their bafflement, they saw Bakugo next to Kirishima, stunned of what just happened. Wait, you dodged? Kyoka asked in confusion and wonderment. No, Bakugo muttered. I didn't see anything. The how? Everyone gasped when one though came to their minds as they look over at the destroyed wall. Once the smoke's clear, they saw a heavily beaten and injured Izuku, standing there shakily with Tensa Zangetsu on the ground, his left arm now completely useless as it is dangling each time Izuku tries to move. The said boy looked very in pain, agony, and on the verge of losing his consciousness, yet he is able to keep himself together from breaking apart. Kurosaki Shonen ICHIKU. All Might and Momo cried out in worry and fear. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes slightly. He protected his classmate. Izuku look up, and ignore the pain on his already numb body, blood trickling down his head and mouth. Don't you frickin' know how to hold back? Izuku asked weakly and painfully, coughing blood as he spoke as Momo and Jiro immediately went to his sides, with the creation user making bandages and healing medicines as the earphone jack user applies them on Izuku's wounds. It was to rescue my companions. I had no choice, Shigaraki answered in amusement. I mean, earlier, you were about to kill me with everything you had, you know, so why not? Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, All Might? He says as he look at All Might. He opened his arms open. You know what, All Might? I'm really pissed. I'm pissed at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace. You're just a rat to repress violence. Shigaraki taunted, as some of the villains twitch, calling they are now waking up. Tamura continue. Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this fact once we get rid of your existence. All Might frowned and briefly looked at Izuku, shooting him a guilty look for making his successor in agony, who was now being treated as he is next to Todoroki. The said boy was currently looking at Ichigo in wonderment. That's preposterous. All Might started. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn slightly. You just want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, you Kuso liar? Toshinori said with anger, as Shigaraki grinned. He's already figured my plan out. Shigaraki must. It's 4 against 7. Todoroki said cautiously. Bakugo-san already exposed the fog's weakness. Momo said. These guys are hella crazy, but if we support All Might, we can push them back, together. Hiroshima said and hardened his arms. No, everyone look at All Might, who is approaching the villains as he puts his left arm to his side. Run away. You would have been in a serious trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? Todoroki asked blankly. That was a different story, Todoroki shonen. Arigato na. All Might said and tightened his fists. Shikashi, Daijobu, just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. Demo. All Might, you're bleeding. Besides, you, Izuku trail off, as he noticed All Might giving him a thumbs up, signaling everything will be fine. He just prayed All Might's safety and limit he is going to do. Numu, Kurogiri, get him, Shigaraki ordered. I'll deal with the kids. All Might look at his hand, curling his fingers into his palms as he breathed. It's true that I barely have a minute and a half left to keep my muscle form. My power has been declining than I expected. All Might thought. Now, let's wrap this up and go home, Shigaraki said before rushing towards the students. All Might into a fighting stance. Shikashi, I must do this. Hey, we've gotta do this after all, Hiroshima said, as they got into their stances. Why? Because I am. Feeling the power of One for All giving him power he needed, his bright blue eyes glows brightly with power and strength. Single quote. The symbol of peace. Everyone's eyes widened as they felt the enormous power emitting from All Might. Both monster and hero rushed at each other with their arm reared back, preparing to make their first head-on collide. As soon as their iron fists met, it blows a powerful shockwave that sends everyone away. The ground underneath them cracks as Shigaraki said. Kuso. Oi, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? All Might grins. And that, I did. All Might and Numu began to exchange barrages of fast and powerful punches that makes the naked eyes impossible to count how much they throw at each other. The punches was pushing everyone back as Izuku stabs the ground with Tensei-Zanjetsu, both Jiro and Yaoyorozu clutching onto his Shihakusho FTOM getting blown away from the shockwaves the punches are making. A head-on fistfight, Yaoyorozu screamed. Apparently, because of the harsh winds blowing on them, it makes their voices quieted down as Jiro grunted from the pressure coming from the punches. As Shuge, Hiroshima shouted as he is knocked into the ground with his back while Todoroki and Bakugo shield themselves with their arms, looking surprised and shocked of the power All Might displaying. I can't get near them, Kurogiri said in shock, landing next to Tamura as they struggled to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Dark Rukia had teleport atop of a rock, her side stabbing the ground for her to support on due to the winds, as she looked with amazement and bafflement in her face and eyes. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, then there's a limit to it, right? All Might said, as his punches began to work, canceling Numu's shock absorption for a few moments before his fist collides into high weak spot, blood spouting out but All Might remained strong and began pushing Numu back with his series of fast and powerful punches. Made to fight me, All Might growled, pushing Numu back even more. If you can withstand me at 100%. Shigaraki's eyes widened and gasped. Then I'll force you to surrender from beyond that limit. Eventually, some of his punches managed to land on Numu's face, ignoring the blood coming out of his blood and flying away. He's bleeding while giving it his all. Izuku thought in amazement and surprise. No, he's not swinging randomly. Every single hit he throws. His eyes widened even more upon realizing the answer. Is more than just 100% of his power. All Might roared, as his punch sends Numu flying away, and Shigaraki looked extremely shocked before scowling in anger. A hero, All Might leaps toward at Numu, who used his wings to stop himself from flying, as the superhuman flies at All Might with them but All Might tackle him into the ground, as they began assaulting each other. Can always break out of a tough spot. Grabbing Numi by his right arm, All Might spins THR creature around and toss him into the ground with a strong yell, creating a huge crater upon impact, and everyone watches with awe and shock. All Might lands in front of Numu with his trademark smile. Hey villain, have you ever heard of these 4 words? All Might's muscles bulged, as he raised his hand up, as a glow covers his entire hand. Go beyond. All Might cock his arm back, one for all, now giving the power to defeat this monster. Plus, bringing his fist into Numu's stomach, a huge explosion began to appear in front of Numu's stomach. Ultra. The explosion burst as Numu is sent flying at a ridiculous speed. The ground behind All Might shatters, and as Numu burst out of USJ's ceilings, the whole Doom-like building shook furiously, and Numu crashes into THR skies, shattering them in the process that turns into circle. That was a villain up there just now, wasn't it? Shiro asked. Both he and Rikido was carrying 13 over their shoulders, as Shoji carrying Aizawa behind his back. Why yeah, this power is from, it's All Might. There's no one else who can do something so amazing. Kiro, yay, is this a comic book or something? Kirishima said in amazement. It's like he just nullified the shock absorption completely. His brute strength is too crazy. What insane power. Does this mean he rushed at him so fast that he couldn't regenerate? Bakugo said, before Todoroki thought with a sweat running down his cheek. So this is the top. Is this the world of pros? Izuku looked to where All Might is and wore a worried look. All Might, Yahari, I really have gotten a lot weaker. All Might pants. In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough. All Might stood up and placed his hand on his left shoulder, his signature smile on his face, and said in a prideful tone. But it seriously took more than 250 hits to defeat him. Toshi, Nana whispered in worry and sadness. She just wanted to come out and help her formerly student of One for All. She feels guilty about the injury he received from his fight with All for One. Is this guy for real? Zangetsu said in shock and awe. 5 hits to defeat that monster, in his prime. Eventually, Izuku breathed in relief until he frowned in panic upon seeing steam coming out of All Might's body. And now, I'm out of time. Turning around, he faced at the enraged Shigaraki. Villains, I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.